Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. Today, September 30th, the last day of the month, last day of the quarter, 2025. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today. There's a ton of great trading to continue to do. I got some of my good friends here. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, master of the weekly kickoff level. We're going to be talking about one of those weekly kickoff levels a little bit later when we get into the charts. And we got JD. He's that guy that sends out that market kickoff email every Sunday to over 300,000 subscribers. Hopefully, I'm not shortchanging you there, JD. But Hoag, JD, how you guys feeling this morning?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, JD. Yeah, it's gonna be a rodeo here today. Last day of the month, last day of the quarter, maybe the last day of the U.S. government being open for who knows how long. Might get a little bit spooky here, boys. How you feeling today, JD?
Feeling great. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to my friends and traders in the chat. We got a lot happening today. Yeah, this government shutdown. I swear if they let this happen, they should just fire all. Can you just fire Congress? Get rid of them all.
Right?
Just replace everybody instantly. These people, I swear. Who do they think they are? Anyway, let's get into the markets. Of course they will. Of course they will. We had some nice opening range breakout trades yesterday. We're going to take those again this morning. Likely looking at the 5-minute.
Yes, we are. We have a poll up in the chat. 144 votes right now. Place your votes for the gold opening range trade. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, saw someone say that this is their first time joining this early in the morning. That was Day Says Daily. Day, good morning. Thank you for joining us. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, we are taking the gold opening range trade. Gold opens up at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So in just about 2 minutes, we poll the chat and ask, are we taking the 1 minute or the 5-minute opening range? After that range closes, we'll be long above the high of the range, short below the low. Yesterday turned out to be pretty good trades in gold and in crude oil specifically. We'll take that crude oil trade at 8 a.m. Central Time. So make sure you get your votes in there. And while you are here, while you're filing in, taking your seats, if you can do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate it. We're almost at 200,000 subscribers. We are pretty close. We are on the march there. So tell your friends and family to join us as well. No 7:30 numbers today, JD, but why don't we take a look at the economic calendar? I think we got some things that are coming out a little bit later, but no 7:30s.
Yep, there's quite a bit happening today. Couldn't squeeze it all onto this sheet, but got a whole lot of Fed speakers coming out starting at around 8. Well, we've had a few out already. Lori Logan and Jefferson already spoke at 5 o'clock a.m. Central Time this morning. 7:55, we got the Red Book out. President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth will be speaking at 8 o'clock Central Time. We'll see what we can do about possibly finding a feed for that. I'll let you guys know. Another talking Fed at 8 o'clock, Susan Collins. Then 8 o'clock, we got the Case-Shiller House Price Index. Chicago PMI 8:45. The JOLTS report at 9 o'clock. Consumer confidence at 9 o'clock. Trump making another announcement at 10 o'clock. Goolsby speaking at 12:30. Just a whole lot of moving parts today. Nike earnings out after the bell today. Quite a bit going on. We're going to have one eye on the ditch for you all day long, meaning we'll be keeping an eye on the news, sharing any headline that we think is relevant coming out of some of these Fed speaking engagements and these economic events also. Quite a bit happening today, guys. Stay on your toes.
Thank you, JD. Stay on your toes and stay tuned into Topstep TV. We'll be covering it. Gold is open now, but we are going to be taking that 5-minute opening range with 64% of the vote. So, Hoag, before we get into any trades, why don't we go over that checklist? Got to make sure we do our homework.
Absolutely. If you want to play, you got to do your homework. Here comes that checklist, ladies and gentlemen. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. Always put the markets in context. Check. Morning checklist. You set, you got your coffee, you got your water, you fed, check. Mindset check. How you feeling inside? Mindset. Everything good for you? Hope so. Again, check. Trade entry checklist. I got my pen, I got my paper. Write down those trades on that checklist. And at the end of the day, of course, we're going to put that check in right now, but make sure you do your post-market checklist as well. Review the trades. Do your journal. Prepare for the next trading day and get some rest, as always. there is your checklist.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. And if you need some help doing your post-market checklist, check me and Coach Paul out at the Buzzer. We review the markets every day after the close, reviewing our trades and reviewing what the markets did and potential for the next day. JD, potential. We have a potential government shutdown coming up here. Before we get into this gold trade, we got some news. Oh,
How will
is that
this
the first
government
There
shutdown?
we go.
Was I muted? Or
I
did it
think
just
so.
take a second to pop on? Huh, weird. This government shutdown, how will it affect you personally? We got a little clip to roll. Let's see it.
Millions and millions of lives will be upended.
The federal government could shut down tonight and Americans could feel the impact. That's unless Congress reaches an agreement by midnight.
I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing.
Sticking points remain. Democrats want to undo recent Medicaid cuts and preserve certain Obamacare subsidies. They also want to make it harder for the president to cut funds Congress has approved.
This relates to the well-being and the health of the American people.
In a shutdown, non-essential federal employees face furloughs. For Americans, that might affect customer service, paperwork, national parks, food inspections, and more. The White House is even threatening to fire some workers.
The federal workforce is already shrinking rapidly, down by 97,000 jobs.
Social Security payments will continue, but the timing could be confusing. Today, an unrelated executive order is ending paper government checks. Meanwhile, a shutdown could cause travel delays.
Planes will take off, but it's going to be a massive strain on the system.
Some experts worry a government closure could hurt the economy. It also could delay the release of economic reports crucial to investors and the Federal Reserve.
This will be a momentous week for the U.S. economy and the financial markets.
I'm Mimi Kiley reporting.
Potential government shutdown. We will see. I know the president was meeting with Congress yesterday after the close to kind of come to an agreement, but we will see what happens here on that shutdown. We have a minute and 15 seconds before we take this gold trade. Gold did make all-time highs last night, 38.9920. Was that new all-time high in gold. Again, about a minute before we take this trade. Nice little pullback off that high. Gold trading 38.4240 right now. JD, you want to wait until we get into this trade before the gold news?
Yeah, let's wait just a minute. We've only got about 30 more seconds. Looks like the 1 minute triggered a short. I've got a high on this 5-minute candle of 38.4420, low of 38.4010. You guys seeing the same thing? 40 tick opening range, 41 ticks.
Yeah, 40 at the low, 44.20 at the high. $40 evens at the low.
Yep. One little ticky wider in the GC.
Is it?
Yep.
Got a we have a 72% long tilt in gold right now going into this trade, and the 5-minute range is now closed. All right. And we're going to be short below the low of the range, long above the high of the range. You got your orders in there, JD?
We are working our orders. There's stops to enter. Ooh, missed us by a tick right there. Have our stop to enter on the downside at 38.3990, and we're in. One tick of slippage on our entry. House count short, 5 micro gold, 38.3980.
House is short on this opening range. Again, yesterday we had a pretty good opening range trade. I thought just the collective team management there was great. We were talking about the charts, talking levels. JD's like, hey, you know what? I took some off. We didn't really love being short gold, and we took what the market was willing to present on that trade. Let's see what the market presents today. Again, House is short from 38.3980. Probably the most mechanical trade you'll see taken on TopstepTV. We identify a range, trade the range, and let the market do its job from there. Before we get into the gold charts JD, we got some news on gold. What do we got?
Yes. We got an article from Bloomberg here. Here's a couple talking points from Bloomberg. What's moving gold? So the September rally pushing gold into overbought territory potentially. This article notes that gold has jumped more than 10% in just the month of September, raising questions among traders about whether the metal is becoming overextended. Is this a pullback, consolidation? We'll see. But after a nonstop rally, this article suggests we may be seeing some price correction or consolidation as market participants take stock of just how high gold has run. We're seeing that this morning. Gold's record highs have been fueled by expectations of U.S. interest rate cuts, a weakening U.S. dollar, and heightened demand for safe haven assets amid geopolitical and economic uncertainty. That is your gold pullback news. We're taking a little heat on this trade. We got our CYA up at 38.45.80, taking $300 worth of risk on this trade. These opening ranges are getting pretty wide.
Yeah, they are. And it is hard to be short gold.
Sure is.
Man, you're not kidding.
It's hard. I mean, really nice pullback last night, but you had to really wait for that major level. We'll take a look at that on the charts. Why don't we, Hoag, what are we seeing on these gold charts?
All right. As always, starting on the daily here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we saw some rejection above the weekly kickoff high last night, I should say, 38.86. Really strong green candle yesterday, though, and we started adding more open interest yesterday. An estimated 4,800 new contracts created on an up day means money coming into the long side. Yes, it is difficult to short this market. I've been wondering when we're going to see some sort of a deeper pullback for months now, and we're still really kind of strong off of that consolidation area we had from April till September. Just a really strong rally coming in. I don't really feel like picking a top, and we now have another new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. What are you thinking here, Jay?
New all-time highs overnight. This market is just continuing to hold up, continuing to push. And, you know, we've seen this before, right? Gold makes an all-time high, sells off for a couple of days. Maybe we balance before the next leg up. It is interesting that we didn't trade anything at 3900s. 38.9920 is that high. So maybe, a couple of weaker buyers up there. But yeah, it's a hard market to short, Hoag, because it seems like it all happens at one time. And outside of that, Dakota and I were looking for trades last night during slow markets, and it was a 5-point pullback, $5 pullback before we continued higher. On the daily, Liam in the chat, shout out to Liam in the chat. Sounds like he's taking notes. He's like, Jay, 38.24 was a great price that you called out yesterday, which was that prior all-time high, and it also ended up being 50% of yesterday's range, Hoag. So that, we're finding buyers. We're continuing to find buyers. So going into today, I think I want to watch the market's reaction to that area, 38.25, which was the prior all-time high about a week ago. And we'll see how we trade in this range.
Yeah, it was also last week's high, 38.2460. So some good confluence there. So I find myself thinking, if I were long, would I be selling now? Jay, what do you think?
I guess it depends where you're long from. I guess it depends where you're long from. If I was long, if I'm an investor in gold, no, I'm not selling right here. I don't see a reason to.
All right. We got to hold on that one now. We got to hold on it. All right. Here's the 30-minute chart. So we did open with a gap higher yesterday. We never closed that gap. Pretty narrow range for gold yesterday. Not a huge range there. Overnight inventory. Wow. I mean, this is quite the pullback off of that, and really great target on that on those lows there, Jay. Well, if we have overnight inventory, what is it? Well, here we are. We got too long. Are we too short? We're in range now. We did not create any kind of session gap on the open. We're going to see if we're going to reject yesterday's range, or are we going to accept yesterday's range? We could come and close the session gap from what was this? What's today? Tuesday. From Friday to Monday, that session gap could be a decent close. There's really not a lot of weak structure above in this market. Why? Because obviously we're at all-time highs. So if we're going to start seeking weaknesses in structure, it's going to have to kind of go a little bit lower to find those. We've got the point of control from Friday, 38.0770. We've got another point of control below that, 37.6890. Are we going to see any kind of a pullback in this, or what? It was 4 days of lower open interest while we were pulling back on this kind of bull flag we were looking at. And even the day we broke out of it, was lower open interest, but finally we started to bring in more open interest on higher pricing. One nuance about the profile from yesterday, which was a normal variation trading day, we have a very weak high up here. No excess on the high indicates that the auction is likely to continue to the upside. It's an unfinished auction. Did we finish that auction last night? We opened, we traded above the range, we traded below the range. Very interested to see what happens today. And as always, ACH, man, anything can happen. Especially the last day of the month, the last day of the quarter, and the day before a possible government shutdown. Who knows what's going to happen? Jay, what do you think of the 30-minute chart, please?
So on the 30 Hoag, you're saying, did we get a little bit too short here? Volume is up at 38.6230, right? VWAP is up at 38.6230. So potentially, right? We got extended above that VWAP early on. And then again, our friends in London got the best prices in gold. We're able to short up there at the highs. So if we got a little bit too short, I could see us pushing right back up into the 3850s, 3858, which is about half of the Globex opening range from last night. If we do continue, you had a level 380770. What was that on your chart? Was that a value low?
3807. 807. Oh, that's a point of control. Negative point of control. Yes.
The 200 moving average on the 30-minute is exact same price. So I love that as a visual target. If we continue to get some selling, we'll see what the market decides. But if we continue selling off here, I love that as a target.
That is very juicy looking down there, isn't it? Let's see if we can get it, because it would look really good on our P&L for our opening range breakout trade to the short side here in gold.
Make up for a couple of losses, I think.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be good. Let's plan on that, and then we'll see what happens. Make plans and see what happens. There you go. All right, so that's what we're looking at here as far as context for the gold market here this morning. Context in the charts, getting through our morning checklist with all of you here. So great to have you here. That's it.
Awesome stuff. We had a question in the chat. I want to answer this one. Steel Lake said, "What fueled last night's sell-off?" I want to say that was just profit taking. We pushed into the way I'd be reading that. We pushed into a super psych level, right? 3,900. Everyone who's trading gold is aware that we're trading at some of these whole number levels. Everyone's looking at 4,000s above. And when we get up there and the buying looks kind of weak, the weak hands are the ones that probably sell first and maybe take some profits. So that's what I'm seeing. I didn't see any news. I didn't see any headlines or anything like that. But it kind of just looks like a technical sell-off, right? Watching markets' reactions to major levels. We saw it in the NASDAQ earlier. We saw it in the NASDAQ last week, that 25,000 level. Really strong sell reaction to that level when we didn't find any buyers above it. So I could be wrong, but more sellers than buyers.
I was looking this morning too, Jay, for some sort of news that may have come out, anything like that. I didn't see anything either. Sometimes the market just gets, once everybody's long, there's nobody left to buy it. Only one thing for it to do, and that's pull off. So this could very well have been some profit taking and a technical sell off. Market needs it.
Yep. Yes, it does. It's healthy. That's what we got on gold. JD, we got some news on stocks before we get into the S&P chart.
Yeah, overnight stocks were a little bit flat. They fell just marginally. Futures tied to the Dow Industrial Average fell 127 points, 0.3%, and the S&P and NASDAQ both slipped about 0.2% overnight. We've got President Trump coming out at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. He is going to run into a camera and a microphone. We're going to do our best to pipe that feed in for you. I'm talking with the guys on the back right now, and it looks like we'll be able to pipe in that news feed once President Trump starts talking. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We had the Nikkei down 0.25%, the Shanghai Composite up 0.52%, and the Shenzhen up 0.35%. Stocks in Europe trading a little bit mixed this morning also. We got the DAX up 0.13%, the FTSE up 0.13%, and the CAC down 0.27%. The US dollar index fell just a couple ticks, now at 97.823. The VIX is ticking up this morning, up about 2.5% to 1652, and the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note is sitting peacefully at 4.121%. I'm not really digging this gold trade anymore, guys. I'm just looking at the dome, reading the tape, and every downtick just gets eaten right back up.
Yeah,
not looking very strong at all.
Range. So those stops are gone. We'll see what happens now.
All right. Kept our CYA just far enough away. Missed us by a couple ticks.
That's why we do it.
I have very little confidence in this trade at the moment.
So I don't disagree with you, JD. Also, I mean, how much do we expect gold to move before some of the data that we have coming out today? So we might just sit in this range for a little while, right? We got jolts coming out, we got speakers, but yeah, it is hard to be short short this market.
You guys want to kill it, don't you?
I almost did when I had a chance to scratch it when you guys were talking about it. I didn't take it. I thought about it. But back to you guys. What are you seeing in the S&P charts?
All right, daily. So we've kind of set a little bit of an area of balance on the 3 down days that we were talking about, with the one up day after 3 down days. Wasn't as magnanimous as we had hoped. We've got open interest pretty much waffling up one day, down the next. We added 14,000 yesterday on value moving higher. You could say that was new longs coming in. But again, with the open interest kind of waffling, it's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. These equities markets are seeking new information. But remember, if there's no bad news, the natural lean, if you will, is to the upside. Just keep that in mind. What are you thinking here, Jay? I mean, we're pretty centrally located in that area of balance, similar to where we were yesterday. We're going to see some opportunities for sure today, especially last day of the month, last day of the quarter, and with jolts coming out, that's going to be pretty closely watched. What do you think, Jay?
So on the daily Hoag, that September 25th candle, we talked about that one being, one of the highest volume candles that we've had in a month. And yesterday we were talking about, potentially trading in this range. We closed just above it, acting as a support right now, right above that 6,700 level. We'll see. With so much data coming out this week, I really want to watch the market's reaction to this candle here, right? Do we get volume to trade above it, or is volume continuing to stay flat? Maybe waiting for government shutdown, maybe waiting for NFP, which is the big jobs number, towards the end of the week. But I'm looking at this candle specifically for the market's reaction to it. If we don't find any buyers above it, then I'm looking for a rotation back to the middle of it. Right now on my chart, I have that as 66.66, right in the middle of that, right in the middle of that range. But yeah, interesting spot here. I'd feel a little bit more comfortable shorting the equities than I do the gold, just because of how we've seen the equities make all-time highs. And while it's resilient, it's kind of reluctant sometimes to make that all-time high. And with the data that we have coming out, a lot of uncertainty, we'll see. I'm more comfortable taking a two-sided trade in the equities than I am in gold right now.
Okay. So just another note here. Our all-time high is a week high. We don't have any excess up there. We have excess on the low of that 25th bar there. So I'm looking for this market to continue to rotate higher. As the longer time frame, you could consider this an unfinished upside auction. When and where that's going to happen, we don't know. But with all the excess at the low here, look at the last excess low on the daily bar. That was what sent us up to this all-time high. Are we going to do that same measurement? Possibly. It is possible. And I love the fact that this candle traded right to the monthly VWAP and the 20-session simple moving average. Excess low. We're still kind of one time framing higher. We did take out yesterday's low just by a little bit. And let's take a look at this and see what it looks like on the 30-minute chart. All right, I'm going to get that VWAP out of there. Okay, so yesterday we opened with a gap with some overnight inventory to the long side. It took almost all day to close the session gap. Okay, that came in at about noon. And then we finally closed the settlement gap right before the close, and that's where some of those buyers came in. So looking at the direction of the day yesterday, think about this. The direction of the day was to the downside. There's where we opened. We looked around and we kind of came down. And so overall, the direction of the day yesterday was sellers. Did we add new shorts to this market? That is what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking if we don't see any continuation below these lows, below yesterday's low, we do have the naked point of control from Friday here. That's that 66.93 half. We tried to check it. We have the 200 session moving average coming in below price here, lending a little bit of support. So if we did trap some shorts yesterday, where are they going to capitulate? Probably somewhere in the middle. Let's just call it settlement, and settlement price for the S&P is 67.13 half. So overnight inventory is there any? Not really. I'm not seeing any cause for any kind of overnight inventory adjustment. We opened there. We are trading there. Where's there? Let's just call it 76.08 in the orders. That's where we're trading right now. So no real inventory to deal with as far as overnight inventory. We're in range. Now I believe we are back inside the value area from yesterday. And yes, we are on this platform. Value low is showing here at about 67.04 and a quarter. So we're in range, in value, no overnight inventory, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. What's going to happen? We don't know. I'm going to be patient today. I'm going to probably let the market, establish its early range, maybe the initial balance, and it'll work those extremes. Now, take a look at what happened around the initial balance low yesterday. Once we broke through it, we talked about it during fast markets, and I said, okay, well, now we're below the initial balance. As long as we stay below that, I like the shorts. How many times did we trade to it on the 30-minute chart since? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 touches of the initial balance low from yesterday, and it was resistant the entire time. 200 session moving average, maybe the initial balance low yesterday, is meaning something to somebody. We're seeing a nice little pop here already. Jay, what do you think of the 30-minute chart here?
I agree with being patient today, Hoag, especially with that JOLTS number coming out, a half hour into the open. That could, be the catalyst to get the markets moving. But I want to watch the response to that 200 moving average, which is at 66.95 right now. And to the upside, what I'm looking at is the 10 a.m. Central Time candle from yesterday. 67.17 is the 50% of that candle. Right now, we're testing the low of it. If 67.17, if we can find some buyers above there, That's kind of the line in the sand for me, Hoag. If buyers, take over that 67.17 level, then I'm looking for a rotation higher. If we get up there and volume looks pretty thin, then I think we fall right back into the range.
Okay, and that lines up kind of tastily near that IB low yesterday, where we've been finding resistance ever since breaking to below that level.
Right.
All right, I like that. And it's about 50% of the range from yesterday as well. Half
Yes,
back is it's on everybody's fibs, but it's not a fib level. Why is it there? A lot of people are looking at it.
Market loves it.
Market loves it. Love.
I don't know what it is, but we see it react. I mean, I guess it depends on where you anchor your fibs, Hoag. But
right,
we see it so often that maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If everyone's looking at 50%, like you said, do we just naturally get a response there because everyone's looking there? We are creatures of habit.
We are. We certainly are. And I hate that about myself. Yeah. I got too many habits. So, all right. Well, there is our look at the ES. We're going to be looking at the crude opening range trade here very shortly. And I know my good friend JD, the handsome devil, has some information for us about crude pricing.
Yep. Guys, we had a chance to get out of this gold trade a few minutes ago. And now I think we are definitely toast on it. I thought about pulling the trigger. Didn't do it. Figured I'd just let it play out, but we'll see what happens.
Again, it looked like it was going to go for a second there, JD.
It looked like it wanted to, but
do you hear somebody calling you a Lenny? Is that why you didn't do
touch it?
I know. It's that word,
stop by
though.
just a couple ticks. Yeah. Oh well, I'll keep an eye on it. If it gives us another chance to get out, I might take it. But we'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Crude oil prices yesterday down over 3%. Benchmark crude prices. This is from oilprice.com. That's where I found this article. A couple of key talking points here. Benchmark crude prices plunged over 3% as markets reacted decisively to fears of renewed oversupply. Brent fell about $2.25, roughly 3.21%, and WTI crude dropped $2.37, 3.61% by midday. The sell-off was triggered by signals that OPEC Plus ministers may authorize additional production increases in November, even though many members are already producing below their quotas. So OPEC Plus oversupply news is what's fueling this break in crude oil right now, according to oilprice.com. Back to you guys. President Trump at the top of the hour. So we'll cut in once we get that feed up and running, and we'll share with you what the president has to say. No doubt he'll be talking about this government shutdown.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, JD. We got a poll up in the chat. Are we taking the 1 minute or 5 minute opening range trade in crude? Crude does open up in 10 minutes at 8 a.m. Central Time. So make sure you get your votes in there. 61% going to the 5 minute, 39% going to the 1 minute.
We just got stopped out in that gold trade.
There we go.
Sometimes I feel like I should just be trusting my gut more often, guys.
I think so, JD.
See, today,
you made that call
today Lenny would have been a hero.
Yep. Oh, well. A little paper cut to start today. We're going to take a look at that crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, JD. All right. Here is the S&P Daily. And where are we? Excuse me, Crude Oil Daily. What am I talking about? We just looked at the S&P's Crude Oil. So we're back in balance. We had a breakout of last week's weekly kickoff high. It left us some pretty big excess there. We came back into the area of balance we talked about yesterday. Jay, are we going to rotate all the way to the low end of balance? And it certainly seems to be happening as we speak. We lost 15,000 in open interest yesterday. We got too long at the highs, didn't find what we were looking for, and we bailed yesterday. Look at how tightly packed all the moving averages are. The 200, the 100, the 50, and the 20, all within a few ticks of each other here. What is this? 33 to 315 to 363. So all within 50 ticks of each other. They're all right there. What is going on? Obviously, the market is in balance, and it looks like it's just kind of rotating to the low end of balance. Overnight inventory dropping 15,000. Long liquidation. We're still in short time frame control here, folks. Still into short time frame control. What do you think of the daily here, Jay?
So on the daily, Hoag, this is, I had a hard time trusting the buyers last week, and this is the move that I was looking for. I think I might have to start swing trading crude oil in this range a little bit here. We joked yesterday about, hey, can we just hold that short until Thursday? Crude is down another 2% today, so it's kind of doing what we expected. I think last week's price action, Hoag, really proved that the weekly is the range that we're in. So we got that push up to 66.50s. So now I'm looking at the downside, right? Do we start to get a little bit of extension? 60. What is this price here? 60.75 is the real low of this range. I think we haven't tested it in a little while, but if we're getting extensions to the upside, I'm just curious to see whether or not we start expanding this range a little bit. But this is kind of the price action that we've been seeing over the past 2 months. So crude is who we thought it was. It is who we thought it was.
Well, yeah, and we did break below the weekly kickoff low. We did close below that. We are now below all the moving averages. I could certainly see 60.75 as being a visual target. It's the low from back here on the 13th of August. Another swing low right there as well. That one comes in at 61.12. So $61 looks a little important here. We got last week's low also, 61.61. On to the 30-minute chart now. Let's take a look. So, hey, what happened here? This is crazy. That is crazy. So yesterday we were looking at an island top. That island top remains. We did not close the gap from Friday to Monday. Thursday to Friday. We left the gap from Friday to Monday. Opening range, the dead ass high, seeing continuation to the downside, seeing more continuation to the downside in the overnight. All of these pretty green lines are naked points of control, comfort levels from the past. Considered possible weaknesses in structure. We've got this gap here that we've kind of closed in the overnight and checked the naked point of control that went right through it. I like when we close those gaps and check those naked points of control during regular trading hours. But boy, we are seeing some decent volume prior to the open already here this morning. So we are going to be opening with a gap. We do have overnight inventory that is to the short side. If we start to get a little bit nervous, like we're not going to continue to get paid to the short side, we could see a pullback that could close the gap to yesterday's range. And if that happens, that might end up being a resistance level unless we start to show signs of reacceptance inside of value and range from yesterday that could bring us into the value area. Now I'm going to add the developing value area from yesterday. So value is really low in the profile. So if we start to show signs of reacceptance inside the range from yesterday, that kind of leads me to believe we may come back up and recheck value high, which on this platform is showing at 63.71. Those levels are, of course, loose. There's nothing finite in futures trading. But again, if we can't close this gap, there's plenty more visual targets for this market to seek below. This was such a sweet reversal pattern. We were talking, throughout the day yesterday, and JD was just talking prior to the session this morning. Man, he just wanted to put that short right back in on that short, and it would have been a nice opportunity for us. Jay, what do you think?
So on the 30-minute Hoag, we are intermediate time frame, medium time frame, starting to trend a little bit lower over the past couple of days. We're holding the 20 moving average on the 30-minute, which is at 62.86, holding that as somewhat of a resistance. Did we get a little too extended to the downside? Crude is down 1.75% right now. This 62 level is not going to be an easy one to break through. But if we do see that follow through, then 61.50. What was this last week's low? 61.62-ish, around that area. Looks like a pretty good target. What I'm looking at now, that volume that came in happened at 6:57 Central Time. I'm looking at a 3-minute candle. I have that candle framed out. 62.23 at the low, 62.93 at the high. 50% of the candle is at 62.58. I really just want to watch the market's response to here. Is this too much volume? Is this unsustainable volume to the downside, right? Did we see a flush? Of course, all of those sellers are going to meet buyers. So I'm reading this as either sellers have to continue to step in here for some continuation lower, and if not, they made a pretty big buy presence near the lower extreme of this range that could push this higher. So I want to watch the market's reaction to this range here, 62.23 up to 62.93. If we find some buying above 62.58, which is 50% of that, then I think we get the rotation back up to those highs. If we close above those highs, 62.93, then there might be a lot of trapped shorts here in crude.
Awesome. So 62.
There's a ton of size on the books also right now. Really? At 62 even in the minis is 130 on the bid, and then at 61.50 there's another 140 there, and that's a pretty big size for crude. We've seen this recently, Hoag, where some of these bigger orders pop up and crude doesn't like to fill them. It'll run the other way.
Other way.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how the market responds to these.
All right. Well, we are going to run into the regular trading hour session here pretty quick, and looking forward to seeing what we do with this opening range trade today. Really like what you said there about that 3-minute bar. Ran into some buyers there somewhere, and if those buyers are coming after this thing, we could see this thing rotate back to the upside. Where did you mention your kind of high for a possible return to if we do rally from this point?
Let's see. 63.50.
63.50. 63.45 settlement. 63.40 weekly kickoff low. And the IB low, 63.61. Little confluence there.
Yeah, I like that. I like settlement. I do like settlement if we do rally here.
Okay.
Buyers got to do a lot of work though, because there was a ton of selling in that candle there. I look at it on a 3-minute, and there was, the average 3-minute candle is 550 contracts. That 3-minute candle was 6,700 contracts.
Wow.
So someone traded a ton of size there. It's not all going to be, it's not all buying or all selling, but
right.
Pretty aggressive there. I could actually get you the delta for that candle, Hoag. I know we're taking this trade in just a minute here, 20 seconds before crude opens. We are taking a 5-minute opening range trade, 63% of the vote going to the 5-minute, 285 votes in there.
Well, that 3-minute bar was about 90% of the 30-minute bar.
Right. And it happened at a random time, right? That's not a crude oil open or close. I don't know if there was a headline that came out, but some pretty aggressive selling there. Negative 224 delta in that 3-minute candle, Hoag. So 6,000 contracts, 6,700 contracts traded, 224 of those negative delta.
Let's see. Kind of bizarre.
It is, right? You would think it would be more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. They somebody stopped it.
Yeah. It's almost like somebody was trying to wash it. That's crazy.
Right. Yep.
Wow.
So we will see. Crude is open here.
Unless they used growler orders. I mean, it did take 3 minutes. That's something that they could do.
1 minute just triggered along.
Keep the delta, not just to keep the delta neutral on that.
1 minute did just trigger along here. Saw a nice burst of volume coming in there as well. We are taking this 5 minute opening range trade. Let's see how wide of a range we're going to get here. Right now we're at 21 ticks. Mohammed in the chat says, why do we need to repeat the like and subscribe? Over 1,600 watching, only 150 likes. Mohammed, you know what? I didn't even like the video. So why don't we do that all together right now while we wait for this crude oil trade to trigger? More often than not, I'm not liking the video unless someone reminds me, so I don't mind doing it. If you can do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button if you like what we're doing here. We want to thank everyone for joining us this morning, as always. We appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. For all of our bell to bellers, all of the people who watch, our evening or morning, depending on where you are, content as well. We appreciate you being here. Like and subscribe, Dolby Time says. We are waiting for this crude oil opening range trade. Crude does open up at 8 a.m. Central Time. We are looking for a 5 minute trade here, so we got another 3 minutes or so. 1 minute did trigger along. I got a VWAP up at 62.65 as well. Go ahead, Hoag.
Get your dog to like and subscribe.
Get your dog to like and subscribe.
We want everyone.
Getting a new dog. Getting a new dog. I am. Yeah.
Let me guess.
Getting a. Go ahead.
German Shepherd.
No, I can't. Getting so my cousin's a breeder actually, and I'm getting another bulldog.
Oh, nice.
Another bulldog. I'll send a picture or video if I can.
You've met her.
I'm gonna get a boy. I still need a name, so chat, if you want to give me some suggestions for dog names, let me know. But he's I
got a
brown. I haven't met him yet. He's in South Carolina. What do you got, Hoag?
Hoagie.
It's a good one. That is a good one. Okay, so we're here now at the 62.58, right? So that's 50% of that 3 minute candle that we were talking about. Really want to see the market's reaction here. We got VWAP right above us, 62.65. We got another minute and a half before the 5 minute triggers trade, or before that 5 minute range closes. Could take forever to trigger a trade. 1 minute, you'd be up about 20 ticks right now. Let's see here.
We're getting real close to this Trump press conference or whatever it's going to be. This little talking event.
Okay.
We've got the feed ready to go. As soon as he starts talking, we're going to pipe it in.
Nice. Do we want to try to get through NASDAQ? We'll watch this trade, JD. Try to get through NASDAQ before the president comes on.
Yeah, we can do that.
Wow, look at this move.
Yeah, they're all coming up with names for you. I see. I like VWAP.
The road.
40 tick wide opening range in crude oil. Yeah, this is why we like the 1 minute.
Yeah.
62.70 high. I've got an overnight VWAP 62.71. I hate to be long right there.
70 at the high, JD, and 431 at the low. 62.31 at the low, 62.70 at the high.
Got it. All right, working 72. Stop to enter above. You said 30 in the mini? That was your low?
31.
31? Okay, great.
One of my friends in the S&P pit who was a scalper named his dog Scalper.
Clever. Clever.
I got some good options here in the chat. I'll have to rewatch the stream and make sure we get through all of them. But we got our orders in right now for this crude oil opening range trade. The 5 minute is closed now. Kind of rejected at VWAP there. Little bit of selling coming in there. Again, that was a huge volume candle, 7:58 Eastern time, 6:58 Central time. And we're kind of trading back through it here. JD, why don't we get through the news on tariffs? We'll get to the NASDAQ charts, and if the president comes up, we'll give him the microphone.
We've got some new tariffs coming down the pipeline. Got an image here, a graphic here of current tariffs announced since July 31st. But the newest round, President Trump yesterday announced a 10% tariff on softwood timber and lumber and a 25% tariff on kitchen cabinets, vanities, and upholstered wood furniture. Those are all for Canada. Canada imports. Tariffs are slated to begin on October 14th, and further increases may kick in on January 1st for countries that don't reach a deal. Canada is expected to be one of the hardest hit exporters, given its large softwood lumber shipments to the U.S. The move also threatens to raise costs around the U.S. housing and construction sectors. So more new tariffs coming down the pipeline concerning lumber and timber. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, JD. More tariffs. If you didn't get enough tariffs, here's a couple more. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ chart, Hoag?
Should have rebuilt the deck 3 years ago. Dang it. All right. NASDAQ. Let's bring it up here. Starting with the daily, as usual. We did get some play above the weekly kickoff yesterday. Very short sustenance up there. It didn't maintain very long up there. But again, price relatively central and balanced. We talked about that yesterday with both of the equities, the NASDAQ and the E-mini S&Ps. Very similar to the S&Ps. Open interest has been waffling for a few days with no bad news. These markets do have that natural kind of tilt to the upside. We added 4,000 in open interest yesterday, and I'm thinking those are probably very similar to the S&Ps, even though the range was higher and value was higher. The direction of the day yesterday was to the downside, and I'm kind of viewing those as new shorts to squeeze some point in the near future, hopefully, so we can continue this move to the upside. It always makes me happy when the markets are rallying. I think it probably makes everybody happy. Although there's always good opportunities in both directions. Jay, what do you think of the daily? Look at that. We got a little doji started here for the daily.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, Hoag. This might be one of the tighter ranges that we're seeing coming into the New York session over the past couple of days. We got 93 points. Daily ATR is decreasing, but it's at 260 points. So there's some room if we are going to get an average range day, room to the upside or potentially the downside. Again, that September 25th candle that we marked out in the S&P, we're kind of sitting right above the high of it right now, right at that 24,800 level. 793 was actually the high, but kind of sitting there. And same thing as the S&P, Hoag. Just, do we get any directional move? Do we stay somewhat range bound through some of the uncertainty, the numbers coming out, bigger numbers towards the end of the week? I like that we got the pullback that we had on the 25th. But I don't know if it's over, right? I don't know if we did say yesterday, I did say yesterday, if we closed above that high, then I'm going to go back to being bullish this market, but buyers have to prove to me that they agree with that. And right now, not too sure.
So we had our 3 down days. We had our up day, which wasn't all that impressive. Yep. It's still trying to move higher. And I'm feeling a little bit of doubt in your voice, Jay. You're not all that pleased with the production to the upside in these equities, are you?
No, not too much. Not too much. Again, it's hard to be short the equities as well. And it doesn't mean that I want to short it, right? I just need to see a little more from buyers to be convinced about where we're going, right? Because when we do go up, we're taking out 25,000, and it just doesn't seem like, I don't know if it seems like we're ready yet. We're taking out 25,000. We're taking out that all-time high. And we could see it yesterday, right? As soon as that New York session came in, we looked like we were going to run, and no traction from buyers. We gave it all back. So maybe they're not ready yet. Maybe they're still accumulating a position for the next run. I'm ready too, Hoag. I'm ready too. Let's get it going. But
no,
tell me how much you're buying, and I'll buy a quarter of it.
Let's do this. All right. Take a look at the 30. Take a look at what we did yesterday in relation to the weekly kickoff high and the direction of the day yesterday. Now, a couple of differences. The NASDAQ never closed the session gap. S&P's closed all the way to this to settlement gap. What doesn't happen is a equally and sometimes even more important as what does. Where do we trade down to last night? There's that 200 session moving average, that pesky little moving average that often provides good opportunities, and it certainly did last night. Still no gap close. Overnight inventory is flat. We can kind of see that visually here. There we are. There's the open, and there's where we are. Flat. Going west to east. Going from LA to New York, looks like. Coming to see you, Jay.
Yeah, right.
So what do we do with this? Well, we've got the value area from yesterday, loosely 24,800, the value high 24,910 loosely. Right at settlement was 24,837.75. Last day of the month, last day of the quarter. Potential government shutdown, which I think most people are looking forward to. What do we do with this, Jay? I'm really feeling like I want to be patient. The same situation as the S&Ps yesterday, too. It took a while for the market to really accept below the initial balance low. Would have chopped you up if you focused on it, but once we kind of held it before the regular extended trading hour session closed yesterday, we found resistance at that level several times, 1, 2, 3 times. And we're kind of looking, maybe we'll go from 200 session moving average 24,752 to IB low 24,847, and just kind of flop around in there waiting for new information. I don't know, Jay, what do you think?
I would agree with that, Hoag. I would agree with that. We had a pretty consolidated overnight session. Of course, our friends in London, even in a tight range, got some of the best prices right down at that 200, right down at that 200 moving average. So I do like that. That kind of checks off. If we're doing a checklist, that checks off a pullback, right? If we needed one. Ideally, I have a bid in right off that 200 moving average, and I'm up 100 points, and then I don't even need to trade during fast markets. But what I'm looking at, Hoag, on that 30-minute is the candle that tested that 200 moving average. We tested it. Volume did not continue below it. Price barely continued below it. So it, good for now that the high of that candle is right near that 800 level that you're talking about. But today feels like a patient day, right? We may be establishing extremes of a range. So I'm okay letting the market decide that first, and then seeing where we trade from there. Or we could get a surprise, pretty small overnight range. Again, about 93 points. So there's 150 points left in a daily ATR move. We'll see if we get it today. Today could be a consolidated day, but the New York session is really going to dictate that because not too much to talk about in the overnight.
Does it seem strange, Jay, to be talking about maybe a kind of a range-bound day, last day of the month, last day of the quarter?
It does. It does. It does. And maybe range bound early session, but I doubt we stay here, Hoag. Right. So
yeah,
we've seen some of the craziness that happens in power hour on these last days of the month, last days of the quarter. We'll see. Right. I don't want to kind of silo into one thought. Right. I don't want to think, range bound day, so I'm not gonna trade, because we've seen crazier things, right? We could open up for this New York session, see a ton of volatility come through right in the beginning of the session. And we see that, whatever business that has to be done to close the quarter be done early. So
the market will
keep
tell
your head
us.
On the swivel. Yes, it will.
Market generated information, folks. Market generated information. What we think means nothing to the market. Great stuff, Jay.
Not at all. You too, Hoag. You too, Hoag. All right, we got a couple minutes before fast markets. President does not seem like he's at the podium yet, so we are going to wait for that. JD, no trigger on this crude trade?
No trigger yet. Still working our stops to enter above and below the market. Have not triggered a position yet, though.
Nice.
If we're not in by 8:30, I might just cancel all orders. Yeah, we don't get into a trade before fast market starts. I'll pull these. There's been an offer, and then if we get a trade,
trading 60.
if it triggers, Hoag, if it triggers during fast markets, feel free to go ahead and put it on if you want.
We shall see.
62.64 last trade in crude oil. JD, who do we got on the schedule for today trading with us on Topstep TV?
Lots of action today. Coming up next in fast markets, we've got Braden and Dakota coming back. They're going to be trading up with Andre, Jack, and Hoag will be dipping in and out also. Morning recap. Mr. Hoagland will be back at 11 a.m. Central Time to recap the morning's trade. 11:15, we've got trade with Topstep. John London's back. I'll be joining him and Coach Jay for another hour. Shoulder tap today. Jack and Aaron will be roasting and toasting a trader. Group coaching, myself, Hoag, and Hoop. We're going to put a question for him into the chat in just a little bit. If you got a question for one of the three of us or for all of us, grab that form and pose your question to us. We'll get to it today. After that, we've got Mindset Matters. Dr. V is back to talk a little trading, coaching, mindset. That should be a good one. Make sure you stick around for that. And we're closing out today in Power Hour with Andre, Barron, and Dolby Time. Yes, Mr. Barron will be back for Power Hour today. Lots of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV.
Awesome stuff.
Still no word on this. Still no word on this Trump press conference. We are ready to pipe it in as soon as he starts talking, but nothing happening yet.
Quick check-in on prices before we get into fast markets. 67.0675 last trade in the S&P. 24.823 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold 38.46 evens last trade over there, and crude oil looks like it might be triggering it into a trade here soon. 62.67 last trade over there in crude. I did see a pretty long tilt in gold. 78% long tilt in gold. 67% long in crude. 61% long in the S&P, and the NASDAQ pretty much flat, 53% long, 78% in crude, in gold.
We did just get triggered into a trade.
Okay.
Discount is long 5 micro crude from 62.72, 6272. Got our CYA down at 62.22. We're taking about $250 worth of risk on this trade.
All right.
Taking a lot of risk on these opening range breakout trades this morning.
Yeah, big opening ranges.
Yep.
That's the nature of that 5 minute, right? Sometimes it is just going to be more risk. The longer you give the market time, the more potential for a bigger range. I do like the price action that we saw kind of here in crude. Hoag, we were talking about, this huge volume candle that we had. 50% of it was 62.58. We held above that pretty nicely. We came down, tested it, and held above it pretty nice. Let's see what happens at the high of that candle, which is up near 63. But house is long from 62.72. 5 micro crude. JD, we got a little bit more news before we get into fast markets.
Follow up on some news that we shared last week about paper checks going the way of the dodo. And today is the day. Paper checks from the federal government are about to be a thing of the past. Treasury Department plans to stop issuing paper checks today, September 30th. That includes to Social Security beneficiaries. It's part of the Trump administration's effort to fully modernize federal benefit payments, save money, and fight financial fraud. The change will also affect how the IRS issues tax refunds. So that is it. After today, no more paper checks from the federal government.
What do you think, Hoag?
I don't remember the last time I got a tax refund. It's that was always nice, but when you do that, you're just lending the government money with a no interest loan. That's what you're doing.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Basically.
Yep. So try not to get those big refunds. You can use the money, invest that money throughout the year.
Very true.
You'll be much better off.
Good point, Hoag. Got a lot of people in the chat agreeing with you there, Hoag.
Right.
Taking a little heat on this crude trade right now.
Yeah.
Last trade 62.66, 62.66 last trade. House count long from 62.72.
The only nuance I think we've got going for us is we are a little bit short as far as overnight inventory is concerned, but
yep,
we need to close this gap, get back into value if we're going to see any good profits on this. We are pretty low in the area of balance. I don't necessarily hate it. How do you guys feel about it?
Okay with it so far. We are sitting right on top of our entry price, so give a little more time to play out. I don't like all the risk that we're taking on these trades right now, though.
Yeah, well, it's that 5-minute opening range. Expands the risk.
Hint, hint, chat. Hint, hint. If anyone wants to vote for the 1 minute, there's a hint for you. Also a hint for you, pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep Daily Levels. Make sure you bookmark that link. Topstep Daily Levels. These are the levels that we also have on the Topstep X platform. But make sure you take a look at those. Again, these levels are not suggestions to take a trade in any direction, but just areas where we think the market has the potential to trade to. Make sure you keep that bookmarked. Check it every day. It is updated. JD, when is that Daily Levels webpage updated?
Every morning, right around 6:00 a.m. Central Time, we put those together. So it'll always be ready for you before TopstepTV goes live.
Make sure you take a look at that. Again, we are waiting for the president to come up to a podium, potentially speaking or probably speaking on the potential government shutdown here. We will make sure to pipe that in when we get it. Got a couple minutes here before fast markets. House count is long, 5 micro crude, 62.72. Let's take a look at these tilts. They got pretty heavy in gold, paring back just a little bit here in gold, seeing gold pull back. 74% now long. It was 78%, 70% in crude oil. Last trading crude, 62.65. It is going to be an interesting trading day. We went over the economic calendar a little bit earlier. We got jolts coming out a half hour into the open. Just understand that that has the potential to move most of the markets that we're trading here. You'll hear the team talk about it on TopstepTV on fast markets. But trade well today, everybody. Should be a good day.
Well, JD, Jay, gotta tell you guys how much I appreciate you guys, your knowledge, your experience, and your handsomeness and kindness is always appreciated every morning by me and by everybody here. Much love and appreciation for you. So thanks again for everything this morning on the opening call. We are coming into the fast market segment coming up pretty soon. Always got to call out my early birds here in the chat. One time, Rich Quaz, Shubham, Anastasios, E-Money. That's a new one. That's what we call Eddie, our good friend Eddie Horn, by the way, I saw him over the weekend. He is doing really well. Looking forward to coming back and saying hello to everybody very soon. We got Bruno. That's another new name. Dan Trader, Kashan, LaShawn, Logan, Alex L from Pennsylvania. Man Caves, John Jones, and I saw Jeff Prow earlier, and he said he just succeeded in his first trading combine ever. Congratulations, Jeff. Congratulations to all of you reaching degrees of success today. Remember, it is a step-by-step process. It takes time, and we are always looking forward to your success as usual. So yeah, don't forget, it's the end of the week, end of the month, end of the quarter, possible government shutdown. We've got JOLTS number coming out, consumer confidence coming out. We got Chicago PMI at 8:45. Those first two are at 9 o'clock. Lots of talking Feds, lots of Trump talking. It's going to be a very interesting and challenging trading day, aren't they always? And we are looking forward again to your success. Remember, traders, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace. We got fast markets coming at you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get them.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines
Good morning, everybody. It's the last day of the quarter.
Oh, wow.
The third quarter, that is. And Andre,
oh no,
we don't get 1,000 likes by midnight tonight. We are putting Hoag on furlough.
Oh, wow.
Indefinitely.
Shutdown.
Shutting down the
Man.
Hoag.
Oh, wow. Countdown begins. Countdown
Let's
begins.
do
All
it.
right. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. You know what it is. This is Fast Marcus. Lower left-hand corner. Still did not get the meta glasses. We'll see if we can get those later today. Braden in the house. Lower right-hand corner. Star. Slow Mark. You see him on with us all the time. Mr. Dakota, upper right-hand corner. We got Jack in the house. Let's get right to it. Braden looking very nice and warm where you are at, Braden. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday, the last day of Q3, Braden?
Yeah, main thing on my mind is that government shutdown. I guess Trump is speaking. I heard Jay and Hoag talking about Trump possibly speaking. So I guess that's kind of at the forefront of what I'm expecting to see. Let's see what he says, if he drops any. It seems like a likely government shutdown, so we're going to lean into that a little bit, and kind of we'll see what the sentiment looks like. It really could be anything. Market could go anywhere here.
It really could be anything. We will, when he does take to the podium, I believe we will pipe that in. All right, Mr. Dakota, saw you in slow markets yesterday. Gold making new all-time highs overnight. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday, Mr. Dakota?
Gold is pumping, man. Gold is pumping all night. It's a little off its highs. We almost hit 39,000. But Jolt's job numbers, that's what I'm looking at this morning. That's going to be coming out here at the top of the hour. And, yeah, we'll see how that is. Of course, we have that government shutdown. I think it's going to weigh on this market more than what people are really expecting. Now, I know I'm kind of used to it, and there's the man himself. We'll see.
Take the podium. All right, let's
we didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons.
Rings in 2 minutes.
Everything like took place over the last 4 years. They'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. There could be no higher honor than to serve as your commander-in-chief. It is a great honor. I look at you, you're just incredible people. Central casting, I might add. To each and every one of you, I thank you for your unwavering devotion to the armed forces and to the country that we've all sworn a sacred oath to defend. We all have that oath, every one of us. I'm thrilled to be here this morning to address the senior leadership of what is once again known around the world as the Department of War. I know Pete spoke about it. He gave a great speech, I thought. Great speech. I don't want him to get so good. I hate that. You know? No, I hate it. I almost fired him. I said, you can't, I don't want to go on after that. No, he gave a great speech, but he talked about Department of War. We were sitting there. I said, didn't it used to be called the Department of War? And he goes, yes, sir. They changed it like in the early 50s. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before that. We only won. And then we went, in a way, woke. That was probably the first sign of wokeness. And we changed it to defense instead of war. And I said, what do you think? How do you think if we changed it back? Would that be a nice idea? And Pete loved it immediately. Some people thought about it. You know, they gave it a little thought. But in the end, we did it. And I have to be honest, it's so popular. I thought it would be met with fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people.
All right, bell's about to
but
ring
all
here.
over, it's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight.
Let's take a look at these prices.
Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was always the Gulf of America. I could never understand. We have 92% of the frontage, and for years, actually 350 years, they were there before us. It was called the Gulf of Mexico. I just had this idea. I'm looking at a map. I'm saying, we have most of the frontage. Why is it Gulf of Mexico? Why isn't it the Gulf of America? And I made the change, and it went smoothly. I mean, we had a couple of fake news outlets that refused to make the change.
All right,
and then
we'll
one of them, AP, took us to court, and we won. And the judge, who was a somewhat
Yeah,
liberal judge.
All right, we'll
said,
keep that on. Keep the video on.
The name is the Gulf
now
of
we'll come back in
America, AP
to the audio again. The
refused to
president
call it
is addressing. We're talking about defense round. Keep the audio or the video on. We'll take a look at these prices. Bell has rang, and we are open for the New York session. Here we go. Selling out of the gate here in the NASDAQ, right beneath 24,800. Bottomed out at 24,793 there. We got ES flirting with 6,700, trying to figure out what to do with that. Dow did pop higher right out of the gate, topping out at 46,626. We do have the house account short 5 micro gold from 38.39. A little bit of heat, and long 5 a micro crude 62.72. Taking a little bit of heat there. All right, keep an eye on this. Braden, any prices, any levels of interest that you got your eye on here in the NQ?
Kind of right here, right now, this overnight range that we put in, I really would like to see us hold the lower half of that. So high 700s, I would like to see hold. And then if we can base out, if we don't get any crazy news, I don't see why this market can't try to turn up and at least try to attempt the all-time highs. So we'll kind of see if we can get some price acceptance here at around this price, and then look for maybe possibly longs.
Okay, upper 700s. All right, last trade 24,800. Nothing on the, nothing on the tilt right now. Take a look at the ES 6707. Jack, I know yesterday we were looking for prices just beneath 6,700. Overnight lows 66.94. Is that still the same play today?
A little bit. I'm still waiting for some of my tools to populate here. In the SPX, we're right above. We're trading 66.54 right now, so right above 6,700 could be a point of interest. But I'll let you know once this stuff populates. 10-year yields are down a little bit, still elevated from when we cut the rates, but pretty steady at the moment. But big quarter end day, especially as we get towards the end of the day, I expect some pretty wild swings.
Music to our ears. A little bit more selling here in the NQ. Coach Dakota changing it up yesterday. Really well done. Going from trend trading, buying the dip, to range trading. Midday, shifting gears. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday and the end of Q3, Dakota. Selling off here in the NASDAQ.
I think we sell off here. I think we go hit those overnight lows. There's a lot of selling pressure. I said this. I think this government shutdown is going to weigh heavier than what people realize. For just temporary, we do have jolts coming out in 27 minutes. That's where my focus is going to be, is what's going to happen with these jolts job numbers, and along with all this selling pressure. I'm looking for downside targets, maybe a pullback to buy. One area I'm looking at is I'm looking for these 540s, 530s. I know it's 250 points lower than this, but we'll see. I know it's a bold prediction. If these job numbers aren't the best and this market continues to sell off, we could head down that way.
The Chicago Bear, 540s. All right, well, last trade 24,775. Last trade there. Nothing on the tilt. Yes, got a number at the top of the hour is Jolt's job openings. Gives you an idea as to how plain simple it is. Yeah, how many job availabilities there are in this country. See how that plays out. Number expected is 7.2 million. 7.2 million. Keep an eye on that. We got Chicago PMI coming out in about 11 minutes. Collins has been speaking as well. Fed Speaker Collins. We'll be bringing you all that here on Topstep TV. There might be some more selling here in the NASDAQ. 24,754. New lows there.
Contrarian Apple is at it again. Mag 7 out of the gate, all down except for Apple is up 0.3%. So is an honorary member of Broadcom. Yeah, we're just quoting the Hateful Eight now.
I wonder if Broadcom knows that they're in the Hateful Eight. I wonder if they know that they're in the Topstep Hateful Eight. We also have consumer confidence at the top of the hour as well. Expected 96, previous 97.4. If the president, back there, Andrea, for James, if the president does start talking about the government shutdown, bring it in. Again, government, no deal is struck. The government will be shutting down at Wednesday, tomorrow, 12:01 a.m. Eastern time. That could impact no jobs. BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, no initial jobs on Thursday, no non-farm on Friday. if a deal isn't struck. So if the president does start addressing that, I'll be sure to pipe that in as well. Again, House Accountant's got a couple positions on short micro gold and long micro crude right now. NASDAQ, they're going to try to buy this thing, 24,754. We're about 18 points off of that. Braden, how deep of a pullback are you looking for, if any at all? We're about 6 minutes into this New York session.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dakota here. If we kind of don't hold these lows here and we get some volume, then we could sink a lot lower. Really, if we're looking for this to trade from one level to another, then yeah, we could see 500s. But I want to see just pretty much limited selling here. I don't really love to take it off a double bottom, so I would rather maybe take the orders out underneath 755 and then maybe look for a reversal. But yeah, the selling could get intense, so that's definitely something to be a little cautious about. But we'll try to kind of fish for a long if we take the overnight lows and kind of still hold structure around this level.
Okay. Very good.
I think there is going to be support in the 6650 SPX area, kind of 6700 on the ES. I am hesitant to buy right now simply because of the subject matter that Trump's talking about and then Jolt's coming out. It just could move things pretty quick. I don't feel like trading really until he's probably finished talking.
Sounds good. Currently,
I'm short for a breakdown here.
All right.
This is just a quick base hit. Let's see if we can get through these 50s.
What price you catch?
Yeah, I got 760.
760, 24,
Yeah, I'm taking 50s and mid 40s right here.
Well done, man.
Yeah, there we go. Took most of the profits.
Okay.
Took most of the profits right there at these
Well done,
40s. See if we get that continuation. Just looking for a nice base hit flush to start this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nice job. Flat?
Yeah, flat.
All right, so you catch the Mo there. Wow, man, you are switching it up in real time. Dakota, now getting in. Did you go in with market?
It was a buy at ask.
No, I'm saying
now we're getting that. Now we're getting that follow through. Or sell at ask. Yes, join ask.
Okay,
join ask. Buy it. It's market.
Yeah,
Wait, are you
joining the sell bid is called a market order.
Yeah, I know it is. The fancy way.
Wait, are you flat or did you catch?
I like that.
Sorry, scalp it. Did you?
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat. That was
nice job.
Quick in and out.
Yeah, it was nice job. Catch the move to the downside there, bottoming out 24,744. Last trade 24,755. 755. Again, the president is addressing folks about the Department of War, as he calls it, and we'll keep an eye out. And I got an ear in the background if he does address the government shutdown. See what the impact of that is. Again, we got more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ.
So Dakota, you'll appreciate this. So CoreWeave is up 13% today. It was trading on news that it reached some sort of deal, $14 billion deal with Meta. It's trading 123 yesterday, up as high as 140 today. Wouldn't you know it? Somebody bought 6,000 weekly call spreads at like 135 to 140 yesterday. That's called knowing something.
That's insider trade. That has to be.
One would
unusual
think.
Volume.
One would think. Yeah.
One would think that far of the money, 6,000 weekly.
Mm-hmm.
A little push higher here in gold. Gold last trade 38.50 overnight. About $40 higher, making all-time highs. 38.99. Almost got the 3900s overnight. We'll see if we got another push. Making those new all-time highs. Again, we got Chicago PMI in about 4 minutes. So that being said, pin to the top of the chat. Link to the Topstep daily levels. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. You heard him talking about an opening call. We got to remind you, got in here in fast markets. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen. If you want to save some space, click on the indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have those levels overlaid, slapped right on top of your charts. Also, upper left-hand corner, I'm going to say by now. But for those that are new, welcome aboard. Upper left-hand corner, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Sure, hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Share some trader wins. Share some trader stations. I want to see some swag. See how people are rocking their hats, their hoodies, their shirts, onesies for their babies out there in the wild. And hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV on the X. We'll turn that around to you in, well, Power Hour. Andrew will be the judge, and only good submissions get through.
There we go.
We got a number. We got PMI, Chicago PMI in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Chicago PMI. ES. Trading 67.03. Jack, what was that price you like? Hello from France. Hello, Samantha. Samantha's joining us from France right now. Jeff Proud just passed his first 50K combine today. Well done.
Man,
right around 6,700.
Found the buyers.
All right.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, this is sort of option support level right here. We'll see what
the weekly
says.
candle open on NQ that first Sunday print was 24,727. Just because we're near that price. So if we sell under 24,727, the weekly will flip red with a nice 300-point wick to the upside, or almost 300-point wick. So that's something to note, just because we're so close to that price.
Right on.
Yeah, we did see we saw about an 80-point sell-off when that bell rang in the NQ. Again, trading right around 24,820. Sellers came in, took it down to 24,740. So about 80-point sell-off there. ES, we've seen this a lot last week and a half. ES not really jumping up or down one way or another when that bell does ring. Chicago PMI, Louis, not the biggest of numbers. What is it? Purchase Manufacturing Index, Producer Manufacturing Index for just, it's a regional number. Shouldn't be the biggest. Is that the number you used to be able to get early if you paid for it, Jack? Do you remember?
Oh, I haven't heard of
Remember that?
Was
it Chicago PMI?
I can't remember. Somebody in the chat will know. I have not thought about that in so long, but yes, there was a number you could pay to get early.
I think it was Chicago PMI. Could be wrong. Someone in the chat will know. All right, we got this. We got Chicago PMI here in 90 seconds. 90 seconds. We could bring in the president for like a hot 30 seconds before this number just to see what he may be speaking about.
Generations to come for centuries. We must be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. Used to two nuclear nations. Big.
I know. Some people, hey, gotta listen. We gotta tune in. We gotta tune in. Government shutdown imminent. Not too long, so we have to tune in. We need to stay in tune with all facets of the news. 30 seconds. 30 seconds till the number.
Buyer stepping in right there.
Anyone knows? Buyer stepping. Yep.
But we'll see. Jolts. My eyes are on the Jolts job numbers in about 15 minutes. That's where my eyes. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay, that's it.
Might not be getting more jobs numbers. We'll y'all Jolts and ADP from here on out.
Man,
I know this might be the last one. Some of the last ones.
All right, 5 seconds. Here we go. Chicago PMI expected 43.3. Less than expected 40.6. 40.6. Next up, Jolts job openings and consumer confidence. Top of the hour. 15 minutes. No trades.
We're at VWAP here.
Yep. Yes, we are. We're at VWAP 24,800. 24,800. ES
really
pushing
nice
higher
reversal.
Here. Yep.
It's a really nice reversal. I will get in long on this if I can get an entry in the 80s.
Huh?
That'd be a good entry.
80s, 780s for a long there.
Yeah, if I can get 780s, I'll try to get long. Pretty much wicked under the overnight lows. If this hourly candle can close with the body kind of reclaiming previous support, that would be like a very, very good reversal trade back to kind of the overnight highs. 850s,
pushing higher,
6708.
6708 push in the ES. Braden, we might get that pullback. 24,795. Dow on the move, high, new session highs, 46,641. Right, Braden looking for a pullback. We got gold grinding higher here. We got 76% long on the NASDAQ tilt.
I'm short.
All righty.
I am
I
short.
don't hate it.
Go ahead.
I've been banging the drum all week. You know, this quarter end, there could be. I just don't see like a zombie rally like up the whole day or something. There's people that need to rebalance. There's definitely some things to be sold.
Yeah, these are all just small base hits for me. We broke down, we came back, we're testing this trend line. We test these 800s. Gonna see if we could push back down towards those 70s. Maybe I could get these 60s here.
What price did you get, Dakota?
I got 92 3/4.
Okay. 24,000.
I'm long there, 782, 3 micros.
24,782, long 3 MNQ, 1 short, 1 long. Got the number at top of the hour. Again, JOLTS job openings as well as consumer confidence. The president is again speaking about defense right now. If we do start touching on the government shutdown, anything about that, perhaps a deal, no deal, be sure to bring that in. Gold continuing to push higher here.
Gold's just
30.57,
man. Gold's by the dip.
Rain, what'd you like about the long? What'd you see here? You like the pullback?
Well, when we have a ton of, we have just like a ton of consolidation. Once again, these markets, the trend is just higher. So when we have consolidation like that, after that turnaround that we saw at the end of last week, kind of had that range. We open and get, I guess y'all would call that a failed downside auction. I'm just looking at the wick. We just leave a wick there, then we pull back and reclaim the previous range. So for me, that's we had a selling attempt. Buyers brought it back and reclaimed previous support. And then we have VWAP here, so a retracement. That's an excuse for a bit of a retracement. So I was kind of looking for a retracement on VWAP for a retest of it. And now I'm looking for probably the highs of the range. I want to see this try to break through VWAP right now. That's key.
High of the range. What price do you have for high of this range, Braden?
The extreme high is 850, but I'm more so looking for 820s, 830s. If we there's more orders there than there is at 850s.
Okay. See that again, 75% long in the NASDAQ right now. Looking at the tilt, 66% long, 82% long gold tilt right now.
I'm taking some profits here at 70s.
Yep.
There's some 60s right there. Showing bid. I'm flat.
All right, gentlemen, flat.
Yeah, I'm stopped up.
Okay, sounds good. Update the P&L when you guys get a chance. Again, we got a number here in about 11 minutes or so.
I went 1,200 green on the day from some trades last night.
Oh, look at you. What were these trades last night, Braden? Hold on. Ooh. What were these trades last night? Coming in with a positive. I like it. What were the trades? What market?
15 micro short. Hold on a second. I can actually don't always exactly remember. Feels like so long ago.
Those marathon sessions, I hear you. All good. Stay locked in. We can talk about these trades later. Just you did come in with a positive P&L up about $1,200.
Yes, it was short 15 micros, 840s, and then I caught the break under 790. So it took some profit, 780s, 770s on that. It was kind of the London sell-off.
great work. Do you usually trade? Are you up during the London session, or you put trades on just overnight?
No, if I have a trade on, I don't usually go to sleep. I don't really go to sleep on it unless I've already booked profits and things like that. But I still had the majority of that trade on, and yeah, no, I ruined my sleep schedule a little bit just watching it. So
great trade, man. I don't think I could ever count how many times I've stayed up watching trades as well. Then eventually gain that confidence to sleep through it and just let it play out. But man, that's great trade. Tell traders all the time during slow markets, the opportunities during the London and Asian sessions are they're there if you could catch them.
100% Dakota. See, we got some comments out of Collins still. On the inflation side, we are not out of the woods. These are latest from Collins. Jack, I'm seeing a little push higher here in 10-year prices and obviously yields going down. I know we were 4.13% last time you checked. We're still right around there.
I'll share it right now. We're coming back down into, I'm going to redraw this purple box at some point. This is from way back. I forget what this was about. But yeah, blue line for the time of the rate cut, white line for where yields at when it happened. Obviously 4.1, if we get there, would be a very interesting level for me. I'd probably be a seller of bonds there. But once again, this is not financial advice.
I like it. Thank you, Jack. All right, we are flat. We got about 7 minutes till the number again. Chicago, U.S. JOLTS job openings as well as consumer confidence. The president speaking in the lower right. We were talking about those daily levels. We saw new all-time highs in gold. Talk more about that. What we're seeing here in the first 22 minutes in the New York session. Bring him in, my guy, John, the man, Hoagland. What's up, Hoag? Thoughts on this open? Early still. A couple house count trades on, but what are you seeing here? Let's start with gold, Hoag. New all-time highs overnight. About $40 under that right now. What's up, Hoag? Happy Tuesday.
Good morning, everyone. Braden's in something.
Yeah, I'm getting long again, trying again. I like how we're holding this 50-60s, so just trying again. Stop low day.
What price real quick, Braden?
769, 3 micros.
Thank you. All right, Hoag. What's up, my man?
All right. Okay. So, well, in gold, yeah, we put in a new all-time high in the overnight last night. You all know I don't expect those to be lasting highs. We had a pretty sharp pullback. I didn't see any news that created that. It was probably more technical, just got too long on the highs. Buyers backed off, sellers took over. We're right back in the range and value from yesterday. I do like longs above the initial balance high. Initial balance high in gold's 38.50 even. Initial balance low 38.36.5. So the market kind of opened at below value and drove into value. So I'm kind of looking at a value acceptance play, which could bring us all the way up to 38.61, where I will reassess and take another look at what the market's doing. We did have a very poor high on the high of the profile from yesterday.
Hold on, Hoag. They just smashed the bid. They absolutely smoked the bid in the NASDAQ. They just what did he say? Can we bring that? Whoa, big sell order there. Sorry about that, Hoag. New lows, NASDAQ. Absolutely
Going to be greater than we ever were before. We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character, and strength.
Just be a block order too.
As
I don't
because
see
the purposes of
500 ES
American
contracts.
military is not to
All right, let's see what
protect
they want to take.
anyone's
Sorry about
feelings,
that,
it's to
Hoag.
protect our republic.
Not at all.
And it's the republic that we dearly love. It's to protect our country.
The NASDAQ got absolutely smoked there. Talking about a 60-point smash there in the NASDAQ, 24,780 last year. We can turn that
we
down.
will be a fighting and winning machine. We want to fight. We want to win. And we want to fight as little as possible. You have to count on people like me to keep you out of wars. Because I want to go into wars. Many of the wars that I just told you about, we could have entered those wars and settled them in a different way.
We're not out of the woods yet.
Troops.
No, we're not. All right, let's. We'll get back to the trade. We can mute Trump right now.
Actually,
it was Collins. Wow, big smash there. Sold down about 60 points. ES not so much, but NASDAQ got absolutely smoked there. Braden, did you get stopped there?
Yeah, I'm stopped out.
Okay, cool. All right, Hoag, come back in. We got about 5 minutes till the number. Damn, we're on high alert there for stuff like. What's up, Hoag? Sorry
Obviously,
about that.
this bar has changed the situation just a
Yes,
little bit.
it
We've now
has,
closed, we closed the gap from Friday to Monday. Now that's a session gap we just closed. That's the gap we closed in the S&Ps yesterday. We weren't able to do that yesterday in the NASDAQ. So, we're below yesterday's range. We just took out the 200 session moving average. We held that as support overnight. Does it now become resistance? Only time will tell. I'm not looking at anything huge happening until after jolts, or if we get any news about the potential shutdown. It is the last day of the month, last day of the quarter. ACH, anything can happen. But yeah, this last 30-minute bar here has changed the situation a little bit, and we've looked below that 200 session moving average. I'm basing a lot off that 200 session moving average and the fact that we've closed this gap. If we recover last night's low in the NASDAQ and we find buyers there, that low is 24,754 in the orders. Could be a decent opportunity for a long, but again, we're waiting for jolts and we're going to see what happens there. S&Ps have held that 200 session moving average all night, and again today. We're not below the range from yesterday. We're kind of giving up a little bit of value from yesterday. The S&Ps are actually holding up a little bit better than the NASDAQ is today. But we did close that gap we were talking about in the NASDAQ yesterday during the regular trading hour session. As far as gold's concerned, we're seeing a pretty decent move above the initial balance high. Again, 38.50 is the initial balance high. Was looking for a move up to value high, which would take us up to around 38.61. We did trade to settlement. Overnight inventory is evened out. We are in range and in value from yesterday. Stay patient, folks. There might be opportunity here at the initial balance high. However, that is just going to be a good risk limiter if you are going to be looking for an execution in and or around that initial balance high. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's see what these jolts numbers come out.
Short, JD, short. Jack, did you happen to find that order on? It looked like it was on NASDAQ. What a turnaround!
Well, without doing like forensics later, it's impossible to tell because these things are all so tightly wound by spreads and what have you that they all move at once. Essentially, there was 2.5K contracts traded in a second on the ES and about 1,000 in the NQ.
1,000? That's gonna there's gonna be slippage. That's how you move a market. So 60 points gets traded right there in the NASDAQ. Someone asked, were they smashing the ask? No. When you see that market move down like that, someone's coming with a sell order. And they are smashing the bid. They are going to market with sell order, around 1,000 of them. And in order to go to market and sell, you got to sell into bids. That's how they took the market lower there. We got the number in about 60 seconds. 60 seconds. All right, very good. Trump is on mute right now. We are about to get this number in Chicago. I'm sorry. Jolts. Got Colin saying not having BLS data over time would be problematic. Indeed, it would. All right. Everyone flat? Braden flat?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, how about that, man? You're doing your breakdown. Someone comes in, just smashes it, takes 1,000
Knock it down.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Oh, man.
Pile
We got a
driver.
day. Yeah, we got an absolute day ahead of us. It's going to be a
Off
good
the
one.
turnbuckle, man.
Seriously.
It's just that.
Look how thin the ES ladder's getting here. The NASDAQ getting ladder as well.
Here we go.
Oh, all these markets are going to be a good one here. We're going to start with the Jolt's job openings. Expected 7.2 million. Consumer confidence expected 96 million. 96 million. Just 96. Just number. Here we go. Number in Jolts. In line. 7.22 mil. In line.
That's
Consumer confidence. Where are you at? Are you
bullish,
confident?
right?
I'm gonna get long there, guys. For the break above 800. Stop will be low day, so pretty wide. 60 points.
Well, how many times there, Braden? Consumer confidence a
Three.
little lower than expected.
3 micros, 794.
94, 24,794. Very good. Let's see if we can push this thing higher here. Another announcement scheduled from the president. Might be in the same speech here. We'll keep an eye out for that. We got a lot going on right now. We got the president speaking. We got Collins speaking. Joel's just came out in line. Consumer confidence a little lower than expected. Forecasted, expected 96. Actual 94.2. 94.2. Nothing on the tilt. Hoag, it is pretty wicky right now.
Last day of the quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be a little crazy.
Push here. We want bring in the let's bring in the president real quick just to get a quick check on what they what he's talking about.
And a lot of the people, even the people that took care of him, the maintenance people, just as important. We had them all to the White House, gave them a big party on the lawn, brought some of them into the Oval Office. But on top of all this, we'll deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, space
right now.
and
If anything market
Marine,
moving
something
does
you weren't getting from the
in,
past
we will get right to it.
We did not treat you with respect.
Round rating is long. Jack, anything on the upside here in the ES that we be? I mean, 67. We're in a tight range right now.
I think maybe because it is the last day of the quarter. The options levels I have are pretty wide out, much wider than they have been the last few days. There might just be more implied volatility today, given all that. So probably like not to like 67.30 as far as the upside. So I'm gonna let this play out a little bit.
All right, sounds good. 24,800. We gotta get through these 800s, Braden. If we get through these 800s, you look at those 820s. This is right here.
We're fighting through VWAP now.
Yeah, we need a little push, another push. Maybe the ES wants to push this thing. You can look at the Dow. No, the micro Bitcoin has absolutely been on a tear this week. The case still today.
There's
a Bitcoin.
There's a break through those 800s.
800s, yes. Micro Bitcoin right around 114,000.
Nvidia's been catching a bit. Nvidia's been going up. It's running through
all-time highs.
Maybe we see all-time highs there.
Yeah, I mean, like that's got to be pretty close to it, right?
Yeah,
it is. Auga.
Is that officially
Nvidia.
all-time highs?
Yeah,
Nvidia?
all-time
I
high.
believe so.
Nvidia.
About it.
Previously triple top there on 3 different days at around 184.51 or so. So we are through into the all-time highs.
Wow, well done.
Why not?
Love it.
Hoag. Why do you love it, Hoag? It's just NVIDIA. It's a chip maker. What do you love about it?
Kids love it.
Chip designer, Andre. They don't even make the chips. Great deal.
Like, right? Better. Let's see if we can get ES trying to stay strong here. Will the ES take the NASDAQ with the ES closing on overnight highs? About 3 points to go. Let's trade 67.12 half. Pop this thing in the NASDAQ. 24,810. 810. Right highs 845. Gold trading 38.55. House account did get stopped on that. It's a long 5 micro crude. Yeah, like Jack was saying, this is the last day of Q3. Jack, when you expect some rebalancing, you expect some volatility throughout the day, why? Why exactly Q3 with options and futures? What's the correlation there?
Well, it's not the monthly options expiration day. That comes on like the 3rd Friday of the month. But what happens is that basically there's a lot of organizations, funds, etc., that have set exposures to certain things. Like you've heard of 60-40% stocks, bonds, or something. So say you rebalance quarterly, if the market is up 10% like it is, you're going to find yourself out of line with your stated targets, right? You're going to end up with more stocks than you want. And so there will be some forced selling probably. The extent, I don't know. I heard the banks toss out 48 billion and they might have already done it, but it tends to lead to a dynamic later in the day on the last day of the quarter where there's some pretty good volatility.
Stuff.
New high is gold.
Okay. It just
Gold,
keeps going.
38.59. 38.59. Last trade there. It's range. They're holding it right now. It's being tricky. It's being stubborn right now.
Good range.
Pull back in Dow. Look at the ES 67.03.
Yeah, I'm getting smoked.
Yeah,
we're gonna be a little bit patient here. I'm getting smoked.
All right.
When you got the playing the breakouts and we're violently range bound at the moment, but you'll surely be right at some point. Pretty tight range in the ES. Maybe dare I say, Dakota, a little megaphoning.
I know. I know. I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, at least at NASDAQ, it's not that tight of a range. If we want to trade it, we buy low, sell high, and that's 40, 50 points. So there's some decent opportunity in the NASDAQ compared to the ES.
Gold just running.
Yeah, it is 38.62. Uh, 38.62 last trade, pushing higher here in the gold. And pull back to 24,007. Yeah. What the hell was that pop overnight in gold?
You know, guys, I mentioned the other day that white line on my screen is not for intraday trading, but it's fascinating that it's wicked off it exactly 3 times, because this isn't a line that I drew recently. This is a line going back to May. Always want to put this out there for a reminder.
It's holding. Damn.
Why wouldn't that be for daytime frame trading?
I think it
Big
could
strong
be,
level.
but you would just need a bigger stop. If you're looking at a trend that goes back to May, right? I mean, what do? A few micro with a 50-point stop or something to make 100 points?
That's exactly what you do.
And that will probably, and I might take that trade, but you'd have to keep on putting it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gold not done. Gold not done. 38.63. 38.63. Gold up. Damn, gold up since New York session bell rang. Gold is now up $25. We were trading around 38.39. Gold now trading 38.63. Gold on the move to the upside. Absolutely cooking. The star.
And where did this start? Right at IB high.
It can keep going too. It's only up 0.25%.
The haters.
All you IB haters.
Say this. We do have about 4,300 people watching all across the globe just on YouTube. If you're so kind, click subscribe, click like, click notify. We greatly appreciate it. Gold is not done. Gold now up about 30. Gold up about $30. About $30 since the 8:30 bell Central Time rang. 38.65. We'll pull back here in the ES. We'll pull back in crude as well. We're trading 62.55. Get back to the 6,700s in the ES.
Head back to the bottom of this range in the NASDAQ here.
Dakota, when you see that, what's the bottom of the range? What price?
Like the 740s, 750 level. We tested the 750s and 40s twice. We even got down as far as like the 720s, but it's more of a zone. That's why I'm looking right in this level. This is zone. See if we come down here, maybe find the reversal pattern and trade it.
Gold.
Back up.
Just
absolutely
cooking.
Absolutely cooking.
Gold might not be done. It's only up 0.3%. So if
it's a huge overnight range.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
with $70, Hoag? I'm seeing $70 overnight range.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah. Still pushing higher here.
Cryptucky says I'm up 7,000 on gold right now.
Nice job.
Excellent. A true gold man, you got to measure that in ounces. So you're up, like 1 point something ounces of gold.
Very nice. See if we get that pull back to those 24,730.
Good nugget.
Back up to 760s. 760s last trade. ES 67.01. Seen that price a lot. Did take a peek above into the 67.12. Sellers did come back in. Looks like we got the range looking here at the 5 minute.
Any of you guys pan for gold before?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Quite often, actually.
Watch the show.
Gold fever.
Yeah, relaxing.
Yeah. Never did find anything.
Really?
I found some flex.
Yeah, some flakes, some little tiny things, but nothing to like.
No nugget the size of a baby's head or something that you.
Yeah. The older I got, the more I realized you're just going for the experience and just to get outside.
Mm-hmm.
Gold not done. 38.68, up over $30 in the last 40 minutes or so. Rated flat, correct? Are you back in?
Yeah, I'm flat. I tightened the risk up. I know I said stop low a day, but it started to look good. It's a violent range, so just gonna be patient. Once again, that weekly candle flips red under 727. That's the opening price on Sunday.
Damn.
So I'm just being patient.
Gold on an absolute tear right now. Gold not done. We're now into the 38.70s, 38.72. Just print again. Overnight highs, all-time highs, 38.99. We're $28 away from that. But gold on an
I don't
absolute
like
tear
leaving those all-time highs in the overnight session. It looks like that's where they're headed now.
Sure is, man. Wow.
Let's get it.
Wow.
Let's get it indeed. Anyone catch? I know we said someone caught the gold. Who else is catching that move to the upside in gold? Gold not done.
Someone.
I know, Jay. People get annoyed of it too. You should have seen the survey. They hate when I say it. It's not.
Say what?
It's gold not done. Gold not done.
Okay.
It's not. I don't care. What do you
Never
want?
done.
Gold continues. Gold continues to push higher. Gold moving to the upside. I don't know what you want me to say. It's not done. Going higher.
And Andre, you got to go full like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in an airplane at some point and be like, you try being on it for 7 hours, filling it with words.
I don't know. Gold prices continue to rise since the bell rang. I mean, I don't. Trying to do it in as least amount of words possible. 38.73 gold catching buyers, moving higher. This is an absolute power rally in gold. Again, with 79%.
Make sure you like and subscribe.
74.
Like 75. Yes. Or Hoag's getting 74. Furloughed.
Let's go. Just go to the gold chart. I don't need to talk. Just look at this gold chart. It's insane. Look at this thing cooking.
It's crazy.
Look at this thing. Yeah. Just absolute. Look at this thing.
74.
Like a tremendous
75.
Machine. It is. Absolute power rally. All right.
Rich says gold just got me through a combine. Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, man, that is.
I don't
a
know
lot of action.
Yeah. All right.
12 hours.
Sure is. We could take a bit of Jack. If you got any nuggets and tidbits, we can go to that. Otherwise, we'll get back to the markets. But I think this is.
Let's do it. I got nuggets.
Yeah, up your sleeve. Hold on.
All right. We have some news because it's not the day after an NFL Sunday. Real quick. Let me just make sure I'm back on the ES so I can see if anything crazy happens. I thought this was a good quote. Ken Griffin. We're in the research business first and foremost. Trading is simply how we monetize our research.
Wait a minute.
I think that's a really good way to look at things, right? I mean, that's what you're doing with all your back testing. Yeah. So think about trading is monetizing your research, and feel free to tell your family that you are a researcher and not a trader, because I will be doing it
basically
from now on.
It's DBA concepts.
I love that.
DBA concepts, yeah. Exactly.
All right. I showed a chart. I showed a chart last week about the divergence between commercial and residential building and CapEx spent on AI. Here's another chart from the Financial Times that shows another one of these kind of unprecedented deviations. What you have there in blue is the 6-month change in gross private investment, basically. And in pink, you have the 6-month change in private employment. So you see the extremely strong correlation between these lines going back to 1960. When you're investing, when there's more private investment, more people get hired and so forth. This time appears to be different, at least for now, right? We're seeing a big divergence between private investment and actually hiring people. And that's sort of, once again, another weird example of the economy we're in right now, where it's very difficult to find a new job and there's YOLO investments all over the place. So I found this interesting, but not as interesting as this next story. This is the final boss of Florida. Florida man is accused of killing, cooking, and eating pet peacocks. The man admitted to killing and consuming 2 of the birds over a feud with a neighbor that was feeding him. Okay? This is the craziest damn story ever. It made no sense reading that subhead. Why would you cook your own birds because of a feud with your neighbor? Let's go to the sentence. According to the affidavit, Mr. Vaught described killing one of the birds by cutting the peacock's neck with a knife and cooking him in a frying pan. He delivered the letter to his neighbor's mailbox to prove a point that he will continue to kill his pet peacocks, if she continues to feed them. The document states.
I don't get that. That's
Florida.
They were his own pets, and the neighbor was feeding his pets, and he didn't like it.
It's it's cutting your peacock to spite your neighbor. I don't know. This person needs. It's unclear from the article how many pet peacocks he has.
And we're talking birds.
Yes.
Well,
anyway, that's what's going on in Florida. We'll let you know if there's any updates in this story. Those are my tidbits for now.
Thank you, Florida.
Florida's unmatched.
Yeah, you think you can feed my peacocks?
You feed your birds.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I'll show you. Get a load of this. Well, how do I say this? Gold, the precious metal, gold, continues to increase in prices, and we are now trading $3,875.70.
NASDAQ's range bound, though. We did get to the bottom of that range, Andre, to those 740s, and now we are right back up towards 800. So range-bound market strategies have been working this morning. Buy low, sell high. Wonder if we're going to continue.
I got long 788 5 micros, looking for the break at 800s again.
788 5 MNQ. Okay. Let's see if this is the time we can pop this in. What are you looking for? Are you still looking for those 820s, Braden? Because we will see. I've seen some of these trades get in the money.
Yeah, we could get 820, and that's still in a range. We're testing VWAP to the upside again. 820s would still be the range. It's just kind of more the overnight range, unless this session's range. I might add, if we can get a strong retest of VWAP here, like high 90s, I'll try to add 5 more and bring the stops way up.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be bizarre if we just stayed range bound all day in the equities? A lot of expectations for some big moves.
Oh, I think we might have something. We've seen this, man. We've seen this last couple days. Well, I guess only today's Tuesday. We'll stay here, and we see all this volume coiling and coiling and coiling. And then we will see what you'll break out of it. We have
especially the ES range is so narrow. It's what, like 17 points, 16 points right now.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Right? Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
Just keep an eye on this. See if we can push 24,773.
What's that? Talking about the government shutdown.
Yeah.
The potential shutdown of the government. Go ahead.
NASDAQ still has the opening range at the dead ass high. Be careful.
Yep. What are we looking for here to get a breakout? What would it take to get a breakout to the upside here?
Well, we are just about ready to set the initial balance in the equities. So I'm going to go ahead and set it up for now. Let's see. We'd have to break out above 24,831 is the high of the initial balance and the high of the opening range. It's the one thing that concerns me for longs. Anytime the opening range is the dead ass high, I have a tendency to look for longs. As long as that remains, now I could be dead wrong. We're still holding largely that 200 session moving average as support. That's down at 24,751. We're sitting right here in the middle of the range, right at the TPO point of control.
72's last trade on the hour here in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes. ES got to get out of this range. Oh, you've identified the range. Down to the 740s or so. If we can get through these 815, 24,000, 815, 820, I think we can go test those highs. Right, 24,845 would be those prices. A lot of volume building up here in the ES, Jack. Looking between 6,700, 6,710. Just a lot of volume accumulating between those 10 handles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just stayed in the range so far. I'm not super interested in playing around within this range at the moment. I don't know. It's always tough for me when something ranges so many times. It's on one hand, it's like, oh wow, the range is established. On the other, it's
when do we break out?
One of these sides is going to get exhausted.
Yep. We see, Dakota, you've been doing the range. You've been getting in the ranges. Saw it yesterday. When we do you have a particular side you like to? I think it's you want to get in from the long side if you're going to test.
When I'm range bound trading, I am biased the direction of the trend, and usually the trend is up and to the right. I don't like shorting ranges usually, unless I have a really good reason. We're done with the news basically today so far, I believe, unless pending unexpected headline. And yeah, usually when it's quiet, we go up and to the right. I don't like selling quiet markets. I've been in too many bad positions there.
No, that's how you learn. That's how you learn. Pretty much we learn what not to do.
Trying to will this thing higher.
What would it take, Hoag? Obviously, the ES got to move first here. Dow is just kind of doing its own thing. ES much tighter range right now.
Yeah, but it is strong. It is kind of acting stronger. The opening range is not the high of the day in the S&Ps. And the S&Ps has really respected that 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. One's going to lead the way out of this. It's probably going to be the S&Ps.
Keeps getting there. Gold. Look at.
I know. It keeps going.
Just going.
It's incredible. Hoag, pull up gold on your chart if you got it really quick. Right on your screen. Just pull up gold.
Absolutely.
You got a clean chart.
Yep, here it is.
You got a clean one?
This is the 30.
Drag it over there. You look at that thing.
By the dip.
Look at that thing.
It looks like the yin and the yang.
Look at that. Yeah. Absolutely power rally. Absolutely 38.79.
Going around the world today.
Yeah,
38.80 now trading. $19 from all-time high. Folks, again, 8:30 Central Time, the bell rang. It was trading 38.38. We are in a $42 rally. $42 rally, and it looks like it's not done. What is the dollar doing anything? What's the dollar getting weaker? Yields going down.
I think there's just a lot more interest and
uncertainty.
Big party over in the hard assets.
Government shutdown, uncertainty, all the above.
All the above, maybe.
67.05 last trade in the ES. Crude trading $62.57. Coming into the bottom of the hour here in about 5 minutes.
Coach Jay is up $1,000 on gold after hearing his man.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Did someone say that? I appreciate that. Well done.
It's not done.
Might be some. I said it again. What do you if it's not? Just continues to push. I don't know what to say. Again, even the tilt has been heavy long in gold. We're seeing up to 80%. Now it's at 77%.
Braden, I know you're locked in. How's your mindset, pal? You all right?
Yeah, I can't trade this. I'm not mentally agreeing with it. I am done for as long as we're in this range. I'm just done. I'm not adjusting my mindset to accept the fact that we're in a range. I have trouble sometimes whenever it's in the more volatile times of the market, like right out of the open. We're only an hour into the session. I feel like we tend to be more range bound in the kind of those lower volume windows. So yeah, I'm just simply not accepting it, and I'm giving back profit, trying to trade this breakout, and it's just not working. So my goal right now is to try to stay green on the day. So we're gonna chill out a lot.
Do you feel like maybe you were trying to push it a little bit this morning, maybe a little bit impatient?
I mean, for me, it's like that breakout. It's a breakout trade, so I could have approached it better with some of the entries. But outside of that, it's a breakout trade. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. But I could have been, a little bit cleaner with the entries for sure.
So, what are you looking for if you're going to take another trade today? It's got to be some sort of breakout and with some momentum. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, and it's right now I'm trying to assume that, and that's kind of how I approach the breakout trades. Kind of try to anticipate them so you can get those better entries. You want to be entering too late on a breakout trade, but at the same time, it's just not happening. That weekly candle is flipping red at 727, and I feel kind of like that's a draw right now for price. It's just chopping me to pieces. So as long as we're in this range, I don't think I'm going to trade it.
Okay, so you're positive. You had a good overnight. You're just going to kind of take a break and just wait for that next really good trade, according to your plan, is going to be some sort of breakout continuation of the current range.
Well, no, it won't be a breakout because it's not showing that it wants to break out. So like that for me is totally in the back. Like if it's not showing that it wants to break out, I'm kind of abandoning that plan. Because if I stick to that plan and I keep trying to take trades and it's not showing that it wants to, I'm just going to keep digging a hole.
What if it doesn't happen until 2:00 this afternoon?
Yeah, it's just not worth trading it. I'm just trying to stay green all day at this point.
Okay. Good job.
Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. 38.72 last trade in the golds. Crude $62.50. Again, how's it count? Long 5 micro crude from 62.72. And Dow trading 46,585. ES all day 67.04 last trade. NASDAQ right here 24,770. We'll get a little pullback here in gold. Gold 38.72. Gold very volatile. Incredible.
Man,
volatility.
Equities are just sitting right in the middle of their session ranges. Just sitting once just nothing.
Yeah.
Kind of hanging out.
This thing goes. When it goes, it's going to
Maybe
go.
waiting for like the Trump announcement to finish.
Is he still going? Is he still going?
Looks like it.
Let's bring the volume in. Let's bring the volume. And then James, when you're ready to come in, let me know. But let's bring in the president, see what we may be talking about. If we're talking about government shutdown,
we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile, so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago.
All right.
But now I say it with great enthusiasm.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the president's been speaking for 45 minutes or so. Keep an eye out for that. Maybe there is on the schedule, it says 10 a.m. Central Time, so about the top of the hour, it says president to make an announcement. Maybe this will all be one.
It's a little confusing, given where he's talking. So he's at Quantico, right, talking to all the generals, right? It would seem like an odd venue to then pivot and make an announcement about the government shutdown. So I'm a little bit confused I see that on the calendar too, but I just don't know what to expect. Maybe that's why we're so kind of stuck right now.
Maybe that's why gold's railing. Just the uncertainty. No, sorry.
Oh, great.
I don't know. I don't know. All right. Bottom of the hours come and gone here. We got the IB high, IB low set. We'll let Hoag take a second here. We'll get those set. I'm going to throw it to you, Hoag. But first, we need the feedback. We love your feedback. You guys are so honest with us. We're going to try. We're going to make better, do better because of it. But you're asking, where do we send that feedback? Well, I'm going to throw it to James. James, come on in and let the peeps know. What's up, James?
Absolutely. Hello, Andre. Yes, the president has his very own special announcement, and so do we. We want your feedback. Please take our 5-minute survey on TopstepTV. Tell us what you like, what should be improved, and what you want to see next. All right, we're making updates, and your voice is critical. We do this for you. All right, so the link to the survey, we're going to drop it. We're going to pin it in chat. We appreciate your time and your honest feedback, so please fill it out, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say. Now back to you guys.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yep.
NVIDIA all-time highs.
Really? We did it?
They're cooking. Yeah, again.
NVIDIA's cooking.
NVIDIA is cooking. See if the NASDAQ or ES want to go with it.
I would imagine today's price action has disappointed the vast majority of day traders today.
Yes.
Well, truthfully, when I was looking at today, I'm scheduled to be on right now, but if I was going to trade this, I'm most interested in like the end of the day.
Ooh, power hour. Ooh. Power hour. Okay, power hour indeed.
A lot of people have big expectations for last day of the quarter, last day of the month. Uncertainties in the market.
It was a great day for me so far.
Yes, well done, Dakota.
Yeah, but you're you, Dakota.
Yeah.
I just expect unexpected. All right. There's been so many times this market has just disappointed me. You become used to it. Like, yeah, we'll see what, hope in one hand and what happens in the other is a different story.
What happens in the other?
Don't let me know which one we have NVIDIA hitting all-time highs, but the rest of this market just doesn't want to follow along.
It doesn't. 6708 in the ES, upper end of this range. I call it 6711s. NASDAQ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Call it 6 times in the first hour of the session. We get up to these 800s, 24,800, 810s. I've seen it go push back down into the range, back into the 780s or so. Hoag, first hour of trading in the New York session has come and gone. Ask you about initial balance high, initial balance low. First of all, what is initial balance high, initial balance low, Hoag? Quickly, first hour.
Oh, yeah. The way I look at it, and the way I've always looked at it, it's the first hour of the regular trading hour session. So in the equities, that's 8:30 to 9:30, and we've got an initial balance low 24,722 and a quarter. Initial balance high 24,831 even, and we are pretty much smack dab right in the middle of that right now. ES opening, initial balance high 67.13 even, down to 66.96 in the orders. Still holding that 200 session moving average as support for now. Crude oil got a 48 tick initial balance, and that's from 8 to 9 a.m. Central Time. Crude oil regular trading hours open at 8 o'clock, so the initial balance low, 62.31. Initial balance high, 62.79. And we've only traded about 10 ticks outside of the 5-minute opening range. We're still holding on to that long. Not looking good right now for that. But take a look at gold. Gold, we talked about this a little while ago. Initial balance high, 38.50. Initial balance low, 38.36 half. Small initial balance, and once we broke out above it, we came back to the initial balance high. We were talking about that as a very interesting area for an execution, and boy, did it prove to be, as we've been continuing to try and push this market back towards weekly kickoff high 38.86 and possibly towards all-time high, which was put in last night in the extended trading hour session, 38.9920. not probably going to be a lasting high. Lasting highs usually are going to occur in regular trading hour sessions. There is your IB update.
Thank you. Back to you. Hoag, okay, we got the IB high in the NASDAQ and the ES. IB high and low, right? Basically the high price and low price in the first hour of the New York session.
Yes.
The next 30 minutes, next 25 minutes or so, we are going to do what with that information? If we stay within, look and see if we stay within or if we break out essentially in the next 25 minutes as we get to the top of the hour.
Okay, so in the current kind of context, we're inside the range from yesterday. So we're looking at range bound to breakout rules. Let's just focus on the S&Ps for now, because we're really kind of holding the low here with this 200 session moving average, holding the low of yesterday's range, and just kind of inside. Okay, so if we're expecting range bound activity, which is kind of set up on a regular day because we're inside the range from yesterday, we're using range bound to breakout rules. We're buying against the low, selling against the high until proven wrong. If we end up with some sort of a failed downside auction or a failed upside auction, that would be really sweet, because then we can limit risk on that. We can also limit risk against the initial balance high and low. We are looking for some possible volatility as the day goes on. But for me right now, I would be looking at range bound to breakout rules. If we fail a breakout, we're taking the move to the other extreme. If we don't even get a breakout down here, we're taking the move back to possibly the other extreme of the initial balance. If we do see a breakout and we see good participation, volume coming in, a robust dome, as we talked about a couple of weeks ago, then we look for continuation. We look for a successful breakout and continuation of the current range. Sitting in the middle here, I can't do anything. So looking for opportunities at the extremes, whether it's fading the extremes or going with a substantial breakout outside of the initial balance. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. 24,779 last trade NASDAQ. ES, look at this, right back to 66.99.
Top of that range held. Range bound.
Range bound.
We short those 800s.
Well, we might. There we go.
Look at that. Yeah.
94. Dow's leading this thing lower. Look how below. Dow.
He's at IB low now.
Just like that. Let's see if we get to the bottom of this range, Andre, and then I'll look for some longs.
30s.
New low, yes.
Yep. New lows down, new lows, ES. NASDAQ being a little bit more reluctant. NVIDIA making new all-time highs. Probably why the NASDAQ is not dropping as fast as the other two.
Oh. So we're still long. We're still long crude. Our stop. We just missed our stop by 4 ticks, and we've put in a failed downside auction.
Got a 500 lot. Yes, 500 lot offered, 6,700 even. About 4 points above. 4 points above. Selling off 60.
So does Andre? Does the dome look robust in the S&Ps?
Nope, not as much as it was. Not as much as it was before. We're seeing 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask. What say you? Did I pass the quiz? I think it doesn't look. Hoag.
So Trump concluded his remarks, and we still have that 10 a.m. announcement on the calendar. So I would presume that will be a little bit later, but keep your eye on it because that'll probably be about the government shutdown stuff.
I don't know. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real robust, Andre. But we are seeing, at least some bids and offers being placed and canceled. Price is pretty active here. Seems like there's eyeballs on this.
Oh yeah. Well, in terms of the ladder, talk about the size on the ask bid and ask. It's 50 up. Last couple of days,
yeah,
not just that. Just
up. How it's acting. Is it wiggly, as we say? It does look a little wiggly. I'm thinking there's eyeballs on this in the S&P.
This one move. We've back in my mind. The Dow was the first to move. Dow pushed lower here, and then we had the ES follow suit. NASDAQ pushing a bid right here.
NASDAQ's holding up.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
NVIDIA. I know. That'll hold the NASDAQ up nicely. Apple in the green, NVIDIA pretty good in the green, all-time highs.
You got 500 offer at 6,700, about 4 points higher here. That's like definitely holding in the yes.
I want to see NASDAQ hit those
me too,
740s and then look for a reversal off of that. We hit the 50s, and that's not what I'm looking for. We just held it.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see if we can get the failed downside auction in the S&Ps now.
66.96. 66.96. Flyer Jim, I love green apple. Sour. What's up, Flyer Jim? How you been?
Hey.
NASDAQ, just right here, right now. We got 19 minutes till the top of the hour, waiting for the president to make, quote, an announcement. And government
Back
shutdown.
above the initial balance ES.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the long here.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's involved in the process of actually avoiding a government shutdown? Is Congress meeting right now and trying to come to an agreement on stuff like that?
They're just looking for ways to keep the money, keep the faucet on. Right back in the range.
I don't know. The bottom line is I think you would have to like break a filibuster for it. That's why you see this happen, because you need 60 senators to do this. And yeah, they were up all night doing whatever, but it seems like they both want it. So I'd be very surprised if it doesn't happen.
Really? If the deal isn't struck by tonight?
Yeah.
Oh.
Midnight.
Okay, you're sounding all right. Great. That's
I mean, for what it's worth, it's like an 80% odds on Polymarket, I think, at least. I haven't checked. It was yesterday.
All right. NASDAQ right back to 24,785. Let's see if we get up to those 800s. What happens if we get to those 800s, 805s? Whoa, the range. Hold on. The 5-minute ES looking to turn right back around. We saw some selling coming in. We saw that 500 lot get filled on the ask at 6,700. Again, we're going to pay attention to the next 18 minutes. All right. It's day 2 of this week, of the last day of quarter 3. That being said, we got a new tip of the week for you here at Topstep and Topstep TV. That one is, we were talking about this yesterday. This is a great one. Have a trading plan. You have to have a trading plan. Without it, you're flying blind. Define your goals. Develop a clear trading plan with entry and exit points, 100%. Also set realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. Those need to change. We're seeing Dakota do that very, very well. Changing with what the market gives you. Profit targets, Dakota. Early 2025, you're looking for 70, 80, 90 point bangers in the NASDAQ. Those just aren't really there right now.
No.
You take what the market's giving you and you tighten that up. See what your average winning trade, average losing trade in terms of just dollars is. I'm sure it's gotten narrow, but your win percentage, Dakota, completely 180. You were in the 30s.
Oh, yeah.
You've adapted. You're now in the 60s, Dakota. You've adapted. You've changed your trading plan. You're constantly refine-tuning it. Can I ask you, how long do you think it took for you to...
3 months.
I mean, how many?
I'd say give or take 3 months to... And this is more than just one
what
adjustment,
are the
right?
steps, Dakota? What are the steps? This first step is, obviously, you're losing trades, right? You're losing trades. And then reflection. What are the steps there? The 3 months, just high level. What does that look like?
First is you got to identify you're fucking up. That's number one.
Yeah. Spot on, man.
That's number one, man.
For real.
And sometimes that's the hardest. But yeah, on the serious note, you do have to identify like what's going on. And that's where statistics are extremely important, because that tells you, and it's black and white. It's, hey, you are not seeing this market correct. And then you keep trading the same strategy, just following that process. And the more data you have, the more confident in that data you could go back and say, okay, something's wrong. And you can't just blame the market, right? The market's going to change, and we have to adapt as traders to that market. And we depend on the data, right? We depend on this data to come back and review it. And I think it was, I took that $250,000 payout probably around March, April, May. Those were the 3 big months where I'm just like, okay, I'm struggling. There's something wrong. And it's time for me to go back to the drawing board, figure out what I'm doing wrong. I like to have, you know, a 30% win rate with a high risk reward. That's my favorite type of trading. Just cutting my losses small and just letting some big runners go. However, after the volatility came into summer, that was just not happening. And so I had to go back. I tried to adjust more scalping. I struggled. I went through the ups and downs of adjusting, and I've kind of found a sweet spot going into this month, as you can tell, with just a 1-to-1 risk reward. I mean, even a little bit less than a 1-to-1 risk reward, and just above a 50%, 63% win percentage. And that's paid off. Just trading micros, trading small size, wide stops. You guys see it here. And I think this is going to be official. Every single day this month has been green, with the majority of them starting in the red. So it seems like most of the days this month I've started in the red and I've finished in the green. And this is just trading micros with just small size wide stops and just base hits. $8,200. It's not one of those huge flashy things you see on social media, but it's that consistency.
Yep, 100%. Great stuff.
I'll have to do it again too. I guarantee it, Andre. It'll get to a point. Maybe is it going to be through the holidays? Is it going to be next year again, where the market might adjust, and I'll have to go through the same thing again. Just figure out, make sure I could identify where I'm going to go wrong or when the market changes, and I'll have to adjust. That's part of it.
Great stuff, Dakota.
All right,
Braden. Thinking of a break coming up to these 24,805s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Is the ninth time the charm to break out?
Yeah, we'll hope so, because I'm trying it one more time, and if it doesn't, I'm locking out. So 802 is the entry. 5 micros long.
Breakout, man. Breakout 5 MNQ. Let's do it right here, right now.
There it goes.
Pop this thing. 500 lots, 6710 offered in the ES. 500 offered to the upside. We are cooking. We're breaking out now, Braden. Let's freaking go. Oops.
590 lot, 6710 offer ES.
There goes NVIDIA.
Yep. Eaton.
All right.
Piling into NVIDIA.
Well, once we recovered that IB low in the S&Ps, it's been all buyers ever since.
Mm-hmm. What are you looking for upside here, Braden?
Well, that's just a nice strong push. I'm a little optimistic about holding it for maybe. We had some overnight highs in the 860s, 870s that we can go take. So let's just see. I mean, I got stops at break even. That played out like a minute into the trade where it's 30 points higher. I'm not going to lock anything in yet. I'm going to let it go and just see.
Are you trying to recover everything? All right, fair enough. Your trade. We got the 6710 offer. Yep, 500 times. It did get. That's still half.
Now there's a 230 there as well.
Yeah, it did shake. Gold's turning 38.76. Crude chain 62.30. That turnaround in the Dow. Got the push higher here in the NASDAQ. Can we sustain this? Can we continue to push this thing higher?
Let's go. I want it now.
I want it now. 70% long on the NASDAQ tilt.
Nice, Trader Zoe.
Trader Zoe, dude. Trader Zoe. What's up, Doom? Good to see you. May Daddy. Change is constant. Shout out to East Lansing, Michigan.
A lot of sellers today in that 6710 to 6713 area.
I'd like to see a pullback to retest that resistance. Those lower 800s is where I'd look to get long. We got that breakout. Let's see if we get a pullback retest.
24,820. Crude is pushing lower again.
Tough day.
It has. It's certainly not clean by any means, but we got the range. There is Yes, look at the 5-minute pretty wiki. Right now, if the NASDAQ can push this thing,
Even on the 30, it's really weak.
Pop this thing. I got session highs at. What do you got for overnight highs? 856, 24,856, 860. Call it. You can pop this thing.
Yep.
You might be good. Yep.
Nvidia keeps going.
Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia just all-time highs and pushing.
Oh,
yeah, gotta push right now. Move. This is the
Is
move.
Twitter working for you guys?
It's Twitter? The stock or just the actual?
Yeah, the stock is it working? No, the actual website.
I know what you meant, Jack.
X.
Yeah. Yeah, it's working.
Okay. It's just a me thing, I guess. Sucks because I'm looking for takes.
Looking for hot takes.
Push this thing here. This is the moment right now. We got to keep pushing this thing.
Everybody get out and push.
9 minutes till the top of the hour. 9 minutes till the top of the hour. And we will get a little bit more information based on those IB highs and IB lows. They're saying it's down, Jack, in the chat.
Yeah. I use them
Delta,
interchangeably.
really, to speak of.
Come on, Twitter X truthers. Been using Twitter for like 17 years. It's a hard habit to break.
Some say it's down. Some people say
yes, coming right back 6707. 6707.
Go short it.
Can't. I think it's private.
Delta and the NASDAQ absolutely flat.
Is it? How about ES Hoag?
Flat. Both of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
See that. See that indeed. 6708 is long. House account still 5 micro crude from 62.7. We still on this? Are we still on this?
I think we just got ticked out on that.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to stop at 62.
We're back.
22.
Here's survey again. Pinned to the top of the chat. We got the Topstep TV survey. Be so kind, please click on that. Give us all the feedback you like. You read each and every one of them. Each and every one of them. Sounds good, James? Dakota?
Yes,
take
sir.
A look. I want to see you to break it down. Take a look at the NASDAQ right now. NASDAQ, look at the 5-minute. We did break out of the range.
Correct. Yeah, we broke through this range, and we're no longer range bound from what we were seeing. We broke through those 800s. What I'm looking for was a pullback, a retest, and then looking for that continuation higher. We are running into this level of resistance at these 840s. Next stop I have is maybe 850s, but there's a lot of resistance up into this level. I'm not expecting too much still, to be honest, to the upside. I mean, we could very well be wrong, but we're right at settlement right now in the NASDAQ.
Well, as people posted in chat already, Senate Minority Leader Schumer, we are heading into a shutdown. Well, that seems pretty.
You know, they have the paperwork right there and ready to go to be signed. If they've got every draft,
I mean, for what's
they've got it
worth,
all
in the
ready.
past, it's not an all or nothing type thing where you could see some effect. If this drags on for like a long time, then we could see effects. But that's not. While people are predicting a shutdown, I don't think we're yet predicting, months of this or something.
No, they were talking about a stopgap, like a 7 to 10 day stopgap, just to make sure they get the numbers out there.
Mm-hmm.
This is politics. We got gold. Gold want to keep grinding higher here. 38.81,
Nice.
about $18 off of the all overnight highs. Those were also all-time highs. All right, there we go.
All right,
here we go.
There's our 250 lot at 67.10.
Yes.
Yeah, we're pushing now. Wow.
Yes, we are. There we go. Oh, all right. Continue to push this thing higher.
NVIDIA up 3% almost.
I was just thinking about adding in the 830s right there, but I didn't.
Oh, we're trading 24,000. You still got all 5 on here, Braden?
Sure do.
Sure do. I like that, my friend.
Nice work.
Where do we want to take this? Where do we want to take this? Session highs, 24,854 just printed. ES, definitely dragging. ES can't get out of these 67.11s.
It's got less NVIDIA in it.
400 lot offered at 67.10 quarter. We're seeing size orders come in on the ask. We've seen a few times now. Third one in the last 15 minutes or so.
Out of there. Out of there.
Yeah.
Yucky, yucky.
Take profits, though?
Yeah, I'm 720 up on the day. I missed out on like $200 right there, but that's a ugly pullback.
It was ugly.
I think it kind of right back. Yeah, it's we cannot pick
nice preempt
okay.
on that breakout of the IB there, Braden. You were really good at that. I'm sorry, Andre. What were you going to say?
I would say the price action so far. It's
weird.
Can't really get a feel one way or another. Maybe in about 3 minutes here at the top of the hour. Oh, we got the IB high, IB low set.
Yeah.
We broke out of it. We got out of it in the NASDAQ, not the ES. I'm trying to make sense of it, Hoag. No. If I didn't have you here,
I know.
We broke out of it
the
in
IB
the ES.
Did we?
Yeah.
Below.
Oh, below. Correct. Yes, we did.
Yes. And NASDAQ above. So it's kind of contrary information there, right?
Now I'm super confused.
Yeah.
No, it's just sector rotation,
don't
right?
do anything.
Help me understand this. Help me make sense of this. Okay. Help me make sense of this because extend the IB low and the ES, extend the IB high in the NASDAQ. Oftentimes we like to look at each other and, follow the leader. We got conflicting stories here. So how do I make sense of this, Jack?
That like NVIDIA and Microsoft are way bigger percentages of the NQ, especially NVIDIA, as opposed to the ES. And then there's a lot of sectors that aren't as involved in the NQ. Like right now, energy is getting hammered. The XLE is down 1.76%. You got consumer discretionary down nearly 1%. Financials down nearly 1%. So it's not surprising there's a divergence. It's not even a big one. I mean, on the day, what do we got? ES is basically flat. NASDAQ's basically flat. So there really isn't divergence. We're just looking at it on a very short time scale here.
Tell me to have perspective.
You had a graph yesterday. There was a graph yesterday. You guys remember that you pulled up, Jack, about the volatility of individual stocks versus the NASDAQ? This is a good example.
Yes, exactly.
Oh boy, mate.
We have NVIDIA up 3%, but the Qs and NASDAQ and SPY just scratch for the day. It's that settlement. So we're chop, indecisiveness. Individual stocks are getting the moves.
I would keep an eye on NVIDIA as we get later in the day because let me look this up, but NVIDIA's got to be up huge in the third quarter, right? So if anything, towards the end of the quarter, I would expect some selling, some profit taking, some allocation readjustment from NVIDIA, but maybe that's already happened. It was holding it down, and now it's off to the races.
Yeah, we're pushing all-time highs. I don't know.
Trying to make sense of it all.
400 lot again, 67.10 in the ES offered.
Okay, they did come in at quarters. Now they came down to 10s. Or maybe the quarters did get filled. They came back in at 10. We're seeing those 500 lots coming in here. Make sense of all of it. We got the top of the hour has come and gone. We got the European close at the bottom of the hour. Will the NASDAQ make another push here? It is. This is a tricky one, Braden. This is a tricky trade. Micros are your friend. Are you still? Can you update your P&L, Braden? How are we looking?
Yeah, I'm up 715 on the day.
Okay.
Also gotten 3 micros short at 832, looking to hold underneath the overnight highs.
832.
That might be cooked. We'll see.
We'll see if we can hold that thing.
Sean, like institutions are absolutely selling NVIDIA. They do every day. They buy a lot of it too.
Gold.
I mean, think about it. If you had, if 1% of your portfolio or like 2% of your portfolio was NVIDIA, like a few years ago, a lot of institutions aren't going to sit around and have 40% of their portfolio be NVIDIA. You just got to sell.
Well, this short.
I don't know if this is right, but it looks like Nvidia is up 35% in the second quarter.
No, that sounds right.
You remember the beginning of this year, Hoag, where we were looking at buying Nvidia in like 89?
Yep.
9.
I do remember.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He looks at his P&L. He
got out way too early.
All right. Will this be the time the ES can get out of the 67 12s and tap on those highs? 67.15. We got the NASDAQ grinding this thing higher, 24,855. Anything else doing here? It's gold might be. Oh, check your Slack. James, I'm going to throw it to you. James, come on in. We'll let these trades play. We got about 8 to 28 minutes till the bottom of the hour is also the London close. James, I'll throw it to you. BRB.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Guess what? Today is the day. Today at 1 p.m. Central, we've got another installment of Mindset Matters with special guest Dr. V. Now, trading isn't just about the charts and numbers. It's also about your mindset. And Dr. V will share practical tools to help you stay focused, disciplined, and confident in the heat of the markets. She'll also answer your questions live, giving you the chance to get expert advice in real time. All right, that's all coming your way on Mindset Matters later today here on TopstepTV. Right now, we're going to drop a link in the chat for you to submit your questions ahead of time, and then make sure to tune back in at 1 p.m. Central today for Dr. V and Mindset Matters. We love offering these Mindset Matters segments, so we really hope you guys will tune in and take advantage of all the wisdom that Hoag and Dr. V will go over. Then also later today at 12 p.m., group coaching with Hoag continues on. Hoag, JD, and Hoop are all going to sit down and answer your trading questions live during their lunch hour. If you have a question about the charts, you have questions about technical analysis, this is your time to get your question in and hear your answer read live from Hoag and the gang here on TopstepTV. That's today at 12 p.m. Central. So you get back-to-back trading education and mindset matters only on TopstepTV. You don't get education like this anywhere else. So be sure to tune in for group coaching at 12 and then mindset matters at 1 p.m. Back to you, Hoag.
Thank you, James. Yeah, it's going to be a great day today. Always love doing group coaching with the guys, and always love when Dr. V's on here. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of great stuff. And yes, you only get that on TopstepTV. Make sure you hit like and share and subscribe. All right. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a pull off here off the highs here in gold after we just put in a new high. One of the deeper pullbacks we've seen. We did take out the high of the initial balance in ES, so the failed downside auction actually completed at the initial balance high. Having a little support here at the initial balance high in the NASDAQ. Again, that initial balance high, 24,831. See how this plays out. And crude oil, at least it traded one tick below our stop. See, Dakota? Stop's always a better trade location.
Did it take us out in the rally?
Yep. It did go one tick below our stop, so at least it gave us that.
Okay. So it wasn't the bottom tick. Yeah.
No.
No. Don't you just hate that, man?
Yep. Well, it happens to us all.
More often than we'd like. I know. Doesn't matter how long you've been trading, it's going to happen.
For those waiting for the Trump announcement, I would think just by his remarks at Quantico ended just like 25 minutes ago or something. So I would expect whatever the announcement was planned to be late. Let me look at my calendar real quick. Yeah, I mean they still have it scheduled for 10, but I mean it could be 10:30, it could be 11. I would just keep your. We'll let you know when we get word he's starting. 912 ES offered 67.14 3/4.
Liquidity.
That's a big guy.
Yep.
So they brought ES basically right back to settlement on this last push to the upside here.
Yeah.
Braden still short 3?
Yeah, I actually short 5. I brought the average up on some of the weakness we're seeing. So 5 micro short at 839.
All right.
I don't mind that. Still like to see a retest of that 800 level.
So, well, the S&Ps have traded both sides, outside of both sides of the initial balance. That is a tendency or a higher probability of a range-bound day now. It's probed outside of the initial balance on both sides. Of course, that can probably going to change later on in the session, but we will see.
Yeah,
I don't mind short.
We went from New York session range to now the overnight range. So one range to another, and this market isn't showing a ton of continuation. So yeah, Bars won one battle, but we still have the overnight range that we're respecting. I wonder what the statistics are on like a range-bound market the first 2 hours of the open, and then like what are the odds that it runs really, really hard the rest of the day whenever it has kind of external levels still holding it in a broader range.
It would be a hell of a query, but if we could find it out, it'd be good.
Yeah, it's hard to see this market just keep running to the long side here in the NASDAQ. It's very difficult without any news to back it, and a government shutdown hanging over its head.
In the last 10 sessions, I would say 3 have doubled the initial balance after the first 2 hours of trade. Would you call that a substantial move? That's 3 out of the last 10 days. Of course, it's going to streak like everything else. By streaking,
NVIDIA up
I don't mean
150 billion in market cap.
Today?
Today. 0.15 trillion.
Wow.
Throw it on the pile.
Just throw it on the pile. Wow.
Shoo.
It's what? Almost double and a half Tesla's market cap, right?
Oh, more than that. NVIDIA is above 4.5 trillion. I would think that's the first time a stock publicly traded has traded above 4.5 trillion, with NVIDIA making all-time highs because they had the record before. Tesla's market cap is about 1.5. So NVIDIA is about exactly 3 times the market cap of Tesla.
Insane.
I know, right?
Look at this pullback in gold.
Oh, dang. Down
Take
to
a look,
63. Down to 63.
That's spicy. Right back to VWAP. All roads.
That's been the tradable market with that volatility.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All roads.
Coming back here to see if we can test settlement in the ES. What's up, Hoag?
Oh, just saying, that is a pretty substantial pullback. I see you, George. VWAP George. So
I'm going to join you on this short.
Okay.
Same idea, same setup as you, Braden. I like that push down lower now. After
Like
that
down to
5-minute
VWAP,
close.
right?
Yeah, right back down. At least to these 20s. 20s would be my first target. 20s, 30s. Base hit against this market.
Where'd you get in there, Dakota?
I got 49.5.
That'd be solid. So if it flushes right now.
Jack, you were thinking the same thing here, aren't you? You're looking to maybe get a move back up towards that settlement level in the first short?
Yes. But may have been a little bit too picky. Kind of had to do it. Kind of losing trade location here. I haven't been like thrilled by where it is. I'm kicking myself for not buying below 6,700.
I'm taking profits right there. Just a quick in and out right there, right at these
Less
30s.
than a minute.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
Well, NVIDIA, I was going to say maybe NVIDIA rolled over. No, NVIDIA is still about 22 cents from its all-time high.
So we got to give up this IB high. NASDAQ, 24,831. Got a pretty good bounce there.
I got most of it out, those mid-30s. I didn't like us holding.
Mm-hmm.
We were way too strong.
Yep, and then NVIDIA hit all-time highs again. I mean, it's been a relentless. Let me pull up the NVIDIA chart real quick.
It is, man.
It's like it's a zombie rally.
You know, these are 15-minute candles right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just pushing it. Maybe we stop the madness at 187.5. But that ain't what we trading today.
NVIDIA continue to push those all-time highs. NASDAQ hanging around these 40s and 50s.
So it's looking increasingly like we will not get jobless claims on Thursday and non-farm, which is a shame.
So we'll just have to go off the ADP release tomorrow, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we get that jobless claims on Friday. We don't even know yet.
Oh, I think we get at least through the weekend shutdown. So I bearish the prospects of getting a non-farm number, unfortunately.
I thought you were kind of suggesting they'd do some sort of stopgap or get it done today, Jack.
No, that kind of, I think, fell apart last night. Let me see.
It was Schumer saying
going to the poly market.
What he said. We are heading into a shutdown. That pretty much says it cut and dry there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They kind of always lean that way when they talk about it, but it usually ends up getting done, but who knows? Seems like both sides are saying that.
Nice trade on there into those 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Entry could be way better.
Gave up that IB high, at least for a minute.
You taking any off at VWAP here, Braden?
I've got VWAP at 800. I'm still all in.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ES, which is just hitting its VWAP right now.
Okay, that's something to look at then. Yep.
Go.
Go back over to my friend GC.
Apple's
Crazy.
headed back down to settlement.
Came in today with a slightly short bias for possible rebalancing in the afternoon, but right now it's too soon in the day.
I think this could be the trade of the day. This short that you have going on, Braden.
Let's do it.
You got in it, you added to it, and now we're seeing this move, and we could start picking up momentum to the downside. So
Yeah, if we can go get VWAP there and then retrace kind of that price leg that we had, the breakout leg from 800 to 820s, we can retrace that. We'd be confined back in the range. If we don't see strong buying reaction out of there,
Look at
which
that.
I don't think, yeah, nice. I don't really think we'll
Nice.
see strong buying. When we fell brick to the upside and then back into a range. If everything goes right, maybe you get low a day here, but we'll see. I want to see it under 800.
Right. We're 2 points above the 6650 SPX level. Yeah, ES is megaphoning. If we make new lows now, this is going to be one heck of a megaphone.
Yeah.
same with the NASDAQ. Yeah. Apple might turn red again. Yeah, it's just indecisive day.
Red apples.
Red apples.
You like apples? How do you like them apples?
I like those golden apples, Hoag. Gold, yeah, that pullback into those 50s.
Yeah, this is pretty vicious.
Yeah, look at that.
See what it looks like at the IV high. Still got a few single prints here. 38.58 10 to 38.58.80. Some single prints here. We're going to take those out.
NASDAQ looks like it might flush down to those 800s. Lower 800s.
Let's go.
Let's get them.
Let's go.
Let's go. What was your entry price from 839?
Yep, 839. Yeah, this looks great. I'm not seeing any buyers step into it.
And you know what, Braden? Like, NVIDIA is a buck and is a buck off its highs right now.
It's pulling back aggressively.
Even with all this megaphoning we've seen in the ES and the NQ, as I showed, NVIDIA's just been straight up and away on every 15-minute bar. So if you get a little turnaround there, you are sitting pretty.
Yeah, this definitely had the potential, and it's showing it right now to be the trade of the day.
Waiting tough. Patience pays.
Yes, sir. Cutting your losses pays. Take those small losses, consolidating in that range. Take a step back, wait for that opportunity, and you nailed it.
I didn't always trade like that, Dakota. Watching you kind of on my rise through my XFA months ago, I saw that's how you approach your trades. You know, you try it out with tight risk. If it shows that it wants to work, great. And then you can always re-enter. So I actually took that from your playbook.
Awesome.
Been doing that more.
And it helps, man.
VWAP,
instead of falling in love.
VWAP. I'm going to hold it. I like how we're leaving those wicks off 810. So a little bounce at VWAP. Nothing notable at the moment. Oh, here we go.
Got that flash.
There it goes.
I've got some orders to cover like 3 in the 80s, high 80s. Oh, we're getting some volume here. Here we go.
It's going.
It's going.
Here we go. And we're back into the range. Yeah, I mean, I covered 3 there at 87, so I've got 2 runner. I'm gonna leave these 2 on, and let's see for low day here. Let's get it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get it.
I could see it.
Braden's back.
Yeah, we're starting to accept inside that range we were in.
Yeah, it's a
Very
heavy
nice.
rejection at 50. Yeah, that looks. You could even draw out something like that if we can't hold that trend line. Maybe break under. I'm going to leave those 2 stops break even and just look for low day here. So 727 is the goal.
Got it going on. Let's go.
Yeah, let's see if this resistance. This was resistance before these 800s. So the fact that we accept inside that range, curious to see if the top of the range that we were holding will become resistance again. And so far, so good.
Still short.
A big bounce off VWAP and gold.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Braden with a banger there.
Yeah, he's got it going.
Nice. E3 8s. Okay. We got what? 8 minutes till the London close. Thanks for holding down for me, fellas. Saw that pop up to 24,862 in the NASDAQ. Right back to overnight VWAP, 24,800, call it. Jack, I see we upticked new highs in the ES, 67.13. Right back to 67.02.
Yep, just bounced off that settlement. Now we're kind of in the 6650 area in the SPX, so we're running to a little bit of support.
Leon, what's up, Leon, in the chat? Always going with the all caps. Keep bouncing off 24,800 in the NQ. Leon always fired up. Dan Emmons, back of a view up, lock in short profits. Well done. CL Trader always in the chat. NVIDIA buying a bit again.
Yeah.
Apple's back in the red.
Do I want to add? Do I want to add back into this?
I mean, we could.
I covered some at 87. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trade.
I don't mind it. Trying to add back into it. I will.
I don't mind it either. We accepted back in this range that we were in. The bottom of that range is those 740s, 750s.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Let's trade
24,796. Maybe bringing my average way down if I do it, but I'm looking for the quick break lower. All right, so I'm adding 3 more, 5 from 817 short.
And the winner, I like this. Initial entry was what, 832s, 838s, Hoag, somewhere up there?
839.
Yeah.
39.
39.
Action. We're adding in. Oh, short 5. Good stuff. See what happens here at the bottom of the hour. London close. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. What do we have on the schedule for the rest of the day? Did Trump make the announcement yet?
I think he might be back now. I saw Trump. Well, he said something at. See, I don't know if he's talking live or I just have this headline to Trump on drug prices. So I don't know if he's talking right now.
Or if it's just a recap. Yeah. Hey, how about this? Nike earnings after the bell.
That's right. That's right.
Goolsby speaking, 12:30 p.m. Central Time.
Trump says they'll be reducing prices by 100% on drug prices. Free drugs.
Free drugs. Love it.
Yeah, 100% off is
100% off.
Zero. Yeah, it's quite the discount. All right, 6,700 on the dot in the ES. Pretty tight range today.
Nice
For
ad.
now. But it says nice ad. Looking for lows here, Braden, right? You said 727? Perhaps?
Yeah, I would love to see 727. I can't tell you. I can't promise that I wouldn't try to cover some in the 70s. I'm sure I will. But I would like to ultimately see 727.
Well, they officially on the juice moved back the Trump announcement to 11 Central, noon Eastern, 1 p.m. Nova Scotia.
Wow. Well done.
Yeah.
50-50 on the tilt. We did see that big long tilt in the gold for most of fast markets, well into the 80% long. Well, now we're back to 66% long as gold trades 38.65. Huge ranges in gold.
There goes NASDAQ. NASDAQ pushing. Maybe we hit the bottom of that range.
Yes. Andre,
Yeah, this looks really good.
Robert in the chat's asking, Andre, are you taking back your comment you made about Braden's trade being cooked about 30 minutes ago? Braden, did I make a comment saying your trade was cooked?
No, I said that. I don't think Andre speaks that. I don't think Andre speaks that.
So your trade's cooked, man.
I don't know if Andre says cooked.
We're toast.
Almost, Robert. Almost. So I will not be taking it back, Robert, because I did not say it. 66.98 last trade in ES session low 66.94. NASDAQ might be grinding this thing lower. 24,784.
There's a nice flush into those 70s.
More push.
This might accelerate now. Now we're in the
bond
bottom of the
yield
range.
rising a little bit.
Okay.
Wow. I got an order to fill 67, 3 of them. Or 2 of them, sorry.
Nice. Fill, Braden. Nice job. Push lower.
Look at this.
Woo. Yes. Let's go.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to cover one more. I'm going to leave 2 on.
Nice trade.
2 on.
Beautiful.
Like to see.
2 on break even. We'll see.
All right, good job.
I really wouldn't expect this to get too heavy of a bounce, but obviously anything can happen.
Indeed.
Patience pays.
Absolutely. Push here. We got gold. All right, I always do this. Crude continue to grind higher here. $62.54. Last trade there. Saw that continue. Move to the downside in the ES. Really accelerated. Once we hit 6,700, 66.99, really saw that push lower to bottom out at 66.93.
We tagged the bottom of the range in the NASDAQ. That range that we were in, we touched it and bounced off of it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. A reaction there is not totally unexpected, but I would like to see I would like to see this move get exhausted and then we continue selling.
When close, bottom of the hour. And the president making an announcement in the Oval Office has been scheduled at 10:30. 10:30 or 11, Jack? What was the update on the
11 Central?
11 Central. Thank you.
I'm all for a deep red day.
What, Dakota? What'd you just mutter? You're all for what?
I'm all for a deep red day here in these markets. I need to prepare for a Santa rally.
Yeah, I think it would be healthy.
Just a nice red week or 2, or 3 or 4.
The volatility. Right back to overnight. All right, ES trying to figure out what to do with 6,700. 6,700 right back to 66.99. 200 lot just came in on the bid. 66.99. 99. 9.5 on 200. Hoag. 9.5 on 200.
Yeah.
There is a wishing order way up there. 67.49 in the ES. About 50 points higher. 40 points higher. 800 lot sitting up there. London close. Yeah, that was Santa Rally is technically the week after Christmas. Is that true? I always thought it was pretty much all of December.
It's around that time of year. I consider it just that around there.
I mean, there's could be a definitive date. I don't know. Again, pin to the top of the chat. You got those mindset matters. Get those questions in there. That'd be 1 p.m. Central today with Dr. V and Hoag. Those questions in there. course, we got morning recap coming up after this. Then we got Jay with Topstep. We got John London. Always good to see John London. JD. Then we got Shoulder Tab. Yes, with Shoulder Tab is back with Jack and Aaron. Then we got group coaching. JD, Hoag, Hoop, over 190 million years of experience in their family business all around. I know I'm joking there, but the experience, the knowledge, the wisdom, you don't get that anywhere else. So make sure you stay tuned. I watch every day. I'm still learning, still asking Hoag, what's this? What's that? And yeah, man, Hoop, JD as well. And group coaching, noon central. That matters. And then Power Hour. We got Barron. We got Dolby. We got myself. Wrapped up. Then we got Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Coach Jay. They will be breaking up. Good. In?
Yeah.
What's the P&L?
Yep, all locked out. That runner got taken out. I still think we get it, but well, we came into fast markets at about what we're at now. Faced some drawdown, getting just kind of destroyed in that range, and then fought back. And so I'm ending fast markets how I started it, but
really,
yeah.
All right, you came
Great trading, man. Great trading. Good job, man.
What's your P&L?
1367. I think we started fast markets and I was at like 13. So
good stuff. Braden, I want to get back to that. I want to talk about the roller coaster we had here in Braden's P&L with live trading. With that being said, I just brought up a morning recap. Hoag, you got some work to do, man. You got your work cut out for you. That's why they pay you the big bucks around here for that morning recap. Hoag, why don't you get out of here, my man? What's up?
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
See you, Hoag.
Always a pleasure. We'll see you in a few.
100%. Thank you, Hoag. More Hoag. Morning recap. Group coaching. Mindset.
Nice.
Megaphone.
I'm gonna be honest.
Gonna keep going.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna do the same with you. I'm gonna join you, Braden. I am gonna lock myself out as well. Plus 336. So
nice.
Dakota. That is
there we go. Another day
wall
in the
of
book.
green.
I was nervous, Dakota, when you put that last trade on after showing that you had been green every month of September. That you were tempting fate.
I know, man.
We call the cockroach in the last bite.
I almost locked out last night. I was up $2. I was joking during slow markets. Like I can technically lock out and call it. I had all green, but I'm more about the process. Let's see. I don't mind. Hey, if today was a red day, so be it. Tomorrow's another day. We're going into October, on a streak, on a row. But yeah, it's official. Official. Locked out. Locked in.
Nice.
And ready for the new month.
Oh,
Dakota, I heard you talking and maybe it was slow markets or maybe it was a fast market segment. You were saying that you're open to the idea of starting to copy trade a couple more. What more do you need to do to prove to yourself that you're ready? Or are you interested in trying to maybe add another XFA?
I definitely need another month. Now it sounds crazy, right? Because you look at this and you're like, oh wow, why aren't you going to copy trade? Well, a month is still not enough data. Like this is not enough data for me. It's nice, it's a good start, but it's not enough to say, okay, things have changed, right? Is this just, am I just on a hot streak? Is this just been the markets? What's going on? This is a good month. The exception's not the rule. Maybe this is an exceptional month, but it doesn't mean I'm back to normal, right? Like I said, for me, 2-3 months for me to identify that I'm struggling, and 2 to 3 months for me to identify that I'm back on track. So 1 month in the book, we have probably another to go to where I feel confident to say, all right, let's do this. I could trade one now. I could trade multiple.
Solid.
Love that. Braden, I want to talk about the roller coaster of P&L. You came in up $1,300. You took a couple losers getting long there. What the P&L get down to? You're positive throughout, right? You were up money.
Yeah, we never went red. Yeah, I didn't put any risk parameters in place to make sure I didn't go red, but I think mentally I was not going to go red today.
Right.
Like if that last trade lost before, the lowest P&L today was about 427 or something like that. We can go back and look, but so $1,000 in the long from 800 to 838, and then 839 to 790s, more or less. Kind of $1,000 in there. We found our way back into kind of, I guess you would call it break even on the day, because we started this session at 1300, ended it at 1300. So we fought back. So nice.
Done, man. Well done.
I can go get my meta glasses now.
Yeah, the meta glasses. Have you been able to locate? Have you pre-ordered them? Are they waiting for you at the store?
I'm gonna go grab them at Best Buy right after this.
How much are they again?
$799, probably closer to 900.
Tax. Okay, so you got a little 400 over your meta glasses.
Yeah.
There we go. Hey, net positive today. Go buy those meta glasses. You're up. You're still up on the day.
Absolutely. Hey, Dakota, let me take a let's take a look at that calendar for September real quick.
Okay, I'll show it again. I don't mind showing it. Hey, I've been on shoulder tap here, Andre. You guys see the
100%.
negative, so when it's positive, I'll show it all day.
Yes, absolutely. Take a look. Actually, not the calendar. Let's go to your stats one more time. What'd you end the month in terms of RR and win percentage? What's the win percentage for the month?
Oh, 64. 63.9.
Very nice. Very nice. Again, early before the summer, we were talking what, in the 30s? A lot of last year. 30% win percentage.
35 to 33% is where I typically was the past year, last year.
Took you 3 months. We're talking about that. Took 3 months. 3 months for the turnaround, right? To adapt,
Correct.
to change it up. Well done. It's not easy.
It was a rough 3 months too. It was rough. Sure. It wasn't just a straight line. It was, hey, find some success, then struggle. Okay, find something that's starting to work, and then just no. And it had its ups and downs. And thankfully, I've been able to share that here on Fast Markets on TopstepTV, and then again on my Slow Markets class. I shared the entire journey, and I'm going to continue to do so.
Good stuff. Slow Markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Who will be joining you today, this evening, Dakota?
Yeah, Tuesday, and Baron. Baron is going to be joining me. It's going to be a good one. Usually it's Thursdays, but I'm happy to join me on Tuesday now. So,
good.
Yeah, it's nice to have him back in the mix, joining me on Slow Markets.
Yes, Baron will be joining us in Power Hour as well. All right, a couple minutes here. A few minutes left here in Fast Markets. We've seen some, it's tricky price action to say the least.
Still think we see 720s, but I'm locked out. So
yeah, you are.
I can't trade if I wanted to, but this still looks really bearish to me. Now you have VWAP now rejecting from the underside, so looks good.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ES.
At the lows of the range.
We're not locked out here.
No, we're not, Jack.
The range started to play again. You see how we came back down to the bottom of that range, found buyers. We went right up to the top of the range, found sellers. So, I mean, if you're still wanting to play this range, we came back down and it was still a play. You took profits down there, though, right?
Yeah.
I took some off 87. I took some off on this first break lower 87, and then I added back in the 90s, and then I took those off in the 60s, and then just left some runners that got stopped out. But this looks so good lower. If I wasn't locked out, I would throw a micro at it. Why not?
Braid, I love it. I love it. 24,770 range megaphone indeed. All right, let's see if we can get a little more volatility in here. Just the person to bring on in when we need a little boost of volatility. Nope, not the president of the United States, not Jerome Powell, but our own James Harden. James, come on in here. We got some good news.
Dr. Ball.
Dr. Volatility.
With Dakota and Braden locked out, that means I have a captive audience. Emphasis on captive. Hello, everybody. How we all doing out there on this wonderful, beautiful Tuesday? Markets were rocking, presidents are talking. And last Wednesday, A YouTuber crossed the wanted to sail across to the Isle of Sicily in a bathtub, and he did. YouTuber Max Foch traveled from Sending Cove in Cornwall to Hughtown last Wednesday in a bathtub with just a boat motor attached to it and a GoPro up front. The entire voyage took him 8 to 9 hours. He says, other than being utterly bored and his back hurting, he says it wasn't too bad of a distance. And if you're asking yourself, why would a guy travel through the water on a boat? Well, he says because he could and because he thought no one else had ever done it. He says he found a picture that he drew when he was 6 of him sailing in a boat, and he had a spare tub. So have tub, will travel. Got in there, made the journey, and the first thing he did was go to the local pub. He says no one really cared at first about his journey until he slammed down a couple $100 behind the bar, and suddenly everybody wanted to come in and learn about the boat, which he then donated to a local child, I believe. There's a 10-year-old boy who lives on the island. I asked him if he wanted it, and his face lit up, said Max. So remember, follow your dreams, whether that is earning your life funded account or sailing in a boat. Anything is possible.
How'd that float?
James, it's got something under it, which is probably filled with air on the sides. James, don't let Danielle see this, or you just know that one of us is going to be going from Milwaukee to Muskegon in a bathtub.
We can cross Lake Michigan in a bathtub. That sounds good. That's good content. Danielle, take notes. Up next, I thought this story was interesting. Out of the Bay Area in California, the police have pulled over a robo-taxi during a DUI operation. Now, the robo-taxi wasn't drunk, but what happened was the robo-taxi saw that there was a road blockage up ahead due to the cops having their DUI checkpoint. And it made an illegal U-turn right in front of the cops. So can't make that U-turn.
The Scheffler.
Pull them over, and you got no ticket because they have no way to charge a robot. Who do you ticket in this scenario? Car makes an illegal U-turn. I'm chilling in the back with my Taco Bell looking at the cops like, what? And they eventually didn't really do anything. They had no choice but to let the taxi go. They did contact the parent company, who is they work alongside Google, but I believe the parent company is called Waymo.
Wild.
Waymo.
They were taking a robot.
And so what they did was they took it as a sign of like, the car shouldn't be making illegal turns in the first place. So a use case scenario I don't think they had considered when programming driving cars. What happens when there is a DUI checkpoint? Turn around and hit the gas.
What's the U?
Resisting arrest.
Go. That's what I say. And finally,
do they do
my
those?
favorite news story? I've seen it going around a couple places. Mr. Beast,
Huge
who
pop
has
Crude.
5 random people entombed at any given moment, has defended trapping a man in a burning building for $500,000. That's right. We now let people on the internet do anything. Yes. Is this good? Is this bad? He put a man in a burning building and told him if you can complete a series of challenges, you can collect up to $500,000. Some of those challenges included being shot out of a cannon into a wall of fire, surviving massive explosions, and escaping from what appears to be a mock-up of a small house. This video has already racked up, I think it's 45 million views since it was posted on Saturday. And there's a couple things going on here. First of all, the man in question escaping from this burning building is a professional stuntman. Mr. Beast has a bajillion trillion dollars. And if you think Mr. Beast was going to burn a man live on YouTube, well, he might actually do that. But also, there is tons of safety things going on. They had fire crews on standby. Everything you see here, from the flames to the dramatic effects, has all been curated and staged, and they could completely turn them off at any given moment. Now, I'm not defending Mr. Beast. I don't think the idea of, hey, can this guy survive death for $500,000 is a really good look that you should do. But I do want to point out, he's not just tossing people into a pit and then saying, rise, so... which would be a lot more entertaining to watch. I'd love to watch Mr. Beast get his back broken and then climb out of a cave. Andre, what's the movie?
Crude's absolutely just wild action going on here
Right.
in Crude. We saw about a 50-cent pop in Crude. Now we're seeing it turn right back around. We went from 62.50 right up to 63 evens. Now we're right back to 62.80. Sorry about that, James. Just huge pop in Crude. Go ahead. Sorry.
That was it. I was testing your movie knowledge. I was talking about Mr. Beast, and that's all the stories I got to you. So let's get back to that crude oil action. Take a look at those charts. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mindset Matters at 1.
Where you going?
Thank you, James.
Dr. Val about volatility oil.
Did.
Uh-huh. Good stuff, James. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. Jack, how are we looking over there in ES? Same story.
Yeah, we looked like we were cooking down. We couldn't take out the lows of the day so far. Just kind of doing what it's been doing. Little rangey range.
Yep.
Well, we rejected right off of what I have as the current. Did we even get there this time? Yeah, we got to like sort of the I have 6645 in the SPX as sort of the high volatility area, HVL, and it bounced there for now.
Okay, sounds good.
Do they do DUI checkpoints anywhere besides California? Because that's the only that story was from California. That's the only I've only seen one of them in real life, and it was in California.
Has anyone been in a
I don't-
Waymo before?
I haven't seen them.
For
I
a
always see
while.
those social media clips where they clip somebody not wanting to give their ID.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you miss every shot you don't take, I guess.
All right, got to pop back in. What was that crude? What was that crude?
Okay, I guess they do.
I'm saying yes, they do.
I've just never
Yeah.
seen one in Illinois.
They're out there. Suburbs. Black Wednesday. You're from the suburbs.
Don't drive
All right,
Black
let's.
Wednesday.
Yeah. Again, that crude pop. Did not see any headlines on that. Again, Dr. Val coming through again.
This market just looks heavy. I agree with you, Braden. I wouldn't be surprised if we break through the lower days today.
Yeah, and I'm so confident in it that, well, obviously it doesn't matter because it's on a simulated count, but I never usually go to a simulated account and just simulate a trade. But
Did you?
I'm in a short on a simulated account. Yeah,
There
just
you
for
are.
like, just because like I
test.
don't know.
I mean, yeah, no, you're.
It is just a practice account.
You got the setup right.
Yeah.
You got the setup.
Yeah. I would like to see if this would work. Like, to me, this is a move that should sell pretty quick, like 50 points of downside. Break above the range, become exhausted. Now we're right back into it with weak buying candles here. Yeah, this should just dump.
What'd you get?
71, 20 micro short.
Well, 20. I love it.
So yeah, and it could be as easy as like if Nvidia does. I'm not saying it will. It's still kind of near its highs, but a 3% move in Nvidia translates to a 0.42% move in the entire NASDAQ 100. So like that's all it could take to get us cooking. Right now on the day, we're down a quarter. Sans Nvidia, we would be down close to 0.75% in the NASDAQ.
As
push
you
higher.
say that, we're right back to the top of the range. Yeah.
Well, we got a green candle building for Nvidia.
Well,
Yes, we do.
It's
Turn around here
practice.
yes, yep, absolutely.
Power hour is going to be a good one.
Power hour is why is power hour going to be a good one? Tell me, Dakota, why? Why is power hour going to be a good one?
End of quarter, and yeah, we'll see if it's going to be a good one. End of the quarter, end of the month, going into the final quarter. We have on-farm payroll. We have a lot going on.
I don't think we'll have it, but it's scheduled.
Yeah, that popped in.
Oh, the non-farm payroll. Yeah.
Here's the headline we have for that pop in crude. OPEC firmly rejects recent media reports alleging group of 8 are planning to increase production. There you go. That'll do it. Very sensitive to headlines there. Has the president begun? Let's see that. Not seeing much. 62.86 last trade crude. $67.05 last trades in the ES. Gold trade sideways a little bit right now. That's okay.
Yep, hanging around those 60s.
Yep.
Just went back to the top of that range, Andre. Is this just base hit?
Man, I know,
base hit?
67.04 last year. Yeah. Tilt has leveled off. Has the president begun? Is anything coming from the president? Making an announcement. Announcement on Pfizer and drug prices. Is what this announcement we have seen some of those headlines coming out, Jack. So I think this might be a repeat. Again, nothing on government shutdown. Nothing on government shutdown.
Well,
yet again,
he's going to actually start talking about that. It's scheduled for 11 our time towards the end. I would imagine it's going to be a little later than that. So in the next segment, I'm sure we'll have plenty to chew on.
Indeed, 62.66. Crude turning around right now. Here goes the NASDAQ, 24,808.
How about that May white line today?
Yeah, it's still holding.
Undefeated.
You,
yeah.
It's continuing to hold.
See, what are we looking at here in 10-year? 10-year hanging?
Yields have gone up a little bit in the 10-year. You know, I have the hourly chart here. You can see in the last hour we've been popping. Kind of going back to the top of, once again, I will find out what this purple box is. Let me actually go.
Yeah, take a look for me. Okay.
Oh, this is a big, see, I had this marked out probably about here. This was a big kind of support level. It only broke when you probably shouldn't be trading yields. This was the tariff tantrum right here, but otherwise it had been pretty good resistance level. Going back in here, kind of count the lows. I would have loved to go in there, and it didn't get to the level that I would want to. Now remember, this is yield, so it would be an area to sell the ZN. We didn't quite get there at 4.1%.
Have you taken a look at FedWatch?
Jack,
we got about 90 seconds. You got to take a peek at FedWatch. How are we looking for October 29th? 25 basis point cut, and then as well as the December, sometime in December 18th or so, for every 6 weeks.
Yeah. So this seems off to me. Well,
yeah, it does.
For December, they're pricing in 2 more cuts at 74%. For October, it looks like they're pricing in a 97% chance of another quarter point cut. 97, 96.7. I mean, unless it's flawed data, that seems really high to me.
I know, Jack. I know, man.
So don't take that as.
Hold on. I got December 73, but yeah. Anyways, it's okay. Again,
that's true. There's some arbitrage, probably.
Yes, there is.
1 second.
Yes, there is. Are you talking about getting long Fed fund futures? Anyways, yes, we'll keep an eye out for that. 30 seconds left here in Fast Markets. Braden, what a roller coaster that was. Came all the way back. You're locked out. You're going to enjoy it. Look at that. That is the smile of a man who's going to go get those meta glasses and try them out. Rich and Son back to us. Dakota. Beautiful month. Way to end September. Green, green, green. Way to adapt on the fly. Jack, stay tuned here. We'll see what
really
happens.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Really quick. 83% chance of a 25% decrease on poly market versus 97. Might have to look into this. Might have our first possible arbitrage opportunity.
Yeah. Yes.
Spreading. Okay.
Good stuff. That was a good fast markets. Markets look like they're ranging a little sloppy. There is opportunity. Everyone's going to stay locked in. We're all in this together. We got Trump coming out. We got Goolsby coming out. We got Q3 and today as well. Braden, great job. We're going to see you again. Dakota, we're going to see you on Slow Markets. Jack, we'll see you in Shoulder Tap. With that being said, morning recap coming up next. Trade with Topstep. John London in the house. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. We ain't done. Come on.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Hopefully you're having a good trading day. Lots of big expectations today for the last day of the month and the last day of the quarter. Equities have largely remained pretty range bound. We're likely to see some fireworks later on in the session. But we're going to take a look at the trades we took today, starting with the opening range trades for the house account. So what were we looking at here this morning? We were looking at a really big overnight range. Just putting things in context, the market opened at the low of yesterday's very small regular trading hour session range. So we didn't really have too much as far as the directional bias here. I think everybody's got a directional bias to the long side for gold, but the opening range 5 minute. Thank you again all for voting for that, for the opening range trades. And so the 5 minute got us a short 5 micro gold 38, 39, 80. Didn't really give us too much. We were in the money briefly. Market came back in. JD was talking about, I don't like this trade. We should take it out, and we almost did. But the trade was still valid at that time, so we let it play out. We took a loss on that one. Our stop hit for about $320. It seems like gold has been doing this a lot. It'll take out that 5 minute opening range and then run the other direction. We're going to take a look at this and see if we can't improve this process. But it is a very mechanical process. That first 5 minutes, whichever side it breaks out, you take that position and you can limit your risk. And if you do catch a good one, you can really have some big days. A lot of trend days start right off the regular trading hour open and continue in that direction all day. So you might catch a good trend day once in a while by watching that opening range trade. Take a look at crude oil. Crude oil also was a pretty big opening range. It's the thing about those 5 minute opening ranges is it really expands the risk you have to take. It's 5 minutes versus a 1 minute. Obviously, you're probably going to have a little bit of a bigger opening range. One of the things that you gotta be aware of if you're going to be taking the trade. So let's go back into context. We had the island top. Yesterday, we opened with a gap, didn't close the gap. This was a good trade. Opening range was the high of the session. We ended up getting out of the last one right at the end of the day here, right around 63.22. So, I mean, we were short. We had 100 points in one of those contracts. Today, not so lucky. We went 0 for 2 for the opening range trades. We went 2 for 2 yesterday, to varying degrees of profitability and success. But so let's take a look at the 5-minute chart here and take a real look at the opening range trade in crude today. Big opening range. Okay, big. What was it? 39 ticks, looks like. 39 ticks. So that's 39, that's 45 ticks of risk. More than likely, because you're not going to leave the stop right at the other end of the opening range. You got to give it a little bit more room to sweep the stops. Thought maybe we had enough to keep us in the trade. The market actually got us long 5 MCL 6270, 6272. And it was such a big opening range, it seemed to take forever to even really trade outside of it all that much. The first move below the initial balance low here, 62.29, kept us in the trade, actually. I mean, the first and second, we got down to 62.24. We got down to 62.26 on this one. We got down to 62.22, and that is right where our stop was. It did give us a little bit of grace. It traded 1 tick below that on the next 5-minute bar, but now we see what has happened. The market has continued this push to the upside to close the session gap. Well, a couple of losses, no big deal. S&P's really kind of range bound. Just looking at the context on this one, we didn't take any trades in the S&Ps today. Some good stuff in NASDAQ to look at, though, here in a minute. But again, the market opening in range, in value. A lot of expectations for big moves today. End of the month, end of the quarter. That still may come as the day goes on. But those that were managing their expectations and thinking, what if we have a range day today? And we did kind of touch on that possibility during the opening call this morning, if you were there. But yeah, the initial balance high and low, 67.13 the high, 66.96.75 the low. Every excursion outside of it has failed to bring continuation. Really just kind of exhibiting very range-bound activities here. What do range-bound markets do? They go to the high, they go to the low, they go to the high, they go to the low, then they go back to the high. So very range-bound today. If you had that in your hypotheses and you traded to that, you could have a really good day today. You could have a really good day. So let's take a look. Our traders on fast markets had a really good day, right? So just kind of going back into context here. Again, the market opening near the low end of the range from yesterday. We did actually close out the gap that we closed yesterday in the S&Ps in that similar area, if you will. But Dakota was really the first one to put his toe in the water here in the NASDAQ this morning. Dakota took 5 shorts, all trading MNQ, 24,760, took a 10-point profit on that. Looked for more shorts up here at 24,792 and took about 20 points of profit on that. Dakota finishes the session up 336 to keep his streak alive. He's got like almost a whole month of winning days. Great to see Dakota doing so well. As always, he usually is. So Braden came in. He was up $1,200 from some trades he took last night. And he took a few small losses on longs this morning. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4 or 5, 6 kind of losses or scratches in all of this barcoding here. But he took a little break. He said, I'm going to just relax a little bit. We're going to look for something later on. And he found it later on. We're calling this definitely the trade of the day from fast markets. He took 5 shorts, micros, of course, 24,839. We were looking at the high of the initial balance as kind of an important level. And he was, maybe a little preemptive of a failed upside auction. It didn't even look at it like a true failed upside auction, but he took the shorts and hung in there. And as the market started to continue to pay him, we got back down to VWAP, and that's where he took 3 off. But he was watching and he says, you know what? I think this thing could still go. So he took 3 off at 24,787, put them back on for a total of 5 contracts again. He was short 5, covered 3, added the 3 back at a little bit better price, and then covered all of them at about an average of 24,767. So a really, really nice trade. So at one point, he came in up $1,200. At one point, he was up about $700. So the 5 or 6 losing trades, he had lost about $500 on them, and then was patient, looked for the right opportunity, got into a good trade. He, withstood a little bit of heat on it. He was very patient in that trade, I thought. And then, comes up with the trade of the day, ends the day up 1367, locks himself out, and is going to have a nice rest of the day. So there's our kind of play-by-play for what happened during the opening range trades and the fast markets segment. And now it is time for quotable quotes. All right. So it's kind of funny in this age of technology. It still seems that almost everything will work again if you unplug it for a few minutes. I know I do that with my Wi-Fi router and all of that once in a while. And that includes you. Yes, you always have to take a break and recharge your batteries. Sleep well, feel good. If you're not working, maybe it's time to unplug a little bit, get that energy charged back up, get that radar back on key. And thank you, Anne Lamott, for this quote. And that is it for the market morning recap. Looking forward to seeing John London. I see him in the back there. Good to see you, John. We got Coach Jay and JD joining John London with Trade for Topstep. This is Topstep TV, folks. Stick around. Let's go.
right, welcome back to Topstep TV and the Trade with Topstep. You guys know me. I'm Coach Jay. On the far end, we got JD, and in the middle, we got Mr. Beginner Trading, but he's been here before. Back to Trade It Up with Topstep. John London, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Been trading gold a little bit lately. I think with the government shutdown, gold's interesting. That's what I'm going to be watching today is gold. I might buy a pullback, but yeah, looking at gold.
Okay. Trading gold. John, I know when you're normally on with us, you're looking at the equities, but what are you seeing in gold that you like so much? I mean, I think I can make sense of it. Market that's making all-time highs, presenting a ton of opportunity, probably the best trading market we had all year. How are you looking at it? Anything you're seeing right now?
I'm just looking at it like I think it wants 4,000. And I think with the shutdown looming, which I think is pretty probable to happen, gold might benefit from it. It's so close to that big whole dollar of 4K that I think traders are just going to get excited and they're going to buy it up maybe leading into it. As long as we don't get some opposing news that might bump it back down, I think the long side makes sense. But
yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. JD, how you doing? We saw you on the opening call. How are you looking at the markets right now, JD? We had some opening range trades that stopped us out, but how are you looking at the markets right now?
Yeah, overdue on those opening range trades. But I've been looking at the S&P for the last hour, and we're just kind of going sideways. We're megaphoning here. We're expanding the range a little bit, but we are just in a range, just barcoding back and forth. So there is opportunity on both sides of the market in the equities right now. I like what John London's looking at in gold. I believe that this government shutdown is pretty imminent. I don't think they're going to come to a deal before midnight tonight. So that could be your catalyst to $4,000 gold. That would be something. If we hit that by the end of the week, that'd be crazy.
Can we hit that by the end of the day?
End of the day.
Considering the night session as well, right? The Dakota slow market session. Maybe we'll see. We're about 3% off, so that'd be a pretty crazy move. John, we were talking in the green room, and we know you run your YouTube channel, and you were saying, with this government shutdown, you cover a lot of the economic data. We may not be seeing some of that data come out if we do get this shutdown. Tell people about your channel a little bit, what you focus on, what you talk about, for the people who may not have seen you on the show.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we mostly cover economic data like Fed stuff. We cover a lot of the big labor reports, which was supposed to be this Friday, but it's looking like that's not going to happen. Even if we just shut down for a day, I think they need time to get back in the swing of things. And so I think at the very least, as long as we shut down like everybody thinks we will, the labor report will at least get pushed to next Friday. And then if it continues long term, it might, push back CPI inflation. What everybody's worried about with this is that the Fed won't have the latest data and they'll be quote unquote flying blind without being able to see the data to make their decisions for the Fed meeting, if that makes sense, on late next month. So I hope they get a deal done. I'm not super optimistic about it. And I'll just have to find something else to talk about while we wait, I guess.
Probably talk about range trading as long as the government is shut down, because everyone's going to be waiting to see what happens next. That Fed meeting that John was talking about is in 29 days from now, October 29th. It's the next Fed meeting. The Fed is right now, looking at the Fed Watch tool, 96% probability of another cut in October. But if the Fed doesn't have any data to base their decision on, maybe we get a surprise there. Interesting stuff. Real quick check-in on prices. S&P trading 67.0450. The NASDAQ 24,792.5. Gold 38.7140. And crude oil. Where's my crude oil chart? I'll bring it up in just a second. John, I know you said you were looking at gold. What are you looking for potential opportunity here to get in? I see we just held overnight VWAP. Any trades you're looking at here?
If we can get down to 65, I don't mind starting to average into a position down to like 60 and then look for just a retest at the top of the range. I just think early this morning on gold, we went all the way up to 3,900, almost even. 3,900, if you can see on my chart, is right here. So we tapped that level a couple times, big whole dollar number, $100 away from 4,000. And then we just got beat up after that for the next few hours. We're starting to creep back up there again. And so I think it makes a little bit more sense to see if we can fulfill that test of the top. But yeah, I'd like a little bit more of a pullback. Just depends on how strong we start running. I don't mind the 200 exponential at like 38.63. But I'll probably start scaling in if we hit 65 down to maybe 60, and then use a risk level of like 45 or so with micro gold positions.
Nice. That 200 moving average. What time frame are you looking at that on?
I usually like it on a 1 minute chart. I use it to look at longer term as well. I just think buyers step in for some reason on a 1 minute chart. I usually like going to 5 minutes or longer, but with the 200 exponential, for some reason, it just seems to respect that level a lot.
Gotcha. Well, if you do get into a trade here, John, let us know. JD, the S&P, you were talking about that range. Right now, it kind of feels like we're sitting at the middle of it. I had a New York session VWAP, which is pretty much a flat line right at 67.04. We're trading 67.05s, but if we get, maybe a push into the 12s up at the upper extreme, maybe an opportunity to short. What are you seeing as the downside of this range?
I agree with you on the upside. We've got settlement price at 67.13 half, 67.1350. We bounced off there twice right here at about, call it 10 o'clock Central Time. Had a couple of touches of settlement price and came right back down. Now we're trading around yesterday's, and we came down and tested yesterday's value area low, which is, is that value area low? Let me double check that. Hang on a second.
Seeing range bound markets for now.
66.96.
96. Okay.
Yesterday's low. Bouncing around yesterday's low. So that would be your opposite, your other extreme. We are sort of megaphoning right now, so we all know this pattern. We talk about it quite a bit.
Yes, we do.
When this pattern happens, breakout comes. It's usually pretty intense, pretty heated. Once you break out of this pattern, it'll move fast and it'll move deep too. So right now we would just be diddling in the middle in equities. So wait to play either extreme of this range right now. But so far, hands off while we just float around in the middle of the range.
I think that is a good call. Well, while we wait for some of these trades to trigger, I want to remind everyone in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat, we have the form for group coaching. Get your questions in for JD, Hoag, and Coach Hoop. Group coaching coming up after the shoulder tap today, I believe. So make sure you get your questions in there. JD just said we talk about megaphone patterns all the time. Try to stump these guys. Try to ask them something that they've never been asked before on the show. Ton of years of experience during that segment. So like Andre says, these guys have seen some shit. So ask them about it and see what they have to say. John, I want to ask you, we were talking about it before. Right now you're looking at gold. What makes you decide to look at gold instead of the equities on certain days? Or do you look at both and whichever one presents the better trade?
Right. I try to look at both. I think gold's had an easier story recently with stagflation fears and inflation and worries, and then the shutdown news. I think that's just really that leads the path for gold to trend well. Versus, I still watch the NASDAQ, but if it's really choppy, it's just harder to trade. A lot of big moves, but fake outs. And so just trying to avoid it and look at something that might trend a little bit better. Yeah.
Go where the clean money is. It's a lot easier, bigger moves, bigger ranges. And it's been that way for the entire year, right? High to low today, I'm seeing about a $75 range, $77 range in gold. There's more than enough opportunity. You don't have to catch the entire move, right? On the NASDAQ today, traders might look at this range and say, hey, I need to take a big piece of this to even see some profit. Gold, you could catch a piece of that move and have a pretty good day.
Sure. Yeah. I was looking at oil too. Oil, it seems to be kind of beat up. Maybe we'll see some lower gas prices, but it's bounced back a little bit this morning. So
yeah. Hopefully, right? Hopefully we see some lower gas prices. Seeing the equities push up to the upper extreme of this range here, 67.11 quarter last trade in the S&P, 24.811 in the NASDAQ. Seeing a little bit of a bounce. That New York session VWAP held there, that 800 level. But let's see, is this enough? Do we find enough buyers to push out of this range, or is it business as usual? We got some news on this government shutdown that we've been talking about. And what gets impacted. So why don't we go over to that? We'll come right back to the charts.
The threat of a shutdown is looming over Washington, D.C. Congress has until midnight to come to an agreement to keep the government funded. If not, this will be the first Washington, D.C. stalemate since December of 2018. That one lasted 35 days. Here's what a shutdown could look like. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers will face the threat of mass layoffs. The Food and Drug Administration may stop inspections. Flights may be delayed because of staffing shortages. Some government programs, including SNAP, also known as food stamps, could also eventually run out. So could the WIC nutrition program for women, infants, and children, but the Internal Revenue Service would remain open. Social Security checks would still go out, and FEMA forecasters would remain on the job.
Thank you for that, Gabe. So there are some implications. First government shutdown potentially since 2018. I don't know why it seemed more recent than that, but I guess it's always a threat, right? It always seems like it's a threat,
Right.
and then it doesn't happen.
Yeah, every year, the government's going to shut down, and usually they come through at the last minute and save it. But like I said, I'm a little bit less sure of this one. I think there's a good chance they get shut down now.
We are seeing a nice push here.
Why do they want us to care so much right now?
It's a good question, JD.
They wanted our attention. They wanted our attention. They got it. So here we are. Now what?
That's right.
Now what do we do?
New highs of the day here in the S&P 6718. The NASDAQ pushing up, extending this range a little bit here as well. I'm looking to see if we're getting any headlines. I don't see anything yet. NASDAQ last trade 24,838. S&P's 6717 last trade over there. So maybe trying to break out of this range. And let's see if we convince enough buyers to do it. We just looked above the overnight high in the S&P. NASDAQ still has a little bit of work to do. Traders in the chat, let us know. Are you guys? Yeah, go ahead, John.
If we get a dip down to 815, I might try a short-term trade up to maybe 850. So 815 to 850. I'll use like a 93 risk under that whole dollar number, but I need a large enough pullback to get in down to 815.
There we go. So John looking to potentially get into the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just tagged settlement up there, 24,837, and the orders settlement. I'm seeing a headline. Pfizer gets a 3-year grace period from Trump's farmer tariffs. So maybe that did it. The T word, could always get these markets moving. How much does the market care about farmer tariffs? We will see. But seeing a little bit of a pop there in the equities.
Yeah, NVIDIA's been breaking highs all day, so it got up to 187s early. I'm surprised the NASDAQ's not up more, really, just based off of NVIDIA. But we'll see if it can break highs again here.
Let's take a look. What is NVIDIA trading at right now? I know it made all-time highs today. Pulled back just a little bit from that high. 187 evens last trade in NVIDIA. That high is, what is this price? 187.35. Go ahead, John.
I just jumped into 3 micros on the NASDAQ, and I'll probably add down to 815 and then keep the same risk. I just don't want to miss it if it doesn't quite get there, so I'll get in a little bit early and just keep the same stop. Try to add maybe 2 more if we can get it. But
what was that price again, John? Where'd you get in?
So I got in at 22, at 822.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Small. I think it's the middle of the day, so I don't want to take too big of positions, but I'll take 5 here. So we just jumped into 5 now. I just want to see if it bounces at 815. I have a level there. And then we've got like 800 whole dollar underneath it. So
right. Gotcha. John, long the NASDAQ did see a little attempt to pop the top of that range. And looking for some continuation here. Last trade 24,816, and the orders in the NASDAQ. S&P pulling it back a little bit. Saw a pop at the high of that range in the S&P. About 2,000 contracts traded in a couple of seconds there. Last trade in the S&P here, 67.11 and a half. Chat, let us know if you are in any trades. I'm seeing a tilt right now. Pretty much 50-50, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 70% long in gold. I think everyone is just waiting for that next big one in gold.
Yep. What's going to move us?
For sure.
So President Trump was scheduled to make an announcement at 11. I believe it was that Pfizer headline that you just read off, Jay. Scrolling back through financial juice. That is what it was. Okay. Just making sure. Yes. Trump makes an announcement on Pfizer and drug prices. You can watch that. Go back and watch it on Financial Juice if you're so inclined. Feel so inclined, I should say.
Thank you for that, JD.
President
So
Trump
John
will
Long,
be back in the news again at 2 o'clock, signing some executive orders, and I bet he runs into another microphone. So we're getting a lot from the White House today.
Did he run into one earlier? Did he run into a microphone? I didn't see it.
Yeah, all morning long. All morning long.
I need new batteries on this one.
Oh, is this live? Yeah, we got this live right now.
It is. See if we get some audio on this.
Maybe Albert, good.
You picked 4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples. And as the president mentioned, this is not the only agreement. It is the first. It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about them. And that means hundreds and hundreds of drugs. We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price at MFN results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother struggled with, 40% reductions. This is about access. This is about ensuring Americans have access to life-saving medications. These are real prices. These are net prices. They're not made up. They're not funny numbers.
Thank you very much. Great job you've done. Everybody here has been incredible. We've been standing here talking about the Make America Healthy Again a lot lately, and I think our meeting the other day was excellent on a thing called Tylenol. That was a very important meeting. I think that was a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's going to be great for everything because your medicine costs are coming way down. We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next week of over 1,000% in some cases, where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And the same thing with Canada. People would go to Canada, they go to Mexico, they'd go to other places to buy drugs. They don't have to do that anymore. So we have favored nations. So that's what we have. And it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have. We're talking about massive numbers, and the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world, so they have more people. So we'll come down a lot, and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot. The U.S. will come down a lot. But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit. And it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too. And Howard, great.
Oh, thank you, J.D.
Really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big. Let's focus.
Look at that weekly kickoff email.
Please give us a timeline.
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises for lowering health care costs. On a day that it seems like we're going into a government shutdown led by Democrats on the premise of providing health benefits to illegals, this seems to, your move here is a stark contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance, to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling with that.
We're working on just that, little different group, but we're working on just that. It could, I don't know to this extent. You know, we have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week. It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the U.S. And that's coming down now to probably $15 or $18. They'll go up to 18. I think that's pretty much right, Albert. It's not you, but they'll go up to 18 and we'll come down from 135 or whatever down to 18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8 of 1%, but it was the only one in 28 years that brought drug prices down for the year. But it was a very small number. Now we're talking about, you're going to see one over 1,000%. Look at these numbers. So, and this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who I'm talking about. The two of them came and we had a good discussion.
and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. But this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's not. It's there, but relative to other health care programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, what do you think about coming up with a better health care? This actually allows you to do that because the cost of prescription medicine is a big, I guess, a very big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is a big. This is one of the biggest news conferences from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had by any administration. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'm curious, where are the other companies other than Pfizer? Are you expecting them to come on later?
They're all with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. It's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, your friend, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to tariff them an extra 5, 6, 7, 8%, whatever the difference is, and we'll take it that way. So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no, and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly. We had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But no, but the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
President Trump. You mentioned the tariff, the exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating,
all right, I think we can drop the audio on this.
We're going to let them play out.
We do have John in a trade right now. John is long from 24,821 in the micro NASDAQ. Again, what we're listening to here is the president talking about tariffs on medicine and drug prices coming down here. Asking some questions about healthcare as well. So we will continue to pipe this in. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware. If you're just tuning in, what we are listening to, the president has been at a microphone all day. So let's see what he is talking about here. Pfizer up almost 5% on this news.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the tariffs. And that wouldn't happen. He's not going to pay any tariffs because when he moves here, there are no tariffs. So he won't be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If you move here, there are no tariffs. And we have over $17 trillion, Albert. Do you believe these numbers? So Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have over $17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
When will prices come down, Mr. President? When can America?
They're going to start coming down. Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you speak to what impact you think this reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge. I said, if we can pull this off before midterms, I've wanted to do it from the beginning, from my first day in first term. And we were doing so well. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. Everything was good. And then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's a big change. But what happened is COVID came, and we focused on COVID. We focused on COVID very hard with Albert, with the other companies, with everybody. Regeneron was a great thing. We did a lot of therapeutics that were fantastic. And so we focused on that. And I said, if I pull this off again, the first thing I'm going to do, and we've been working on this for 8 months. It's a very big deal. This is a big shock to the system. But it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot. But now it's fair. We're going to be paying the same thing. Yeah.
President Trump, in your first term, when you cut the price of insulin, Biden later came in. He tried to steal credit for that. Do you think that? Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these historic cuts?
I really appreciate your question because I did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35. And the problem is with many of these things, now in this case it's going to be pretty quick, but oftentimes you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years. That happened also with, I could say 4 different things, but just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election, because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is we did win the election. We did great. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way from a practical standpoint. And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35 and even less insulin, that was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let him know we did it, because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right, they tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable really of understanding it. But when they went out and talked about it, they acted like it was a great feat by Biden. It had nothing to do with him. And it continues, and we'll get it down even further. But insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Wow. Don't you have Paxlovid? He's got Paxlovid. Give me a Paxlovid immediately.
While Nancy Pelosi is ignoring what you're doing for the American people, she's going after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded healthcare for illegal aliens. Last night,
Who's doing that?
Nancy Pelosi. She went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans to go F themselves. Has she lost her mind?
We have done an unbelievable job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin. But just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price reduction times, maybe 10 times, 15 times than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of Democrats recently. I said, why don't we change it? We can make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much better, less expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough, because you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look. This is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We could come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown, because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare, to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that. No country. And we have the border stopped up. We have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months. Zero people came in. That wasn't me. That's by the authorities, who happen to be liberally oriented. But just think of that. We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay. And that's the Democrats. And what that does is it brings people into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it, and they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them.
I think we can get back to the markets here. Again, the big announcement there was drug prices coming down potentially, and tariffs being delayed on medicines. We do have John in a trade right now. John, you're long in the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ 24. What was your average price there, John? I think you're on mute.
Okay, no, that's me. Sorry. I took one micro off just to risk manage the trade, since we had this big peak up here, and I was hoping we would bounce, but we kind of broke down a lot. We have been respecting the 200 exponential. My new average is 24,820.
24,820.
24,820.
Yeah. Well, we have been bouncing off this. I'm long 4 still.
Long 4. Gotcha.
Yeah, but my risk is still probably like 93, 94 right here. And so I'm hoping the 200 exponential, which has held both times we've pulled back to it, we've bounced off of it. So I'm hoping we continue to bounce back up. Maybe the president will say something good about equities, but I don't know. I should have bought gold.
He did say before we caught the audio there, we'll probably have a shutdown. So he does not sound very optimistic about coming to an agreement here. clock is ticking. We got about 11 hours before they got to make a decision before the government shutdown. President does not sound too convinced. Quick checking on prices. We were kind of ranging around there. NASDAQ right now trading 24,804 half. S&P 67,1175. Gold, a little bit of a pop there, 38.72, and crude oil 62.76. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades. We got a 73% long tilt in gold, 60% long in crude, 52% long in the NASDAQ and the S&P. We got John on air right now.
That gold tilt's been holding strong for the last half hour. It's been over 70% since we started this segment.
Yeah, I think gold makes sense.
Yep. Just find a place to buy it and see if you can hold on, manage the risk.
Yeah, like small size, big range, you know.
Yep. That is the trade. We got Coach Vince saying he's in the trade. Coach Vince is short the NASDAQ. All right. Coach Vince, nice trade there so far. Big range day. Again, we got a ton of economic data. We go over it on the opening call every morning, but take a look at your economic calendar. If there is no government shutdown, we got a ton of potential data coming out, a lot of jobs data this week. So, you know, not too surprised to see the market's range here. We talked about that during the opening call as well. You know, how directional are we going to get with a lot of uncertainty? Are we getting a shutdown? Are we getting data? You know, there's a lot to look at there.
I still think we'll get the ADP data. I think ADP, since it's private and not government, I still think that's coming out tomorrow. But yeah, the labor report's probably getting pushed back. You know.
Gotcha.
Same with the there's a Challenger job cut report coming out also. Is it tomorrow or Thursday?
Might be
That's
Thursday.
a private.
Yeah.
That's private also, so I bet we get that number. Let me just double check what day it is.
Was ADP the one? Yeah, ADP is private, right? Was ADP the one where we got the revisions from the BLS and ADP had the right number?
Yep.
It was either. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was ADP that got it right.
Interesting.
Yeah, we'll have the Challenger job cuts number on Thursday morning, 6:30. So we will get a taste, even if we don't get jobless claims or the big NFP number.
Yeah, I can't remember. I was watching the market during the last shutdown, but it's been a while, you know. So as long as it doesn't drag on for months, I'm okay with it, you know. But you never know.
Yeah, if we get a shutdown, I'm gonna have to do some back testing, right? Go pull up the chart from 2018 and see what happens. What can we expect? Because it has been a while since we had that government shutdown.
I think the last time the government shut down, we got sell-offs leading into the shutdown, and then after the shutdown happened, we actually went up. Markets stabilized during the shutdown, and I'm pretty sure they actually went up during the last one. I have to go back and double check.
Yeah,
interesting. How long has it been since the last government shutdown? Remember what year?
That video said 2018.
Yeah, 2018, 2019. Yeah.
And it was a 35-day shutdown. We did just see the NASDAQ trade below 800s there, back above it now, 24,809. John still in this trade. Nice stop placement so far, my friend. Looking pretty good there. Last trade, 24,810 in the NASDAQ, 67,1250 in the S&P. Again, tilt still pretty much 50-50 across the board. But we got John long right now from 820s, long 4 micros.
Yeah, I used to set my stops at like big whole dollar numbers like 8, but I realized that a lot of the time you're going to go right underneath it, trigger it, and then pop right back up and fake you out, you know. So I started giving it a little bit, giving a little bit more room. This might be catalyst driven though, unless I don't know what the president's saying, but that's a big bounce, you know. We'll see.
We got a comment here. We can do things during a shutdown that are irreversible. Trump on government spending, Democrats are taking a risk. On government spending, we can cut benefits. A lot of American trade negotiations will be bilateral, not trilateral. That's from the U.S. Trade Representative Greer. So the president saying we can do things during a shutdown that are irreversible. Interesting. Wonder what he's thinking about there.
It is interesting. He's got something up his sleeve.
Well,
does that mean he wants the shutdown?
He might. He wants to reduce the workforce of the federal government, and one of the things he's threatening is that if we do shut down, he's going to start firing people, basically laying off people. And so in that context, he might want to shut down, because if he wants to thin the federal government, that's kind of what the shutdown does in the first place. It's non-essential workers. Congress is definitely still getting paid, but yeah. And I was really excited on this long, and now we're just dipping right back down.
Yeah, it's gone flat, right?
Yeah.
Not
invalidated.
Level.
Got another headline coming across here. NVIDIA's market cap has topped $4.5 trillion after a string of AI infrastructure deals. NVIDIA making moves.
Yeah.
4.5 trillion. When do we see 5 trillion? Next week?
Next week,
Friday,
yeah.
maybe?
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
They're one deal away, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, NVIDIA's got deals with everybody.
Yeah. Everyone. 100 billion into OpenAI. Yeah, they didn't just
Intel,
Right.
All right, let's see if we can bounce at 800 again. Going right back down. We're pretty close to my stop, but I got to let it follow through. But
Yep. Not invalidated yet. The market has that range did tighten up, right? I'm looking at, we have a low of the day of 722s in the NASDAQ, but over the past hour or so, it's been more of a 60-point range with a low somewhere near 780. So let's see here. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 24,801. Last trade in the S&P, 6711. Gold is kind of just slowly creeping up. Keep an eye on you, gold, because I do not want you to run without me. I don't see a trade here yet, but if it's going to go, I want to be in it. Coach Vince out of that short. Nice trade. Took about 20 points there. Got John on screen right now, long in the micro NASDAQ.
Should have bought gold. That's my slogan, Should have bought gold.
Should have bought gold.
Should have bought gold. It's like Andre's slogan: "Gold not done. Gold is still not done. Even if it's moving slowly, it is slowly creeping higher." John, you were saying something though about setting stops at whole number levels. Could you imagine the trader that had a profit target in at 3,900 in gold?
Oh yeah, man. That guy was probably really, really nervous. I don't think we actually hit 3,900, but we got pretty close to it. Yeah, we got 399.20. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut right here. It's pretty small. It's not the biggest trade, but
okay.
At 11 a.m., I never do good at 11 a.m. I've come on the power hour segment and done really, really well. I think I should trade power hour more.
What do you think the difference is between this, just cleaner movement?
Yeah, cleaner trends, I think, a little bit when the liquidity is the highest in the last hour of the day. You just get cleaner trends, easier stories to follow kind of stuff. In the 11 o'clock, it's kind of the middle of the day. So a lot of people are eating lunch. They're not trading.
Yeah, you can see it in the volumes. Volume volatility, all sort of take a nosedive between those 11 and 1 o'clock hours.
Right.
It's been a historical pattern as far as back as I can remember.
Sure.
Just one of those things. Got to be able to work around it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good risk management, though. Good risk management. Not going to cost a whole lot if you're wrong. Dolby Time says lunchtime is for range trading. Lunchtime is for range trading. So let's see where that range is. 790s did kind of hold there. That overnight, the New York session VWAP in the NASDAQ down at 794. Holding 4 now. Coach Vince in the chat saying he's looking for another short. This feels middle of the range to me, but let's see. The NASDAQ can do what it wants to. S&P pulling back a little bit here as well. 67.09 quarter last trade over there. Give me a thumbs up in the green room if you're good to go. See our guy Gabe back there, but not just yet. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is. We got the okay. Let's throw it over to Gabe. I think for some on this day. Is that right, Gabe? No, not on this day.
Not even close.
We got Gabe for news.
Not even close, Jay. No, we're here for jab, jab, jab. We have a few traders we want to shout out from this morning. First, we got Ash. Got my first payout for $5K today in my bank. Let's go. Great job there, Ash. Love when it becomes real. Money hit the bank. Gotta love it. Shout out to Jeff. We passed my first 50K combine today. Great work, Jeff. Ty was copy trading 4 combines, blew them, but up $1,300 in the XFA. So a little bittersweet day. Ty, I think Obviously, you're well aware that maybe you made some mistakes today in the combines, but that's okay. Locked in some money anyway. Hopefully kept that green day in the XFA, hit that good old lockout feature in Topstep X, and move on to live another trading day. But we got Corey, finally passed 150K combine, had a mighty tilty few weeks, but I'm back in the saddle. Great work, Corey, climbing back, and maybe take it a little slow this time. Maybe take it a little slow after a little bit of a tilty few weeks. Shout out to Little Design. Coach Dakota made my first overnight gold trade, caught a short 3 micros from 895. Used the new brackets with minus 100 for risk and $500 for profit. Woke up in the green. Nice little 5-to-1 reward to risk there on that trade there, Little Design. Breaking into some new markets, trying out some different hours of the day, but keeping that risk tight. I like it. We got Tig. Let's go. Profit target hit up $1,600 on the day, 7 days in a row. And that's a killer week. Tomorrow is my day off. See you all on Thursday. We will indeed see you on Thursday. And shout out to Ryan, up $2,400 in my 50K XFA on micro gold with a max risk of $275 per trade. Great work there, Ryan. And shout out to everybody else. If we missed you, we see you. Appreciate you sharing your experience with us day after day in chat, coming back. But we will see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Nice job to all of our traders jabbing with the markets. Good stuff there. John, how's trading been going for you recently? I see you're in the XFA here. I love the way you trade every time we're on air. And you say it all the time, right? These are not huge trades. You're not looking for major home runs. How's trading been going?
It's been going well. I started trading gold a little bit more, riding the trends. And I think it's just been easier to, like, I cover a lot of economic data. So I think watching gold makes a lot of sense because the stories play out a little bit more. If you've got uncertainty things coming like shutdowns, gold might run, and just easier to predict those type of things. So longer term trades, smaller size, longer term, I think is what I've been trying to do. But
nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. JD, we are seeing this range continue. We looked above settlement real quick in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Would you get in here, JD, or does this feel like kind of middle of the range?
Well, we are towards the upper end of the range right now, so short here wouldn't be out of the question. You have to put it on. You'd have to scale down your size a little bit now because you are getting closer towards the middle of the range. And I hate playing the middle of the range, but yeah, you know where your risk is on this trade, so you're just gonna have to cut your size down a little if you're going to get in here. I think we're below that nine session EMA. It's that orange line on my charts, and yeah, just kind of listing for the moment. It is pretty much textbook barcoding right there, but
yeah, it really is. It really is.
Playing the range, so it's time to not play the range,
But like John was saying, right, where his trading probably happens a little bit better in power hour or some of the more heavier momentum hours of the day. We got to remember that today is the last day of the month, last day of the quarter as well. So power hour could be pretty crazy today. So traders right now, if you're not seeing a great opportunity, I think it's a great time to, put in some AirPods or something, go outside, take a walk, listen to Topstep TV. We'll keep you up to date if anything happens in the markets. But, if you don't see a clean trade setup, you don't got to force one, right? John put one on. Was a trade setup that he liked, managed the risk, and then you could always come back and trade again. But if you're over leveraged in this environment where it's not the healthiest for your trading account, just for the sake of making money, then you don't have an account available for when your best trading happens. So keep that in mind. We got NASDAQ trading 24,795 right now. S&P's 6707 and a half. Gold just slowly creeping up, 38.74, and crude oil 62.79 last trade over there.
Yeah, the last hour of the day might be good. I'll be here Friday, I think, on Power Hour. So we'll see if I can
nice.
Friday. Yeah,
cool.
Nice,
very cool.
Well, Friday Power Hour is the reversal challenge, John.
Okay, I'll be ready.
I'll
it. Research it. Yeah.
Nice.
Practice accounts only.
Practice accounts always got to be in a trade. But we're going to go ahead and wrap here. John, thank you as always for joining us. Great risk management on that trade. Again, they're not always going to work out, but we got to control the losses. Coming up next, we have Shoulder Tap with Jack and Aaron. We're going to roast and toast some traders. or talk about a good trader. Yesterday, we had a pretty good trader. These guys were talking about 80K balance in a live account with an average winning day of 1,000. So I'm curious to see what Aaron brings to the show. Then after that, we got JD, Hoag, and Coach Hoop here for group coaching. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. So make sure you get your questions in for those guys. This is Topstep TV. John, thank you as always for joining us. JD, we'll see you in just a little bit for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last shoulder tap of the quarter. Aaron, how did Q3 treat you overall?
Overall, I cannot complain. It was a good quarter for the risk team. It was a good quarter for Topstep and all of our traders as well.
How about you as a man, as a person? Have you become better? Shown some personal betterment over the last quarter?
I'd like to say so. I started playing in a basketball league again with some high school buddies, enjoying some Colorado weather. Got to see my Broncos win last night. So all of those things add up to good Q3 for Aaron.
Very nice. Checking in on the markets real quick before we get started. We've had a bit of a sell-off from the highs earlier. I'm looking at the ES. We're kind of tracking back down to that support level around 66.50 in the SPX. And we'll keep an eye on that, but that's not the purpose of this segment, which is to go over what our traders are doing. So how are our live funded traders doing today?
Doing really well. You know, there are some choppy markets, at least in the equities today. So we've seen, some range bound trades take place, but overall, got some leaders on the board that we can pull up here in just a second. Overall, traders are doing pretty well, considering all the chop that we're seeing. A lot of Christmas colors, barcoding, whatever you want to call it, on your screen. But we have one trader up over $45,000 actually today. Was trading gold overnight and was able to ride that wave and take a wonderful profit on the day. So kudos to our leaders for the day.
That is a hell of a day right there. As I was just going to say, 46,000. Well, you look at my chart right now behind it. You're right. It has been wicky in this ES. That is a buy low, sell high. You've done pretty well today, but 45. Not every day we see $45,000.
Definitely not every day. I think that would be a good day for anyone here at Topstep or outside of Topstep. So kudos to Monmeet on taking a big chunk out of the market, specifically in gold today.
Oh, I'm glad that you pronounced it and not me. So with that, we do have one trader we want to focus in on today. We have a card, I believe, for Oscar, correct?
Correctamundo. Oscar M is coming to trade with us from Elk Grove, California. Looking at the trading card, he's got some stats that are a recipe for success. Ultimately, he's got an average daily P&L just above $100. About half winning days when he's trading in the account, and about half of those trades in the account are winners. Hold times are longer for winners than they are for losers. About 2 hours on average on those winners. About an hour for losers. Not trading a ton. If we look at the second bullet point there, 7 trades per day, averaging about a 3 lot and a reward to risk ratio of 1.3 to 1. Those metrics all kind of, culminate to 97 days complete in that account. That is a feat that not many of our traders can say they've accomplished. So kudos to Oscar for maintaining discipline and a regimen that he can stick to on a daily basis to get him to the point to where he can trade for nearly half of a year. We all know on average there's about 220 trading days in a calendar year. So he is right on the cusp of being in there for half of a calendar year. So wonderful, wonderful job, Oscar. Keep doing what you're doing. Couple other things to highlight on this trading card. He has reached the point to where he's taken $20,000 out of the account, out of the markets, as well as reached our first tier in our performance bonus model. So he's gotten paid for just performing as he should and performing well in the account. There's some things to glean off of his trade report. So we'll go ahead and dive into that. I'll hand the talking stick over to you, Jack.
Gladly accepted. I like that. It's been a while since I've seen a talking stick. So when I have time, I like to take some of the stuff of their stats and throw it in a spreadsheet, especially when they have, 90 days in an account or something like that. It's kind of hard just to scan it with your eyes. What I like, so it's a 50K account. He's got $1,000 drawdown, and I kind of like the distribution of his winners where he's taking a good amount of winning days, right? And a good amount of winning days over $1,000, but not stretching. The biggest day in this account was 8,360. Second biggest, 5,475. Third biggest, 4,697. But most of his winning days are in a 1,000 to sometimes 3,000 ratio. And with $1,000 limit, that seems about right to me. It's very hard to get those 10 to 1 days we talk about where someone's has $1,000 risk limit and makes $10,000, $20,000. I think that he has done a really good job of actually taking profits, because none of this is worth anything until you actually close the position. So I'd like to give him kudos on that. Anything else you got here?
Yeah, I would agree with you entirely. I think the use of the personal daily loss limit versus just letting it run all the way down to that $1,000 limit is something that, us as risk managers love to see on a trade report or on a trading card like we see for Oscar. On average, $500 losers over the last few weeks. We can see over the last 97 days, it's about $200 on average. But it's a great use of risk management and discipline to make sure that you're staying in that account as long as physically possible. Taking base hits keeps you in the account longer than trying to swing for the fences and go for those 10 to 1s. We love to see them. Those are really, really great days when you can put things like that on a trade report. But we got to stay alive, and Oscar's doing a great job of that.
Another really cool thing I can see just from sorting this sheet, because this is something that my eyes always go to when I'm looking over these cards, is what was the highest they were up and flat and then hit a DLL. Because that really is the bane of a lot of cards that we will see here, more in the shoulder tab vein, where it'll be, flat, up $8,000, ends the day, DLL. In sorting through this, I can see that the highest he was ever up and flat and hit a DLL was $879. Now, that's not ideal, but that's way better than we usually see. Looking through 90 days, I can tell there's discipline here, because it's rare that I can look through 90 some trading days and not find one where they were up big and then tilted out. So great stuff.
Yeah, really, really great. I think my only suggestion, last bullet point here on our trading card, is let those winners run a little bit longer. Take as much as you can out of the markets. I think, looking at the nitty gritty, similar to what you're doing on your side, Jack, I crunched some numbers. It looks like Oscar usually enters, he kind of scales into a position and then flattens the entire position. Doesn't take profits early. And this is not on, every single trade, but one thing that I would suggest is just making sure that we're taking profits early and letting those winners run as long as physically possible. Of course, market conditions, volatility come into play. So take my advice with a grain of salt, of course. Keep doing what you're doing. Obviously, it's working for you, but want to make as much money as we possibly can, and letting those winners run is one way to do it.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, we are selling off a little bit, so I think that we'll probably conclude here, but thanks again for bringing this performance to our attention. An awesome job. I learned today there's another Elk Grove that's not in Illinois. So good stuff, Aaron. We'll see you soon.
See you soon. Thanks, everybody.
All right. With that, we are selling off a little bit. I wouldn't say the NQ is crashing right now, as some people did, but who knows? It's still relatively early in the day. We got 2 hours and 48 minutes left in the quarter. Be prepared for anything, but also be prepared for group coaching, which is coming up next. They'll have their eyes on the market and take your questions with JD, Hoop, and Hoag. This is Topstep TV. Enjoy the day.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders. Good afternoon. Congratulations. You all made it to the group coaching hour. This is Topstep TV. I'm JD. We got John the Goat Hoagland sitting in the middle, and we've got Coach Hoop over there, the other bookend. Both a couple of coaches in the Topstep VIP experience. How's it going this afternoon, fellas? What are you giggling about, Hoag?
Hoop with his...
Gave him the...
Oh, nice. Well, what's going on? Hoop, you just got into a trade, didn't you? Tell us about it. What are you looking at? What are you doing?
Long a couple MES down here, bottom of the range, risking the lows, risking $70. I just end of the quarter. I smelled the pump at some point here. I may be early, but I just know when it starts to go and you chase, it can get a little more expensive. So keep an eye on the delta, right, Hoag?
I think.
Yep. And it is negative.
We are towards the lower end of this range.
Yeah.
This range that Hoop is talking about is basically settlement price, 67.13.5 down to yesterday's low at 66.96 and a quarter. That's roughly it. So we're getting towards the lower end of that range right now. See what happens when we get there. All right, guys. It's that time of day. Like I said, it's group coaching. This is the time of day where we take your questions. That's right, you, in the chat, and we answer them live right here on Topstep TV. We have a form pinned to the top of the chat right now that says, submit your questions for group coaching. If you click on that link and fill out the form, I'll see your question, and maybe we'll get to it. But, guys, it's already 12:20 Central Time. Does everybody know where their children are? Are you ready to get into the questions?
Let's go for it.
Absolutely, JD.
All right, Hoag, we got a question just for you from Paul J in the chat. Paul J says, "Hey Hoag, pardon me. You mentioned earlier how lately Crude has been breaking the high or the low of the 5-minute opening range, then going out the opposite end of the range. Could it make more sense to employ a failed upward or downward auction approach to Crude's open rather than an opening range breakout, considering how it's been moving lately? Thank you all at Topstep for all that you do." I'm not going to lie, I think about changing up these opening range trades almost every single day. We really need to put some time in each other's calendars, me, you, and Jay, maybe a couple other people get together and figure out how the best way to manage or to take on some of these trades. Because I noticed this also, right now, the way we're taking these trades on the opening range breakout, it's a very low probability setup, and it should be low risk too, depending on the time frame that you're taking. But would it make sense to change it up and use it as more of a reversal trade? Well, everything works until it doesn't, right, Hoag? What's your take on it? Should we be adjusting these trades, or should we just leave them as they are?
Well, I think that there's probably some research and some adjustment that we could do for them. I think I was actually talking about gold, Paul, when I was talking about this. It seems like gold has been, getting us in on the opening range trade in one direction and then driving the opposite direction. So, I mean, we'd have to take a look and do a little bit of research and do a little bit of accounting on how often that happens and see if it's worthwhile. If that happens, if we break out the low of the opening range and it doesn't continue and then we take out the high of the opening range, does it pay over time to now get out of that short and take the long in the opposite direction? Today we were short, 5 MGC. It went our way just a little bit, but as soon as we kind of took out the high of that opening range, if we were able to withstand the risk to the bottom of the opening range, it was a relatively small opening range. It wasn't huge. It was significant, but not huge. So there's that opening range right there. Got us short. Then we didn't really get any continuation. Got us stopped out. Came back inside the opening range, and then we saw the move continuation to the upside. Does it happen a lot? Well, yesterday we actually had some decent price action in our favor. We managed the trade well. We got stopped out on some of them, but we had taken the trade. But that may have worked as well, for an opportunity for a long. But there wasn't a whole lot yesterday. We'd have to go take a look, and see what kind of probabilities there are, and see if we can find some accountability as to how often that could be. And it's a very valid thought and a very valid question, Paul. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up too. You got to go with what's working when it's working, right? But then it could always just turn on a dime, and that's when you really start twisting yourself up. But Hoop, you ever take these trades? You ever play an opening range breakout, or do you like an opening range fade?
I don't. I mean, obviously, being in the chat and being on, opening call, watching them. I think I want to call it program trading or algos. I just think for some reason it just feels like it flips and wants to touch both sides of the market and kind of get rid of everybody and then go the direction. It's just kind of, the problem is I'd love to say to go wider, but if you go wider in gold, you're, definitely increasing the amount of risk. So if gold is tough, crude can be stuck forever and take, an hour to get you in. But with gold, I just think you're going to increase your risk. But more often than not, as much as I watch it, it always seems like it wants to tag one side or the other and just kind of get rid of everybody and then go. And I don't know if that's more of a, like I said, an algo that's in the morning. And, I think with the equities, it's always been an interesting one to me.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it very well could be, a bot just chasing everybody out, playing both sides of the range before making the move,
They sense order flow. They know where those stops are.
Yeah, for sure they do. Especially if they're watching TopstepTV, guys. Well, we're seeing a little more movement in the markets right now. We are down to yesterday's low in the ES/trade 66.96.97 even. Let's take a look at the tilt real quick. Actually, first, I'm going to refresh my platform. Tilt, not very heavy. ES, 53% short. NQ's about 60% short. Crude oil, 50-50, right in the middle. And gold, still hovering around 72% long. Gold has been at 72% long in the tilt, or over 70%, I should say, for well over an hour now. It started before we even started the previous segment. So buyers still stepping into gold right now. Average long price, 38.70.41. 38.70.41. Average long price.
Man, it was cooking last night.
These longs are in the money right
trades.
Now. Yeah. When do you sleep?
Yeah, and I was. That's what everybody was asking this morning. Like, hey, dude, when do you sleep? Once again, I'm on the left coast, so it's a couple hours behind you. I'm kind of looking forward to the time. We don't change time here; we just stand still. So you guys do, but it's just different price action. It is in the Asia and the European session. I just think it tends to be a little cleaner when it goes. And last night it was just. I watched it trade. I thought, it would run stops above 3,900, but it just tickled the high. And then next thing I know, once again, finally hit the sack. And next thing I woke up, it was $50 lower, so quite the night in gold last night for sure. And today, I mean, it's been a great trading market. Just got to be careful when you touch the stove.
Yes, and as traders, we have a tendency to touch the stove 1,000 times before we learn our lesson, don't we?
Yep.
But I really like this question from Paul J. about the opening range breakout trades, and it's something that we will do, that we will be talking about more of behind the scenes, because we want to optimize on these opportunities as much as we possibly can also. So we will look into possibly making some changes, moving things around a little bit. I know I made it very vocal that I did not like that gold trade we were in this morning, and I wanted to get out, but didn't want to Lenny it, because because
Mhm.
honestly, you just never know. But sometimes intuition or your gut should be listened to, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good topic of conversation. Do you trust your gut or do you go with the numbers? What's better? We could talk about that for a long time, but
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a double-edged sword, man, isn't it?
It really is.
We talk about the Lenny, and jokingly about it, but as a VIP coach and telling traders, to quit cutting trades early, let them play out. I think for newer traders watching an order get stopped out or TP is good because you're letting a trade play out. I think after you spend years looking at screen, you watch Dakota will cut a trade and said, I don't like it here. And once again, it's an intuitive stop. And, are you letting a trade play out? Just like, what I have here. Am I sitting there as we creep to the low? My stop's hanging there right at the lows. Is it going to do a gold thing and swipe it out? Probably. But it's a range, and I can't tell you how many times intuitively, because I'm not the best of range traders, where I'll cut it, and then sure as enough, it finds the bottom and then flips the other way. So I think it's a little bit fluid of how you address it.
And I think you have to really have an accounting for how often you cut trades that would have hit the stop and how often you cut trades that would not have and maybe even reach the profit target. We've always said we don't get any smarter once the trade is on. But there's also the other side of that coin where we should be watching market generated information, and if something changes, be able to respond in our best interest when something changes in the marketplace. It's difficult. Half the time you're gonna intuit your way out of a good trade, and the other half you're gonna intuit your way out of a bad trade. So it's how often are you right about that is really the accountability you need to seek for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
Journal, folks. We have a journal for you right here at Topstep. Someone was supposed to have in the chat, or I'll grab it later. Speaking of dropping links in the chat, Hoag, did you see this next question from AVS Phoenix? What is the best way to learn how to use volume profile? I know you are well-rounded when it comes to volume profile. Thank you for all you do here, day in and day out. Well, it just so happens our very own Professor Hoagland has a tutorial, volume profile, video series. We haven't shared that in a while, have we, Hoag? Let me find the link.
No,
Why don't you talk about profiles for a minute, and I'm going to go try and find the link real quick. Sound good?
I got it right here.
Oh, perfect.
There it is.
How about that?
There it is.
Hoag is ready to go. The man is always prepared.
So the best way to learn about volume profile, I think is also important to learn about market profile, TPO charts, volume profile, market profile. They're related but different. They both basically paint a picture of what the market is attempting to do, but there's little differences in the way the information is collected. There are a couple of books about volume profile. I'm going to look them up right now, but that link that I just put in the chat is more about market profile, which is price over time, where volume profile uses the volume as the constant, where market profile uses time as the constant. There's a lot to unpack with this. Just give me a second. And
I put the reading checklist in there, Hoag, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. You got two links in the chat right now. You've got your profile masterclass, and you've got your trading checklist. Get in and grab both those links. A newly formed to the pin to the top of the chat now. The Mindset Matters question form. If you have a question for Dr. V, Dr. V's coming on next. Talk a little mindset and trading psychology. Grab that form at the top of the chat and enter your question. Sure we'll be able to get to it. What are we working on here, Hoag?
I'm looking for. Okay. So, volume profile, TPO order flow.
Did you learn market profile first, Hoag?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
For sure.
Yeah.
So here's a. I don't even know if this whole link is going to get into the chat here, but there's a book. Oh, no, it's not. It's not going to do it. All right. So there are a couple of books that I've heard about and I believe are relatively good. I haven't read them, but I've heard good things about. There's one that's called Volume Profile: The Insider's Guide to Trading. Yeah, it's Trader Dale.
Trader Dale.
Yeah. And then there is another one. This is, I think, this is an actual book. They're always expensive. It's called the Volume Profile TPO Order Flow by Johannes Fortham.
There you go.
Aye.
And this is relatively new. It was actually published in 2020.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Ooh, you look at the profiles at all? Is that part of your strategy? Has it ever been?
This goes way back when, Hoag was doing classes on Squawk Radio. Shout out to Eddie. And I just remember taking profile, and I'm like, man, that's a big matzo ball. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I really, and especially after taking Dalton's class, I get it, but it just was a struggle for me. One time framing, a lot of the elements, once again, I think the more you spend around anything you use, I think it's also wasn't necessarily, I think volume I have tended to incorporate in mine because I'm shorter time frame guy. I think market profile, guys like Hoag and the way Dalton would look at a market are going to be, they look at a much bigger picture and, try and stay out of what retail is getting caught up in the mess. That's me, right? Yep. Caught up in the mess sometimes. So market profile, I know enough to understand it and be aware of it, but volume profile is definitely one, especially from day to day, looking at POC, looking at, naked points of control and all that. I do look at, because I think it does give, sometimes I feel like everybody and their brother's looking at wicks and candles and bodies. Right. And so I just think, we all talk about, I never used VWAP until, we came on TopstepTV. I mean, it just wasn't, once Brian Shannon came on, Anne Marie talked about it, and it made sense, right? Volume, where's the volume trading? Those type of things. So yeah, I think volume profile I use more than I would use market profile. And I've always learned a lot about market profile from, Hoag and Jim Dalton.
Yeah, there's just more detail in the TPO or the market profile that I
100%
tend to lean on.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, who put that book list in there? There's a couple of books by Jim Dalton: Mind Over Markets, Markets and Profile, and he's got a third one out, Markets and Momentum, which is a lot more about. Yeah, it's a lot more about the the brain part of trading and less about the profile and the technicals of it. It's a lot about getting your brain in the right spot. So it's a really good book too. I've read it twice.
84, he's had an
probably gonna read it
epiphany.
again.
Yeah.
Yes.
84 years
I mean,
old.
really, when you hear him talk,
Is that what you're saying?
he talks about,
Yeah.
when he, I mean, at 85, when I took that class, I was like, he's like, if I could talk to my 30-year-old self, I'd say, and I'm sure chat and my VIPs are tired of hearing about it. But, when he said that thing, and it's really resonated with me, everybody's looking for exactness. And, Hoag's got, what's exactness is weakness, right? I also just sit there and say how it can be, it can be crippling when you're waiting for something to just get to your level and it misses and then goes the other way. And, we've all been through that snowball of hell. So I just thought it was very interesting at 85, he reflected more on not being so relying on his intuition, like we talked about earlier, than so much, the technical part of it, right, Hoag? I mean,
Yep.
And like I said, the other thing he said, Hoag, was always who you're trading against. And I in the overnight, and I share that with VIPs, you're trading against retail traders. Okay. There's not a lot of institutions pumping, in the overnight. And that kind of made a sense of why, you and market profile people tend to talk about regular trading hours and extended. You acknowledge them, but once again, it's
Right.
who's playing. So, and I always say, just be aware of who you're trading against at night. And, Dalton talks about that a lot, is know who
Yes.
you're trading against. Yeah.
Yep. Some of the biggest banks on the planet spend a lot of money hiring the smartest people in the world with only one purpose, one goal.
Yep.
To separate you from your money. That's it. It's their only job. And they're good at it.
Yes, they are.
We got a request to update our page with some of those new books. We'll get to that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's a good
Thank
idea.
you very much. Yep. All right. Oh, what else was I going to note? If you're looking at the Topstep Daily Levels Indicator on TopstepX, some of those numbers are based off of volume profile also. You have your value area high, a value area low, your volume point of control. Those are based off of volume profile also. So
more or less.
We're doing a little more or less.
Right.
We're doing a little bit of work for you too.
Yes.
And tea leaves.
Yes.
Yes. Chicken bones.
Yeah.
Chicken bones.
Sorry. Damn. Forgot about the damn chicken bones.
Hey, we got an interesting question from Bill here. Bill says, "Hey guys, I've been with Topstep for several months trading the S&P. Not sure if this is the place to ask this, but my wife is also interested in trading futures. Is she allowed to open her own trading account as we are both in the same household? Also, if so, can she also trade the ES or does it need to be a different product?" You guys absolutely can trade together in the same house. We have quite a few husband and wife, father and son, mother-daughter teams out there that sit around and trade together all day long. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. The gray area that we talk about is when you start working together to game the system. Are you going to buy it and your wife's going to sell it? Are you going to open like 10 accounts and hedge them against each other, trying to game the system? We'll find you and we'll catch you that way. We've got some pretty smart people behind the scenes here too. Yeah. And we've shut down on that type of activity pretty aggressively and successfully, I should add. So there is that gray area, but if you and your wife just want to sit around and trade together all day long, absolutely 100% no problem with that at all.
Yeah, do you remember?
Great comments in the chats.
Yeah, I know. I see a couple.
Do you remember Bob San and Sandra?
Yeah.
From Squawk Radio. They were a married couple trading.
They're right. Those are one people that had all that money, Hoag, and then the guy pissed it away, trading futures without getting any insight. Is that the guy?
No.
Remember that one guy who came in, he said he lost like a couple $100,000, right, Hoag?
Yeah, they came to one of our in-person meetups,
Okay.
and that we had a whole bunch of educators there. It was an all-day thing, and so they were sitting in the front, and after I got done, and then we went to a bar and had drinks with everybody afterwards, and they came up and they were like, "So here's our story." They were living in Montana, and they were like interior designers and decorators, and they were doing all these huge homes that were being built by stars and millionaires and billionaires in Montana, up around Kalispell, Flathead Lake. A lot of big homes were being built, and they were doing a lot of the designing, so they were making big money. And they were like, "What are we going to do with all this money?" So they opened up a trading account, and they just basically completely maxed out a position. They started with like 100 grand, and they put a max position on, and they checked it like 2 weeks later, and they were up like 400 grand. The account's now $500,000. So they liquidate the position, and they say, "Okay, well, now what do we do?" So they put another position on, maxed, and within a week, there's the phone's ringing. And they're like, "Who's calling us?" They pick up the phone, and they're getting a margin call because they'd lost the 500,000 in like a week.
Oh man,
yeah.
It was like, oh my God. So now you got to write a check when you just had $500,000 in the account,
right?
Just because you don't know what you're doing.
Uh-huh.
It was painful. It was painful.
Yeah,
that's when they started trading with Topstep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good move. Good move. Man, that's heartbreaking. That's gut wrenching. Hearing stories about like that, losing all that money, just gone in the blink of an eye. Makes me nervous. I'm gonna have nightmares about it tonight. You guys, we've got Talking Fed at the podium right now. Austin Goolsby, head of the Chicago Fed, is talking right now. He just saw a quote come across the board. Yes, Fed's Goolsby. U.S. seems to be headed into a new wave of tariffs. Yes, we've been talking about those tariffs for a couple days now. We are putting tariffs on foreign movies. We're putting tariffs on foreign lumber. There will be a tariff on your shoelaces very, very soon. Everything's getting taxed. Nothing is safe.
All depends how many eyelets you have, right?
Yeah, right.
You got 10 eyelets, you're going to get charged more.
The gold tilt's still sitting at 72% long. Let me refresh my platform here. Do a double check. 70% long. Gold tilt still 70% long. Average price 38.70.41. Last price traded 38.74. Gold has officially settled for the day too. Gold settles at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Of course, it will continue.
Still think those bonds are telling you we're not out of the woods yet. It's just every time they rally, they come back down, and that interest rate thing is just it. We just had a cut, and we're still hanging around. And I just think that once again, it just seems like everybody's still a little bit concerned about what tariffs are going to do to inflation. So,
yep, it's the thing. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break for some news. Then when we come back, we're going to talk about hoops trade in the ES. All right. We got a little update from DoorDash here. DoorDash has unveiled a new delivery robot named Dot.
I got one on this.
It's a new robot. Meet Dot. Dot is a fully autonomous and electric, about 1/10 the size of a car, and can reach speeds of up to 20 miles per hour. It can use bike lanes, sidewalks, and roads to deliver orders in a timely manner. Dot will start delivering in the Phoenix area soon, with hopes to expand to more cities in the future. How far are you from Phoenix again?
I'm only like 20 minutes. Yeah, it's right around the corner. That's awesome. We're going to have that guy, and we're going to have Waymoo all over the town. So we'll have cars pulling U-turns and people getting food delivered. It's great.
Awesome.
Yeah. And
you're going to have to try it and let us know how it goes. Film the little robot pulling up into your driveway or something like that.
Imagine it's probably keep the food hot too, heat up the inside of that like a little rolling oven.
A little oven? Yeah.
Huh. I love the American work ethic. There was a guy, and obviously, in Arizona, we live in a fairly, the weather's good, 300 some days of the year. There was a guy, and he had his red DoorDash bag. He was on his bicycle, and he had like 3 orders, and he's just kind of pumping away with freaking bags hanging out everywhere. And I'm just like, could you just see that guy showing up to your freaking house? I'm like, hey, I thought you had to have a car. But it's just, once again, DoorDash just, I think that's not surprising that they come up with some type of bot that delivers it. Doesn't Domino's too, right?
Oh, do they? I don't know.
Yeah, they have that
kid. All the
right?
kids, they all use DoorDash. It's like,
Yep. Why go to McDonald's when they can bring it to me?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's convenient. It is.
Yeah.
But
do you use it, Jamie?
I am
sparingly, every once in a while.
Sparingly.
We like to order a pizza on a Friday night, kind of thing. So, you know how that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still logged too.
Yeah, talk us through this trade now. Still in. Took a little bit of heat on it, but we bounced right off of yesterday's low, and here we are again. How's it looking?
I just think, when you see these days build, I think that's why we're pretty violently range bound, because I think, once again, Hoag, you've always said this, when a lot of business, it's just like rollover. When a lot of business needs to kind of get done that day, it just seems like we get stuck, right? We don't get very directional, and we kind of ping pong around, and then all of a sudden once again, I don't know when it's going to come. I just, if it's the last 45 minutes, the last half hour, and it just starts to accelerate, and you start to see the delta change. And then you end up, once again, either you take a little risk up front and being in ahead a little bit ahead of time, and that's why I waited a little bit to the bottom of the range, and we'll see. We might get nothing. It might be a nothing burger. But if the quarterly one, I'm going to lean that we might get a little bit of pump late.
Yeah, you're long 6,700. I mean, you're good.
Yeah.
Even if we just get to the IB high or 2-to-1 reward over risk on that, it's a good trade.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Very nice.
All right. We got time for one more question from Guillermo. I think Guillermo's in the chat, actually. But Guillermo says, hey, I was up $2,000 today. Now I'm down 250 trading micros in the gold. I did lock it out, but would love to get back in. How do you deal with losses and lockouts? We could add some context here. What time frame did you lock your account out for? Did you do it for the day or for a couple hours? We should know that. But dealing with a loss like that, maybe it's time to walk away for the day. Set your daily loss limit. That's a pretty big swing, a $2,200 swing in a day, going from up $2,000 to down 250. Are you really willing? Sounds like you might be going on tilt just a little bit, but again, we'd have to take a look at a trade report. But Hoag, taking a swing like that intraday, how do you recover?
Well, Guillermo, and I see you're in the chat. Good to have you here, and thanks for the question. Trading micros and gold. I don't know how many micros you're trading, but you probably really had a good morning or whenever it was that you made that $2,000. Now, I don't know who you are as a trader, Guillermo. I don't know what kind of size you're used to, what kind of profits you're capable of making in a day or in a morning or in an afternoon or in an evening. But $2,000 is nothing to sneeze at. So you were up $2,000. You continued to trade. You started taking losses. And it sounds to me, just like GED said, you maybe got a little bit into some tilt there. Okay. So now you're probably not thinking right. Where did that tilt come in, Guillermo? Was it when you lost 500 of the 2,000? Or was it when you lost a half of that 2,000? Or maybe even before then? Maybe on that first loss off that, high watermark of the day in realized P&L? that can be enough to kind of set you off a little bit and send you down that path of unrighteousness of losing all of that two grand. Why not, Guillermo, be thinking, I'm up 2 grand. That's a really good day for me. I'm going to lock in. I'm going to guarantee, and you can do this on the platform, that if I give back 50% of this, I'm done for the day. I'm still up $1,000. I'm not going to tilt back down to 0 or worse on the day like you did today. And I'm going to, feel good tomorrow knowing that I added $1,000 at the end of the day. Yeah, am I pissed that I lost 1,000 of it? Yeah, but I didn't tilt into an absolute loss. I mean, we see people all the time. They may be up $2,000 and then they hit the daily loss limit by the end of the day. That's something you don't want to do. So, dealing with it is number one, when you're up on the day, make sure you lock in some of that profit. Maybe at 1,000, Guillermo, you lock up 50% of that. If you lose half of it, you're done for the day. So you risk 500. You get up 2,000. Maybe you risk 40% of that. So let's say you lose 800 of the 2,000, you're done for the day. You keep trading. Maybe you're up 3 grand now, and maybe you only risk 30% of that.
Yeah.
And you're still losing more money, but a smaller percentage of the profits. It's never easy dealing with losses.
Yep.
It's never easy. It's never going to be easy, but we can get better at how we respond to it. And Guillermo, that is one of the suggestions that I would say would be helpful for you is, it's aggravating. You're up 2 grand, you're down 250. Yeah. Not only did you take that $2,250 swing in P&L, what does it do to your mental capital? I mean, you've got to be exhausted. You're pissed off. You're not happy. You're not feeling good. There's a cost to that, Guillermo. Don't do that to yourself.
Absolutely. Right? Well said, Hoag. Thank you, sir. Hoop, we got about 2 minutes left. How do you recover from
trailing a winning day is harder than just leaving a DLL out there too, isn't it, Hoag? I mean,
it really is.
I mean, for me, it is. I mean, okay, I'm up 1,500. All right, I take a hit. Oh, I'm up 1,250. Oh, up 1,000. Oh, I'm up 750. Oh, I'll get it back here. Yeah, it's just. I think trailing a winning day is harder than just, hey, my flat DLL is I'm risking, 8 to 10% or 12% of what my take is, and then that's it. But when you're up, man, and like you said, when the market you start to give it back, it'll eat you up, and gold was just flying. So I do, it gets directional and goes, but it's a little bit based on the market. But trailing when you're in profit is to me can be harder than just having a DLL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even though you're up 1,000, you seem to feel the loss.
Oh yeah,
1,000 that you're up 2,000, you lose 1,000 of it. You're still up 1,000, but you still feel that $1,000 loss much worse than the $1,000 win.
100%
stings. That's for sure.
Oh yeah,
yep. Stings the nostrils.
All right, guys. Well, guys, unfortunately, our time together has come to an end once again. That's all the time we have for group coaching. But make sure you're here tomorrow. We'll be back again at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time for some more shoulder tap and more group coaching. Take a look in the chat right now. Pinned to the top of the chat is that Mindset Matters question form. It says, word for word, Mindset Matters. Submit your questions, and then there's a link next to it. Go ahead and click that link, because coming up next, Hoag is going to spend an hour with Dr. V with for another Mindset Matters hour. So get your questions in the chat. Hoag and Dr. V are going to be talking mindset using your questions as reference. So stick around for that. Also, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby Time, and Baron. Baron is back for another Power Hour. All right, folks. Hoag, Hoop. Thank you both for joining us today. We'll see you again tomorrow for more group coaching. We're going to take a short break. Mindset Matters is coming up next. TopstepTV. Here we go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Andre, I had some things to show you. We got calculus for babies. Good to learn these things in advance. Nuclear physics for babies. I like this one. Statistical physics for babies. We also have astrophysics, once again for babies. And lastly, optical physics for babies. I never did much with the optical physics, but my babies will. You gotta start somewhere.
It's amazing.
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and TopStep X has the ability for you to do that, and that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Welcome, friends and traders, to Mindset Matters. We have one of our favorites here. Dr. V is a clinical psychologist, a hypnotherapist, a mindfulness instructor, a trading coach, an active trader, and the Shira of trading. Dr. V, how are you today? It's great to be back with you.
I'm doing great. I had, a very good day so far. I was working at the private practice, and I'm doing great. I'm spending an hour with you and with Topstep, so I'm very happy to be here. Hello, chat. How are you guys? How's the week so far? So yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about mindset because it matters.
It certainly does. Probably more than anything in trading is mindset and psychology, of course. So last time you were on, I think, Power Hour with Andre and Dolby, and you'd had a tough day, and you talked about it a little bit that day, from what I understand. And
Hey,
I just
Dolby.
wanted to kind of, what's that?
I said hi to Dolby in the chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. So I just wanted to kind of open up and, see what that day was like for you, mentally, psychologically, and how you felt afterwards, and what did you change? What did you do to kind of recover from that rough day? First of all, what happened that day?
It's a good question. And when I was telling the story last Tuesday, I was referring to the Swiss cheese analogy in psychology. To put it simply, it means that when humans do errors, usually it's a series of small little things that went wrong. And then all the holes in the cheese align, and then you have, I don't know, a corridor of no cheese or a mistake. So that part of the analogy, don't ask me about that part, okay? But what happened is that what I do, the way I trade, is that I always use higher time frame to assess which side I'm gonna favor for my intraday setups. So for NQ last week, I was favoring a bullish move because the 4-hour chart was bullish. And I had my trend line. Everything was going well. So then I got an alert in the morning to take a setup long. So I took the setup long because I had my criteria met for the execution. But what I didn't see, because I was trading off my phone, doing other things at the same time, because on Tuesday, I'm always at the private practice. So I was having a break, and I had the signal, I had my trend break, I had everything aligned to take the setup, and I took the setup long. But because of the reversal challenge, because you forgot to tell that I'm a reversal champion, I am just kidding, but I am.
Reversal champion here.
It hurt so much the first time that it feels so good to say it. I forgot to put my automatic bracket on, because for the challenge, you need to remove the bracket. And I've been, manually setting my brackets every time I put on a trade, and I didn't think of putting back the automatic bracket that I have. So usually it's a 200 risk for a 600 win. So what happened is that I took the trade off my phone, and I didn't see that before I took my trade, we lost the 4-hour trend. So at the moment I took the trade, we were not trending up at the moment. So it was not very good for my long, first thing first. But it's okay, it happens. But I didn't see it. What? Sorry?
That's the first hole in the cheese right there.
Yes. And I think the first hole is my phone. Because on my phone, it's smaller. I have another chart. It's a different setup. And so I just executed. And also because I wanted to be Mrs. Multitasking, right? And you know, I was on a good streak. Everything, I was comfortable with my trading. Let's say that, okay. And then so I was not maybe paying attention like I should have. So everything, I mean, I can have a losing trade. It doesn't matter. But what happens is without a bracket, and also I was trading not 2 MNQs, but 2 NQs, full size.
Oh.
Also, like everything was wrong. Okay. And then I got back home and I saw, oh my gosh, I'm like minus $1,900 with other stuff. And of course, when this happens, the thing doesn't go your way, right?
Of course.
It could have been a winning trade without a profit target, right? No, that was the opposite. So I had a major drawdown and I was so pissed. Like the loss was, of course, the money that stinks, right? I lost a lot of money, but I was very mad at myself because I was trying to do too many things at once, being too comfortable, too autopilot style. And trading requires a lot of attention because you have the platform, you need a good internet connection, you need the good setup, you need everything to align. So every little step, even if they become really automatic, really habitual, requires our full attention. So I think it was, and again, it's NQ, of course. NQ is such a great teacher. I think it happened just to tell me, hold on, you're going too fast. You're doing too many things. You're too comfortable. Relax a little bit. And it needs to hurt for us to understand, I guess. So now everything is protected. I'm back to having only on my watch list on Topstep X, the micro version of stuff. Okay, so it's not gonna happen again. But that was difficult. So what I did differently is that now I put all my security check back in place, but I didn't change the way I trade. So next day came in, didn't change anything. I made $1,000. The day after, 1,700. Yesterday, $1,000. So I'm back on track. Okay, sure. I'm happy. But I told myself also, I was very mad, but I said, okay, you're mad, I get it. What can you learn from this? You always need to switch as fast as possible. Okay, no stick on the head for like 2 days in a row. Okay, you're like, okay, that was stupid. Nobody said that trading was a linear journey. Okay, nobody said that. It's about growing. Profitability is not a destination. It's how we behave, right? So I learned from that mistake, but I didn't change the way I approached the market. I didn't size more the next day because of that. And I told myself also, it's not going to define the trader I am and the trader I want to be because I had a horrible day, right? It's not going to define me. Like some players have a horrible game sometimes. They shoot in their own net. Okay, sometimes. It happens. We're humans, okay?
Right.
And like, yeah, it happens. It's some days, I mean, and I think I have like one day like that a year for some reason. Just a little reality check, or hey, your business doesn't have a lot of expenses. Let's, have some expenses right here.
Hey, a little look at the market there. We just had the S&Ps roll from the low of the session almost to the high of the session here in the last 15 minutes. So seeing these markets firing up a little bit prior to the power hour today, end of month, end of quarter. All right. So you're back on track. You're back on the profit side. That's great. You're better than you were before you started putting holes in your Swiss cheese there. So
Yeah.
why don't we start getting into some of the questions? Some really good questions and some really deep ones. We're going to start with two of them that are somewhat kind of related, and I think that we kind of talk about these types of questions quite a bit. So Yusuf is asking, why are we more hesitant to close losers than winners? It seems a lot of times I let losers run more so than winners. And Joey also saying, when I take a trade, I cannot take a loss. When I see red, I can't close the trade. And in my mind, I always wait to see green. How should I deal with closing out trades and taking losses? Usually these trades are the ones that blow my XFAs because I can't deal with the simple fact of a losing day. So we're all kind of hardwired this way. We don't want to take losses. We avoid them. We want to take wins, so we cut them. What are your thoughts on this, Dr. B?
Love this question. Who bag-held relationships here? I know I did. I also bag-held. Who bag-held relationships? Who stayed too long in a relationship that was not good? It's kind of the same.
Yeah, I think everybody has at one point, right?
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So a bad investment, it happens, right? So I think the answer to that is that, first of all, biology. So seeing red on your screen, losing money is a threat to our brain. Okay, first thing first, we need to understand that. The natural way of thinking doesn't want you to lose money. Also, until you take the loss, until the stop loss is hit, the loss is not real.
Always a chance it could turn around.
Exactly. So if I don't touch anything, I'm not losing. And it might come back. But hope is not a strategy. So that's why one of the reasons I think we don't close a position, it's because it is not real until it's real. And that's also why we take money so fast, right? Also off the table. It's green. I need to take it. Because it might disappear. It's not real money until I take it. Same psychology behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So
why?
one way. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was just I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish your thought.
It's just a way of approaching things, okay? Your natural brain is perfect. You are perfect the way you are. Don't bring that in the markets. Don't bring your beautiful humanity there. They're gonna eat you up, okay? What you need to bring is a probabilistic mindset. I have a way to dance with the markets, to approach them, to navigate them, whatever the metaphor you want to use. And I am aware that it might not work because the markets will do what they have to do. They don't care about my position. So when putting on a trade, tell yourself, I am ready for this not working. I am accepting that the trade might not work. That money is gone. I invested $200 to make more. This is my investment. I'm also okay of losing that money. If it's not okay for you, size down. That money is gone. You invested it to take a trade. So it's not about how much we can make, how much we lose. That's the first side of things we have to look at.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other way around for so many things in trading.
Yeah. Tom Hoagland, I
Right?
think, says it very well. Normal doesn't work in trading. The normal thought process doesn't work. Everybody goes into hope when the market is against them, that they're hoping that the market will turn around and make them whole again, or even pay them. And then when you're up money, there's the fear that some of that money is going to get taken away. And you should be the opposite. When the market is paying you, you should be hopeful. So when the market is taking money, you should be fearful. It's a kind of an opposite way of rewiring the brain to accept that. And you take enough big losses, and maybe eventually you're going to figure it out. But you can do a lot better by listening to the good doctor here, and don't fall into hope when you're in a loss. Understand that there is a invalidation for the trade. Get out. You've made an investment. That's what Dr. B says. I know somebody in the pit that used to say good after he'd take a loss. And I said, why are you saying good after you take a loss? He said, because I just paid for information. I just paid for information from the market. So, yeah, I think most people are not hardwired to be successful. As a matter of fact, the hardwiring of most of our brains are the opposite of what we need to do as traders. And I love the way you put it. You need a probabilistic mindset.
Having a losing trade doesn't mean your system is not working. It means it didn't work this time.
Right.
You need a lot of data before you change something to the way you trade. Okay, so again, we tend to have sometimes the tunnel vision, trade by trade, when usually it's like a water drop from the ocean. So we need to focus on our performance, and it's not even our performance, it's the system's performance over a series of trade before you can really assess it. It's like, again, the analogy of trying a new medication on a sample of individual. You need a good enough sample and enough trials to maybe say, hey, it looks like it's reducing symptoms. It's not because you have one patient reacting positively to the medication, then it's working. Let's go to all the pharmacies. We're selling this medication. It's working. Or with one individual not working and saying, this is crap. We have to go back to the lab. It doesn't work. We suck. Oh, I'm not a good scientist. Oh, me, I'm not a good medical doctor. We suck at this. Oh my God. Right? Like, seriously? Like, why getting so attached to the outcome and to one single trade?
Mm-hmm.
Why we need to be proved right on one single trade? I think the sexiest side of trading is the losing part. The way you lose is very sexy, not the way you win. Making money is easy. Keeping it is not.
That's one of my dad's wisdoms. He always told me, making money and losing money is easy. It's keeping it that's the hard part.
Yes.
Yeah.
So right. I hope it answers the question. And just to go back on the two losing questions, it's going to be hard, okay, to take the loss. That's why you need to size down a little bit for your brain to slowly desensitize. Okay? In psychology, we call this gradual exposition. So, what you should be doing is practice yourself taking the stops and watching it, observing your emotions, and saying, hey, when I stop out where I should, I'm protecting my money. And this is sexy. losing is sexy. That's the new thing. Okay? Really, for real. That's what makes a good trader. And now we should only post our losing days or losing trades, maybe. Okay? Because winning is easy. So to desensitize the brain, we need, like I said, every day we let the system do its thing and we don't touch anything. And if you really want the full experience, 5D, okay, I don't know if there's a 5D thing, but you sit on your hands and you stare at the screen for the whole trade. And you observe, like an experiment. Because again, you should be simulating the way you trade until you reach the level where you no longer care if it wins or lose. Because it's just a trade. So until you reach that level, continue sitting down on your hands, watching it. When you put yourself in the way, you're putting your humanity in the markets. And that's what they want.
Yeah.
Come,
right.
like candies and shiny stuff. Come. Right? They make like beautiful move, like waterfalls and stuff like that. So we get so excited. And there you go.
Ah, awesome answer. Awesome answer, Dr. V. We're going to go deep here. There's a question here from Carmen. And I'm just going to kind of read this as it is. I struggle with choosing trading because working a 9-to-5 job is more consistent and instant gratification with bi-weekly paychecks. Becoming a consistently profitable trader is my ultimate goal, but it seems I am the only one standing in my own way because I don't feel worthy of becoming a successful trader, so I self-sabotage. How can I unlearn my deeply rooted trauma on how I see money as a negative because I grew up poor, so I don't feel I deserve to have wealth and success? I told you we were going deep, and this is pretty deep.
So that is the question, right?
Yes, yeah. How does somebody that has, I mean, I'm looking at this as a maybe an unhealthy relationship with money because they grew up poor and maybe they think that money is dirty or something negative because they didn't have it, and this is a relationship with money question, if you ask me. So if somebody doesn't feel as though they deserve to earn money, or maybe even kind of feel like money's dirty, and if you have it, you're dirty, or you cheated or whatever. This is somebody that's having trouble with, being okay with making money.
Yeah. So I think one part of that question is, how does self-sabotage show up for you? Because it's going to be different for everyone. Okay. Then when you identify what is the trigger and what kind of behavioral patterns you are entertaining, we need to find ways to protect yourself from them. So this is a very big self-awareness journey right here, because first we need to identify what behaviors should be removed of the equation, okay? And then we need to address the thoughts. So in cognitive behavioral therapy, usually what we do, I have a table with the clients and we identify the external trigger, let's say a losing trade, and then the thoughts that are associated with the trigger, then the emotions that are associated with that, and then the result behavior of that. It's like a chain, it's like a loop. So what you will need to do is identify each step what is showing up for you and write down every single thought that you entertain about money. Because the fact that you want to become a trader means that you have a good relationship with money, because you want to learn how to trade to have a cherry on top of everything else, or to have a side hustle, or to have a good retirement, or whatever it is. So you know that money equals energy, and energy to have potentially more freedom. Again, it's not money itself. It's what people do with money that sometimes can be evil. But money is saving lives. Money is paying for clinical trials so that people get good medication. Money is saving the world, okay? So it's person dependent what you do with that energy, okay? It's like in the cartoons, in kids' cartoons, when you see somebody evil using a power against each other instead of bringing people closer. So I think you should maybe have, again, this exercise where you put your thoughts next to the one that you maybe learned, okay, before. And what is very challenging is that humans tend to be very good at keeping patterns alive, habits. Okay, thought patterns are only habits. And they are difficult to change because every time we think outside of them, we might feel dirty, we might feel uncomfortable, we might feel anxious. Because it's not what I know. And maybe if I'm making money, my family will look at me like I'm evil, or I'm superficial, or I'm a Wall Street shark, or whatever it is. So I get that. So I think it's very important to do this, that really decompose how the behaviors, the thoughts, the emotions, and the resulted actions show up for you. That would be my answer. But of course, it has to be more complex than that. I would have many questions to ask, but that would be, I would base my intervention on cognitive behavioral theory.
Yeah, there's only so much we can do right here, right, Dr. V. But Carmen, first thing I want you to do is tell yourself every day and every time you question it that you deserve whatever you can take out of these markets. This is not easy. It takes a long time to learn. It's very difficult, and there's a lot of risk involved. So, you know, you should really feel as though that the work that you're doing to become a better trader is something that you deserve to get paid for. You don't. It's not a right. It is a you know, a possibility. There's no guarantees that you're ever going to be profitable, but you are going to learn a lot about yourself. And, you know, when you say that you feel as though you don't deserve to have wealth and success, you do. That kind of leans to me to kind of thinking, okay, you know, you're working, you're okay. Where you came from is something that you're going to have to leave behind, and you have to again believe that you deserve anything you can take from the markets. There was a trader that told me once, you can earn anything you think you're worth in this industry, and it's true. I mean, you know, are you going to get to the point where you're going to be able to do that is up to you. But you know, the difficulties, and I had, and I think I still deal with sometimes, you know, difficulties with my relationship with money. So one of the sweetest things that Dr. V that I think you said was, you know, when you think about money, yeah, what people can do with money can be evil, but what you can do with money, Carmen, is do good things with it. When I was a prop trader, I had they were kind of trading therapists, right? And in order to kind of increase the value that I had in myself as a trader that was beginning to make money, I had to at least once a month, maybe twice a month, go work in a soup kitchen, or hey, go buy 10 sandwiches from the sandwich shop up the street and then hand them out to people that are homeless. You know, at the time it was pretty hard to find 10 of them, but it was always do something for somebody else to improve your thoughts and your ideas on what you're able to do with the things that you're learning in trading and that you're making money. And then, Carmen, think about this: if you become really successful at this, I'm sure that there are going to be people in your life that would love to learn from you the same skills and the same possibilities of earning money that you can help them with. So there's so many good things that can come from you making money, Carmen. You deserve what you can get out of these markets. Don't tell yourself that. Leave the past behind, look forward, work every day towards getting better at what you're trying to do here. You know, and you know, it's not easy. It's never easy. But if you can get to a point where you're earning, maintaining an account, then you're doing better than most. And I believe just about anybody can do this if they get their head straight. Carmen, you can do this. Get your head straight. You work on that relationship with money. What Dr. V said to do is write everything down, all of these thoughts, get them out. And, you know, maybe that'll help and validate those thoughts for you, and you can get better, get on the right path. All right. Dr. V, thank you very much.
It's awesome. Like you just said, it's hard work. It's the hardest way to make easy money. So if you make money trading, it's because of your hard work. So never forget that. Congratulate yourself. You've been learning. It's been hard. You've been grinding. And I don't think we ever stop learning when we trade. And that's why I love trading so much. I love the market so much. They teach us so many things about ourselves. It's like the deepest self-discovery journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
But take what the markets are telling you. Take it. You know, don't react to it. Don't resist it. They are talking to you. They want you to make it. That's why they're showing you what is not working. So yeah, go with the flow, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. V. All right. We've got about maybe 10 minutes, and then we're going to do a little meditation about a quarter till, maybe about 12 till. Shubham had a question for group coaching, and I was saving it for that. And he also put it in the session for you, Dr. V. And here it is. Why is it that whenever we lose in trading, we quickly blame our mindset or psychology, even when we don't have a clear strategy or system? Isn't it possible that psychology feels overrated at times? Because unlike surgeons, pilots, or engineers, we often operate without a defined process. And the more we believe it's only the psychology issue, the more we keep repeating the same cycle. We often assume mindset is something we already understand from day one, but that building a solid strategy comes last. But in reality, it's the other way around. The mindset we truly need only becomes clear once we already have a strategy that gives us an edge. Do you follow that question? It's about.
I love this question.
Yes. Okay.
I love this question. And somebody was asking me a philosophical question this week. He was asking me, what if you had to choose, would you choose technicals or psychology for trading? And I said, well, it's not possible to choose, because if you don't have a strategy, you don't need psychology, right?
Right.
Because you don't have a strategy. Why even bother with psychology? So the first step, and even when I work with people, okay, the first thing I want to make sure is that they have a trading recipe that I could replicate even if they're not next to me telling me what to do. until we reach that stage together where the strategy is chosen, the rules are explicit and simple enough, we don't even care about psychology, right? So go into stages. And I think next time I'm on Mindset Matters, I would like to present, I have made this presentation about the stages to become a successful trader. And I think it would be a very good presentation to have, because we tend to put too much pressure on ourselves too early on the journey. So yeah, I love this question. So there is no psychology if you're not trading a recipe. First priority, choose the strategy, set the rules, test it in sim, and see how you can execute it without changing anything for a couple of trades. So foundation, and then we build. And then we work on the execution. We work on the psychology. We work on, but first thing first. So thank you so much for that question, because it is so essential to have some kind of way to navigate the markets before we ever talk about executing correctly.
Great answer. And I'm going to hold you to it. Next time, we're going to do the stages of becoming a profitable trader. We're going to look forward to that, Dr. V. All right. See if I find a couple of quickies here for us. Walter is asking, how do I switch my mindset from thinking on stop loss to focus on take profit? Focusing on, focusing on wins instead of focusing on losses. It can be a very important and helpful thing for a trader, don't you think? Creating habits.
Well, no, I think it's thinking too much. I mean, you just put on the trade, right? You just execute the thing. Why focus on stop or profit? You have a recipe, so you know where you stop out, and you have a recipe because you know where you take profit. So I don't know. I don't focus on that. I just do it. I just execute and I let the thing go and see what happens. Okay. So last week, again, my Tuesday, I think it was the moon. I was doing trading live. And when I trade live at the power hour, I take trades that I would like outside of my system, but I was taking trend breaks. And one trade, the profit target was 1 point away from where NQ turned around, and the other long 1.75 points away, and it turned around. So, but again, I was respecting my profit target and my stop loss. Okay, but sometimes it just sucks like that. But yeah, I'm just executing, so I don't focus on anything because yeah.
New highs, yes, folks. New highs, new session highs. Look at this. All right.
I love
Andrew's
that
asking.
book. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Somebody's talking about The Art of Racing in the Rain, and I've read that book before, and it was a very nice book. So, anyways.
Awesome. Where was I? Oh, Andrew was asking, what are some ways to curb the feeling of putting on a trade out of boredom?
Ooh, trading is boring. I'm so sorry. I mean, put your trade on and go for lunch or something. Get excited with something else, but don't get excited with trading. That will not happen if you do things always the same thing correctly, right? So, yeah. That's a grieving process. Okay, I've talked about that too. Like, you need to go through that stage too of, so trading is that? Okay, I thought I would have Christmas every day and, but yeah, you're just following orders and you're obedient to what's happening. So, yeah.
Yeah. We had a Dr. Menaker on a number of years ago, and he was an active trader, and dealing with everything that humans, I mean, you're a doctor, you're a human, we all deal with these things. So he decided to keep himself from taking trades while he was bored or over managing trades while he was in a trade waiting for a profit target to get hit or whatever, that he was going to design a distraction. I kind of coined that for him, designed distraction. Maybe I didn't, I don't know. But so he always wanted to learn to play the guitar. So he bought a guitar and taught himself guitar on YouTube while he was waiting for setups to come up or waiting for profit targets to get hit. Find something else to do with your hands, man. Andrew, play the guitar.
That was funny.
Play a guitar, right?
Yeah. Yeah, get excited elsewhere, not in the markets. It's going to cost you a lot of money. I've been there.
Simon wants to know, what mental rituals or routines do you follow before the day begins? And what psychological tools do you use to stay grounded after a big win or a loss? This is from Simon.
The thing I will do, it's not necessarily like after a big win, but if I find that I'm getting greedy, like last time I said that I had a day where I made $1,000 and I was not happy about it. If I find myself having these thoughts, I'm going to size down directly. Like, you want to think like that? Look at me, right? Now you're sizing down. There you go. So always come back to and think of it as like, what's a normal day job paying, right? I'm pretty sure that most normal day job pay less than $1,000 a day for clicking a mouse, right? So we have to come back here and now. So what I do, meditation is really helpful. Coffee is too. So that's a psychological ritual for me. But I meditate every day with my Discord members. And we also have once a week a hypnosis session, once a week an emotional release session together. We have Traders Anonymous, like Alcoholic Anonymous, where we just spill the beans, like what went wrong, and that's okay. So yeah, that is every morning we have that kind of ritual, and I think it's grounding me. But also in my life in general, just learning to be here and now and observing instead of directly reacting. Okay? It's not because you feel something that you need to act on it. Take a moment, observe. Hey, I'm afraid. Okay. You're in a trade, you're afraid. Okay. That's it. That's just a cloud passing in your sky. It's just an emotion. It's just energy. Let it float away. So meditation is a very, simple,
we're gonna do
free
some now,
tool
aren't we?
that you can use. Sorry?
And we're going to do some now, aren't we?
Yes, let's do it. We have to.
Yeah.
It's 2:47.
Yep, we got about 10 minutes. Looking forward to this.
Okay. So the meditation today is, I need to switch brain now. Okay. The meditation today is called Letting Go of Money to Succeed in Trading. So I would invite you to kill all your application, but not YouTube. So you are not distracted. Turn off your phone. Take a couple of minutes for yourself. Okay, we all need it. Some kind of pause. This world is crazy. It goes so fast. Okay, so take that time, that moment for you. Even if you feel like, why? No, I don't feel like it right now. Just have some time. Your brain will thank you, I promise. So when you're ready, sit yourself comfortably and gently close your eyes. Start checking in with yourself. Gently. And bring your attention to your breath. Inhale slowly. Hold. And then exhale even slower. One more time. Take a deep inhale through the nose, slowly. You hold, and we let go, slowly. Feel the ground or the chair or whatever is the support beneath you, supporting you fully. In this moment, in this very moment, you are safe. And nothing is required of you except to simply be here. And reminding ourselves that what is real is only the present moment. The rest is only thoughts. And let them pass without going with them. Now bring your awareness to the concept of money. Notice what arises when you think about it. Could be excitement, pressure, fear, desire. Whatever shows up, simply observe it without judgment. Now imagine money as flowing energy, like water in a river. You cannot hold onto the water tightly. It slips through your fingers. But if you trust the flow, if you build the right channel, the river naturally moves toward you and around you. Say silently to yourself, money is not my goal. Mastery is my goal. Success in trading comes when I release my grip on outcomes. My edge comes from clarity, patience, and discipline. With each breath, repeat inwardly, I release any attachment to money. Because trading is about process, performance, execution, building the right channel for the money to come to me, because I'm tired of chasing. Success comes when I let go. I trust my process more than I fear loss. I trade for skill, not for outcome. And now, let that sink. Take a final deep breath in. And exhale slowly. When you're ready, open your eyes. Come back here and now with us. Knowing that you don't need to chase money. When you master yourself, profits will come naturally. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. V. That was very pleasant. All right.
People are funny.
They are. It's all right. You know, people are different.
So
that's
what
for
about
sure.
What about a daily morning meditation with TopstepTV? What do you think? Like just to prepare our day? Would be awesome, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of do it on my own in, you know, kind of a small way, but it's like, you know, like trading, meditating is a lonely business. Sometimes,
Yes.
right?
That's why we need great communities like this one, right? So, and I really hope that you guys could take something from today's session. And I want you to feel very comfortable to ask anything. It's very important. It's the hardest thing you might do in your life professionally, okay? So don't hesitate. It's hard for everyone. Don't think that people on YouTube, everybody like us, like we're ballers making a lot of money, never losing or like never messing up. It's not true, okay? We need self-compassion a little bit. We're grinding, we're growing, we're learning, okay? This is trading, never ending. Can you maybe, Hoag, say something about that? Like, what is the journey? You've been in this business for how long now? If I may ask.
Well, I'm only 21, so 40 years.
So
but
how
I
can you?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, one of the best traders I ever knew told me when I asked him, how did you make so much money? He said, that's the wrong question, Hoag. When I first came on the floor, I didn't know anything. My goal, and it still is to learn how to make good trading decisions, to be a good trader, to learn how to be a good trader. And that has been my goal from the beginning. It was never about money. To me, the money is a byproduct.
Exactly. Byproduct of our behaviors.
Yep. All right,
So
Doctor,
totally
we
true,
got to
right?
end this segment. Can't tell you how much I appreciate you, and thank you so much for being here with us. I learned so much from you every time you're on, and I think one of the coolest things I learned today was that, hey, losses are sexy.
Yeah, that's the new thing. It's always a pleasure to hang out with you, Hoag. It's such a honor every time. Like, I'm so blessed. And thank you so much for everyone in the chat for, hanging out with us. Always a pleasure. So have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. V. Until next time. Folks, we had Power Hour coming up here. The Power Hour, we're seeing some movement in these markets. Equities pushing to the upside. Last day of the month, last day of the quarter should be an interesting one. We've got Andre, Barron, Dolby coming up next on Power Hour. This is TopstepTV. Thank you again very much, Dr. V. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Let's get into it. The man in the middle. We got Baron in the house. To the right, Dolby Time. This is Power Hour on Topstep TV. Continue to cook higher here in the ES. New highs in the ES. 67.24 just printed. NASDAQ not quite there yet. 24,846. Gold pushing higher here, about $4 off the highs. Let's get right into it. Baron, what is happening? How you been? Thoughts on the last day of Q3? How's it going, Baron?
I'm doing good. Saw gold rallying in the overnight. That pushed up right up to that 8,900 level. What I've noticed, if you're trading gold and it's approaching a psych level, 8,900, 8,700, or 3,700, 3,800, 3,900. If you're looking, like if you get in a long and you're looking to take profits, take it 5 to 10 points before it gets to that psych level, because what I've seen on the previous times it's ran up to those all-time highs is it stalls out right before there. That same thing happened last night. We were, 1 point off 3,900. So if your TP's 3,900, you would have got edged there. But NASDAQ, it's the price action's been a little wonky today. It's, if you're looking at NQ, like this morning, this is really tough to read which direction it's going to go.
Oh, yeah.
And you have a flush down to the lows, almost breaks that IB low. And then now we've came back up to the highs, and it looks like we might reject here. ES did a double break on the IB. In terms of the market overall, like if you're looking at most stocks are down right now. Most of them are red, but Nvidia's just been tearing up. Nvidia's up 2% on the day. At one point, it was up almost 3%. So it's just been. It feels like it's keeping the NASDAQ alive right now.
Yeah, fair to say. Yes, it is. It's doing the heavy lifting indeed. Nvidia on an absolute tear. All right, we got the lower right hand corner. We got the countdown clock. 54 minutes till the closing bell. 44 minutes till MOC. Again, end of Q3 is today. All right, let's get the party started here. Baron, play above, below. I'm going to ask you to name the price and the NASDAQ on the close. And the viewers and the traders are going to vote above, below. Last trade, 24,835, Baron. What say you? What will the price be?
Oh, where do I go with this? Because we're at the upper end of the range. If you're looking at this as, the range on the day, we're right at the upper end. I could see it potentially pushing, but I could also, I don't know. I'm just going to go overnight VWAP. We're going to go 24,800.
Wow.
24,800.
Wow. What a perfect. Going out on a ledge. I'm kidding. 24,800 above, below. Vote on it, and we'll see how it plays out here. Dolby time. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Let's do a little breakdown here. Take a look at some of the ranges. It's like Baron said, a little wonky indeed.
Yeah.
Break below,
Listen, I've had this 4-hour range drawn this morning, and it's held pretty much all day. It was 24,857, and the low was 24,755. Did a couple little tests down below that, but for the most part, it has been a very, very solid range to trade. Once again, another 100-point range. Volatility is back. So these ranges are good. That is the one that has had my eye the entire time. I think maybe shorts are kind of interesting. I mean, Darren pointed out that almost everything is in the red. If NVIDIA decides to turn, maybe there's some gold in there, them hills.
Okay, looking for shorts. Baron, looking at the NASDAQ, any prices of interest you got your eye on?
I mean, we've rejected from this area from since yesterday. We stalled out up here previously in the New York session. We stalled out up here in Asia, rejected. And then coming into New York session, we pushed up out of these lows right into that same area we rejected from yesterday. So I'd watch that for a potential area of resistance. If you do see sellers start to come in, I think shorts could play off that area. You might not. I think one thing to consider is this. I think the government shutdown is the biggest piece of context right now for news. And I think a lot of people might be trying to short because of that. But I don't think you'll see that volatility pick up on the short side until midnight tonight.
You don't think anyone's going to try to just get flat before close?
No, I think if anything, I think this might even just pop up. It might pop up, and then you might see it sell off tonight.
Got it. Okay. So you wouldn't be like interested in short and above 860s or 850s.
If it lags out up there,
Okay.
then I would, but if there's momentum, then I wouldn't really consider it unless, you're seeing the volatility increase. What's interesting is the VIX has not picked up at all, given everything going on.
Speaking of the shutdown, here's a headline. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer, the House Speaker, ensured a shutdown by sending members home. So sounds, it could be posturing, right? Could be some, still about just under 9 hours. The deal needs to be struck within 9 hours. And midnight Eastern time is the deadline. So if indeed there is a government shutdown, there will not be the release of non-farm payrolls on Friday. Again, of course, that's all subject to a deal being struck, as well as initial jobless claims on Thursday. ADP still should be good to go tomorrow, but we'll see how that plays out. Right now, headline coming out, the House Speaker ensured a shutdown by sending members home. So we'll see how the markets want to play that. Right up against the highs here in the ES, 67.24. NASDAQ, 24,839. Gold grinding higher here as well. Whole is up.
Didn't Trump say we're gonna have a shutdown? We're probably gonna have a shutdown.
Well, if we're good to go, why don't we just bring it in right now? If we have it, we bring that in right now. Wow. Here you go. Yep, thumbs up. Let's hear from the man himself.
We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you we have $17 trillion being invested. So the last person that wants it shut down is us. Now, with that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like.
There you go. There you go. So sounds like we've been here before. In terms of not getting the jobs numbers released, that's not necessarily a new one. It happened back in 2013. I still don't remember that one, but it has happened before. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, there is still time. Well, it looks like we're heading that direction. All right, we kill the poll. The poll, they're saying 55% are saying above, Baron, 24,800. There we go. Okay.
Dolby, are you thinking about potential range trade here?
I mean, obviously, that's all I think about. That's all I know, Baron, is range trades.
Do you have your Dorito? Do you have your Dorito out?
No Doritos, just big ranges today. There was a Dorito yesterday. Actually, there was a megaphone, I think, was actually on the table today.
Oh, yeah.
Because we did manage to make lower lows and higher highs. We're kind of not doing that right now, but we definitely did accomplish it earlier.
Could you not draw a higher time frame Dorito?
We can do a 30-minute. We could do a 30-minute.
If you look at the 30-minute or the 1 hour.
Yeah, I like the 30-minute. There's a good Dorito on the 30-minute. I mean, honestly, we had Braden. He was trying to catch some breakout trades today, and he might have gotten megaphoned. Because it was really tempting breakouts on both sides, but buyers or sellers just came back right in and got it back within range. Yeah, I see it. It's good megaphone. It's a very tricky formation. But with the shutdown looming, it's not, it's not unusual, let's say, for megaphones and Doritos to happen before big news.
Short term, Goolsby's coming out saying short term government shutdown. Not the biggest of deals. That the longer it lingers, it's when it becomes obviously an issue. We'll keep an eye.
Did we have a shutdown last year?
There was a shutdown not too long ago. That was a longer one, if I do remember. Kind of just, I don't know. Will it affect the market? I don't know, man. I don't. Is anything really?
The market's in a weird spot because if we were having some of this news come out like last year, I feel like the market would have reacted more, and now it's kind of calmed down after all the tariffs and everything earlier this year. I feel like you see these crazy news headlines and it doesn't really move the market too much.
It's very short-lived. I mean, market's resilient. Market's very, very resilient. Like I've always said, after COVID broke me, and there is market can't stay down for too long. Not financial advice, but look at pull up a daily chart, and you'll see what I'm talking about. We got the ES hanging out around here, about a point off the session highs. Last trade 67.24. Quick delta update. Plus 5,000 in the ES, minus 1,900 in the NASDAQ. So let's see how this thing plays out. Gold again making all-time highs last night at 38.99. Incredible. Well, closing on 3,900. Baron, when you were talking about, we saw some rejection here in the Asia session. Again, here, what prices were you talking about? Right around the 860s?
Yeah, that's been from like 24,870 to, I mean, if you're just looking at this on a 15-minute chart, I would say from like this area, 24,830 to 24,870s. And there, you're just seeing consistent rejection. You have it. Let me turn down the opacity on this just so it's a little bit. You had one here. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, now 10. It's rejected here like 10 times. So
that's pretty good.
Does not look like we're going to get that breakout.
We are starting rolling over here in the NASDAQ, trading 24,824. ES still a little bit more reluctant to follow lead. Dow staying strong. See where they want to take us. Overnight VWAP, like Baron said, obviously it's going to change, but right around 24,800 in the NASDAQ. Take a look at the ES ladder. We're seeing some bids stacked from right here, 67.22, all the way down to 67.20. 200 on the bid, all the way down on the tick.
I think gold might see you might see a breakout in gold here. It's approaching those highs.
Wow.
Gold is the star of 2025. Gold is incredible.
It's been really clean trading it. I've pretty much switched over to trading it full time now. It moves clean during the night. Moves clean pre New York.
Got a headline from the president. President saying the U.S. government will probably shut down. So it looks like.
Okay. How do we get short? What do we get short?
What do we get short? What price? What price would you like?
Depends how aggressive.
I don't know.
Probably.
Where would you put your stops up if you were to short Dolby?
I mean, ideally,
like 50s.
You'd probably want them at like 70s or 80s. I think the idea would be to like build an average, ideally between like 850 and 870, and then put the stop at like 880 or 890. I just don't know if we can get filled on that. It's kind of the issue. But it would be I think in my opinion, the best range trade you could take is, put it in a position where the market has to do the thing that it hasn't done, which is break the level that you just talked about, that it couldn't do 10 times before. I think like 860s or 857s. Like the stop, in my opinion, would have to go above that, unless this is some sort of like small time frame, like stair step trade. You could be a little bit tighter. The execution.
Watching gold.
But short,
Yep. ES didn't follow the NASDAQ's lead just yet. Staying strong again. That positive delta, they're going to hold it up here, getting plus 5,000 the ES on the highs, right? So see how that plays out. Remember yesterday, saw that deep negative delta in the ES. Was it Anne-Marie or I think it was ES? And we saw the squeeze happen. See if that is the case again today. I'll keep you updated here throughout.
I'm watching the order book on GC. There's quite a big CVD divergence on GC. When we were at the highs from today, there was 2,670 buyers. Right now, we're sitting at just below 400, I think gold can get a nice pop end of day here.
That's wild that gold can still pop like that in an electronic session.
We got a 500 lot to the upside on the ES 500 at 67.26 for 500.
We got some offers in. They're pretty speculative. I mean, we're starting at 860, going to 880 for shorts. So seeing if the 4-hour range can attempt to break and fail.
Okay.
But we'll see.
67.
Sure, going to be scary if it gets up there, but I think it's good value.
Let's see if there's any.
Colby, whenever I see your screen and you've got all the stacked limits, that's something I never do. So it's kind of wild for me to see that, just all the stacked limits.
They're just little micro guys. That's all.
I know, but it's still I see it and it's just something that's never on my chart.
Yeah, I listen, it was never on my chart for a long time either until I tried range trading NASDAQ with just one contract and it turned out to be effing impossible. So I was like, all right, well, if you're going to do like 20 to 30 point range runs, we got to adapt. And that is break up the order and see how much of a range run you can get. But I was just getting lit up trying to do what I was doing in Crude, but in NASDAQ, just the ranges get real wicky.
Filled. New highs ES that 500 line offer was filled. New highs 67.27 and the orders. Will the NASDAQ follow? NASDAQ is lagging behind the. I'm sorry. NASDAQ is lagging behind the ES right now. ES pushing higher here. NASDAQ still's got about call it 25 points. 25 points to go till session highs.
Gold's about 1.5 off New York highs.
Yeah, it is. Let's trade gold 38.81. All-time highs 38.99. 38.99.
They got it right up one point off that spike level.
And you're definitely Baron, to your point. Yeah, when we do kind of stalls out, when we get up to some of those all-time highs, it will stall out, see a pullback. And it just seems like the buyers do continue to step in and taking this thing higher, just like the ES is right now, 67.28 new highs. For what it's worth, all-time highs in the ES, 67.56, 28 points from there.
ES is just pushing.
That was as well.
I'm surprised NQ's lagging
behind
that much.
It's like it's up 20 points since the lows, and the candles have gotten long and strong, so it's clearly gotten pretty bullish.
ES not done. Oop, I said it again. Highs 67.28. Is NASDAQ going to follow?
It looks like ES is going to sweep that high from New York yesterday.
What price?
That's at 30 or 67.31.
31's all right. About 2 points to go. Well, the NASDAQ. Okay. NASDAQ about 11 points off the highs there. Wow.
Come on. See what you got.
Yeah, an end of Q3 today. Donald Keys in the chat says 67.49 is today's expected high per option. Very good. Thank you. I did see, is that 800 lot still up there? Yes, it is. 800 offered at 67.49. 20 points away to the upside. Gold, 40 cents from New York session highs.
Gold looks good.
Gold looks sure good. Does.
Gold's great.
Sure.
Aaron, even I traded a little bit of gold this morning just for fun, and I gotta say, it was pretty nice. Even I'm trying to adapt.
I caught a 45-point trade this morning on gold.
Really?
Is that a lot?
Yeah. If you want to see that trade, it's on my YouTube. Baron Trades nice. Under the most recent live.
Is that like the equivalent to a 100-point banger in NASDAQ? Or is it
no,
more?
It's more. It's like more. 200.
Oh wow, nice. Nice.
Oh wait, actually no. It's probably closer to like 125, 150, somewhere in there.
Okay. Kind of like those trophy wins, big round number, 100-point winner. Well, did not get filled.
We're pushing
the 55s.
GC just broke those highs.
Yep, yes it did. Incredible. 38.83. Pushing higher here.
And there's just
Dow
steady
pushing.
buyers coming in too.
Is it? What's cumulative delta? What's the delta looking like on gold again?
Positive 500 right now. But when we were at these highs earlier today, it was positive 2,600. So you have less buyers and prices pushing higher. It should continue to push higher.
Volume tells the story. NASDAQ, not quite there, about 14 points from the highs. Dow made highs 46,673. 640 last trade. And ES looking for another push here. ES is going to lead this thing. If we 2 ticks away, 67.29 half last trade. NASDAQ's waking up now.
Oh yeah, it is. It is quite.
Yes, if you go, I'm going too.
Let's see.
Right there up at the highs in gold. All right, we got 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We got Nike earnings after the bell. Make sure tune into at the buzzer. Wall-to-wall coverage of that, as well as obviously the government shutdown. Will a deal be struck? It's not looking. It's not looking good. Markets say whatever. We're going higher.
I think the markets, like, I don't know what would cause this market to drop at this point.
Interest
Government
rates.
shutting down.
Interest rates are all I think of. A dollar getting weaker. Bond yields going higher. And here we go, new highs. That's about all I can think of. And it's not for long. 67.30 half. New highs ES.
Okay.
Goes the NASDAQ still about 7 points off the
Everybody
highs.
get filled on that Dolby.
Probably.
What a power round. Where's Mate? Daddy,
It almost makes me want to move this whole stack up to like 900s and then do 880s to 900s.
Yep.
But that's so far out of the range. But it is a 4-hour range, so it could easily get up to 900s and get all the way back down again. Well, wait and see.
ES, absolutely cooking right now. Absolutely cooking.
We're in.
Short one, micro NASDAQ 24,860.
How many micros how many do you enter in at a time with each of those limits, Dolby? Is it just one?
One. Yeah. So it's 5 micros all day. And then sometimes you get filled on 1, sometimes you get filled on 5, sometimes you get filled on 3. We'll just see what you get, and then if it rolls over, it kind of puts you in like a good position. So like if you get filled on 3 or 4 and then it shoots down 20, 30 points, maybe we'll pull the 4th or 5th one and then just roll with the 3. So it cuts the risk down pretty good and you should be in a pretty good spot. We did not get filled on the second one though. So we're just just short this one at 860s. Nothing at 865 yet.
Oh,
will you only do limit orders for that, or will you ever market in
limit
once your position starts to look like it's playing out?
Just all limit everything. I talked about this before, but anytime I see myself doing market orders, it probably means I'm on tilt. So I just stick to limit orders. I know where the levels are. Don't need to chase. If I get filled, great. If I don't, great.
That's the area you want to enter in.
Yeah, no matter what. I don't have enough skill to do momentum. So it's just not a part of my trading plan. I find that it's just like messed up my reads a little bit more because I just don't have the data to read momentum. So I just don't. I'll just trust the range. It's going to do what it wants to do. Let it do its thing.
I think that's valid.
Yeah.
Developing start here with the Delta at 207 Central Time. It was in the ES plus 5,000. A minute ago is now plus 10,500. It doubled. It doubled in 20 minutes. Positive at the highs. At the highs. Market orders coming in and lifting offers. They're aggressively buying the ES. We're seeing that in the price action right now. Last trade is 67.31. Delta in the NASDAQ minus 900. Minus 900. So perhaps why we didn't see an unraveling of pushing higher here. In the NASDAQ, bottom of the hour in about 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Gold close. Always
yes, what's that previous New York high?
Yes, it did. 32s. Always Rise in the chat saying gold, close eyes, buy all day. It's unreal. I mean, it's the best way to trade.
Crazy. We were talking about it. I think it was yesterday, though. It's like, if you see a market that's just trending up and to the right, you start making a switch. You start getting it into your playbook a little bit to take a look at a market that's just going up and to the right. It might be worth it.
100%.
Practice account.
Gotta give what the market's.
I know me and Dakota on slow markets probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were like, this looks like it's going to break out. And then you just start to see this super clean breakout.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Dakota, slow markets, Baron, who will be joining Dakota on slow markets this evening, 7:30 p.m. Central Time.
I'll be on there. We'll be on there.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Very understated. More from Goolsby. Jobs report and CPI are vital information for the Fed. Yes, it is. We most likely, well, if the government does stay shut down, they will not be releasing that. All right, about on the hour. We've got 30 minutes till the bell.
It'll be interesting. We're either getting totally smoked or this is an absolute banger of a trade, and there is no in between.
You either get that end of day breakout or
it comes back. It's failing. Or it's failing. Getting back into
day profit. Maybe some end of day profit taking. Again, end of Q3. Q3, end of the month as well. Eye on ES. Now NASDAQ's finding some bids as here we go. Should be short two.
Yep, been short too. 62 half, 70s, 75s, and 880s are still being offered. Our stop is around 890s.
All right. Looking here, gold. Gold trading at 38.83. Go ahead, Dolby.
It's just kind of a megaphone trade, to be honest. Having sort of these offers up here, the megaphone's been pretty clean on the 30-minute. So let's just see if this megaphone can continue. So our stop is actually kind of up close to the top of the megaphone. Is it too close? We'll see. But definitely a megaphone trade. Short 3.
GC sustaining these highs too. NQ's just pushing.
No, NQ's taking the lead. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, NQ's.
Short 3 from 65. Short 3 from 65. New highs ES. New highs NASDAQ. Gold just printed some new highs. 18 minutes till MOC. We got that 800 lot. 800 lot up short at 67.49 in the ES. Been there all day. Short 4. He's pushing here. New highs NASDAQ 24,878 quarter. Anything on the ladder? Anything on the ladder in the NASDAQ?
Nothing crazy.
A couple 50 lots. Yeah, nothing really jumping off. How about
75, 87.
Baron, you brought the volatility. You brought it with you, my man.
I need it.
Yeah, the last time I was on Power Hour, it was completely dead. Just completely dead.
It's been rough
blame yourself.
Recently. It's doing better, though. How's ES doing? Does ES have any interesting points? Oh, this 67.36 is pretty interesting.
49.
Offered up.
There's some options pointing to 49s. Who put that in the chat? That was good stuff.
We have on ES, there is, you look at this on a 1 hour, not 1 hour, 15 minute. There's this.
What do you got?
There's this lower resistance area. We saw us push down out of there in London the other day. That was right in here. So you could see that hold as resistance potentially. We are also pushing upper end extensions for the IB. We've pretty much hit all of them. We hit the one we're pushing to. I need it marked out on my chart. Let me just see where it's at.
More from Goolsby, Austin Goolsby, in charge of the Chicago Fed. I want to be
Tweet it
sure
up.
tariff inflation won't be persistent. I hope that recent higher inflation proves a one and done event.
We're gonna pull.
So we have hit
this.
we have hit that one extension. See if that, we get some resistance up past there.
What's the downside target on this, Dolby?
At least 30s, if not 800s, if not lower. So like middle of the range, let's say. If we draw it out, it would be about 805s or so.
All right.
We are gonna pull that fifth contract though, and just roll with 4. I think this way it will help us get our stop closer to the 900s. So I lean up on a big round number.
Yeah, minor little pullback here if you want to maybe some profit taking. Yes, 2.5 points, 67.32. Points off the highs there. Goolsby still going here. Goolsby, I don't want to front load rate cuts on the expectation current inflation will be transitory. Keeping rates steady as inflation rises is like a cut. Market just goes with that. Market just like what? Incredible. Pull back here. Average price Dolby time, what? Around 67?
67 half. 67 half.
Okay.
Good. Back of the money. Just a hair. Let's work 30s, 20s, 10s, and evens.
Love it.
So we'll see if we can get a pretty good pullback down to about the middle of this range.
Very good.
If we can get down to 830s, we can get our risk down to very little or 0.
All right.
But let's just let this cook.
Aaron, you see anything on your end?
You're starting to see rejection on that 5-minute. I'd look to see a body close on NQ. GC, we're just hanging out at these highs. On the 5-minute, you're getting a nice wick on that 15, and you're getting a nice 5-minute print. I'd look for this to be a full body or we're getting some volatility pickup. So I think that 30s target is reasonable, Dolby, and then I just TP at VWAP or New York session VWAP, somewhere in there.
And where do you have that at? Hold on. I think I have it too. I have a VWAP up. So around the 804s.
Yeah, overnight's sitting at 800. You get the New York session. New York session's sitting just below it.
There's a lot of confluence there.
Just a nice little mean reversion trade.
I agree. Range is going to range. Let it range.
We got 13 minutes till MOC. 13 minutes till MOC. 23 minutes till the bell. Goolsby is hitting the wire, talking a little hawkish, trying to put the pause. Hammer down expectations for 2 more rate cuts this year. 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts. Market's not buying it right now. Market's not buying it. Again, pricing in 2 more rate cuts. This is them trying to talk it back. But yes. Goolsby has concluded.
Okay. Does that mean we just bid back up again?
I mean, not yet. Are we working 30s? Dolby time? Are we working a bid down? All right, very good.
Yeah, working 4 bids: 30s, 20s, 10s, and evens.
Where's your stop
all
at?
of them? Stop is at 900 and a quarter. It puts our risk at negative 262. But our TPs would put us at about 400 if they all hit. But we can also walk it down off the 900s if we start getting a little bit more push into like the 840s, 850s would even be nice.
Just set it back at high of day or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, good price action. So
I do see the vision with these limit orders, Dolby. I understand why you do. Like your fill price is pretty good on that.
Well, the full price is always like really good. The only time it's really bad is if you just get steamrolled, because then it doesn't matter. But if you do get filled on 3 or 4 and it turns over, like your entry is going to be in a real good spot.
Yeah, right, Dolby, with those entries, it's like you'll get into some of it. You will get some exposure if you do catch that better range, but you won't be all in, all out necessarily. Or
No.
cannonball, as Hoag likes to say.
You're not cannonballing. We're not. Yeah, you're in at 5. Your risk is going to be about 250 plus slippage, but you're never going to like start adding a 6th, 7th, or 8th contract and push your risk to like $600 in this trade concept.
Gold's continuing to push it. We're above the upper band of VWAP. I could see that continuing higher up to. I'd like to see this sweep out the London highs up at 3888, 888. See if we get up there. Potentially even see like 3900. I think 3900 happens tonight though.
Yeah, gold does damage overnight. It makes progress in the overnight session for sure.
It does work for sure.
For sure.
It moved 45 points last night, which if you're coming from NASDAQ and you hear 45 points, you're like, that's not a lot. But on gold,
that's not a lot. Yeah,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Okay.
45 points on.
Right, here we go.
45 points on 1 mini is the equivalent of 250 points on NQ.
Is it okay? That puts things in perspective.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I mean, the range. That
this trade's looking nice, Dolly.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so far, so good.
24,850 last trade there. ES 6728. About a minute ago, got an update on the Delta plus 11,000 in ES. Will they have to unwind that? Go into the close here. Got 9 minutes till MOC.
Hello.
We go 24,000.
Let's get this. Let's get these 30s. Let's get these 30s, and then we're going to break even.
Yep. This is looking. It's looking real good, Dolby.
Yeah,
looks terrifying until it works. Let's see if we can get something here. We're taking this into the close.
Into MOC.
Stop.
Oh, for sure, MOC. Stop is still at 900 and a quarter.
Yep. Let's go Dolby. Let's go house. Indeed, we got Baron in the house. We got Dolby as well. We got the end of Q3 as well as the end of the month. October is tomorrow. Be so kind. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click the bell. Go into the last 18 minutes of the trade.
This might be a nail biter.
Will the government shut down? Again, 11 a.m. midnight Eastern time. Government shutdown. Again, means we will not be releasing. I guess it is we the people will not be releasing jobs report numbers on Friday as well as Thursday. You have ADP tomorrow. It is private payrolls. Look at Gold Baron. Got done. Oop, I said it again. 38.84.
That's like your tagline.
It's not, man. It just never finishes. It's never done.
It's true. That is true.
I don't know what else to say. Gold continues to make higher price. I don't know what to say. Baron, help me out. They say
what with gold?
I always say gold not done. Keeps pushing higher. I don't.
Well, it's not done.
Gold's not done rallying. It's never done rallying.
Well, if you look at April to August from this year, it ranged. It was in quite a big range. But if you look back at last year, same exact thing happened where it ranged from April to August, starts to break out in September or end of August, and then it just rallied through the end of the year. We're seeing the same thing happen. It's just when your asset is at a higher price, those percentage increases are larger ranges. So you are seeing bigger moves on gold, but in terms of percentage, they're not that much bigger compared to last year or even like back at the start of this year.
Very fair point. Down to, what do we get down to? 24,836.
We got close. I'm looking at these 840s. as potential support. It's the midpoint of a range it was in on the 1 minute.
Tilt.
Maybe it ends up being a problem. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. 5 minutes still looks good.
6 minutes till MOC. Huge MOC yesterday. Like 4 billion buy side. Was that 4 billion buy side?
It was massive.
Yeah.
Massive buy side.
Market on close. What is market on close, you ask? A lot of trades to be executed at the close of the market. MOC, big. How do you explain it? Something you need to take note of. Be aware of it.
As if you even make. I feel like MOC is only for the people who get to like the final boss in a video game, because most people are just like tapped out after like the first 2 levels, and no one ever makes it to MOC. Let's be honest.
Oh, not us. That's what Power Hour is for. You come hang out with us.
That's right.
We're gonna take it right into earnings.
Bell to
bell
bell.
Indeed. Shout out to all the bell to bellers as well. 5 minutes almost.
Nice microstructure here in the 1 minute. We are making lower highs and lower lows, which is better than the
That
opposite.
15-minute also looks pretty clean.
15 minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, 15 minute looks good too. Let's see if this can hold up and just really, really flush.
Dolby, do you ever get nervous when a trade is approaching your limit? It gets within 5-10 points and then it reverses.
Yeah, of course. I'm nervous all the time in trades. I'm never not nervous in trades.
It's the worst, Bear.
You just try to like suppress it. You just suppress it. Always a little bit. Yeah, always a little bit. I mean, I think when you have a little bit more like certainty in your strategy, it helps remove that. Helps remove it a little bit. But we'll see. I mean, I thought about 10%ing it, but we didn't get below the 35s.
Air horns where? Air horns where? The real Albert says air horns where? What market? I don't see air horns.
Yeah, what's breaking all-time highs?
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing.
All-time
highs in gold. All-time highs in gold? $38.99. $38.99. No, I'm saying the prices to get there. We're still $15.
We're close.
Yep. All-time highs in the ES, still about 25, 26 points away from that. NASDAQ, a couple hundred points away from that. Same with the Dow. So I don't know where all-time highs are, but hey, those are just the 5 markets I'm looking at. Let me know. Let us know. Always opportunities.
Did you sound the bells for NVIDIA all-time highs this morning?
Well, we talked about it. No bells because where is it still trading up there?
It's pulled off it. The high was 187.3. It's at 185.6.
Nice.
Yes, NASDAQ turnaround Dow as well. We got crude rolling over 62.50. Last trade there. ES 2 points off the highs. NASDAQ, I'm not at what? 36. Back up to 60s now.
Okay. If we can get back down into the 50s, I would have no problems taking this trade back to break even. Or at least moving it down to like 880s. I feel like we kind of got a test of our entry. I'm typically good for one of those. I don't want to see any more tests of our entry.
Entry price 67, correct?
67.5.
67.5. Micro NASDAQ 67.5. We got 2 minutes till MOC. Headlines done.
I've noticed on range trades like this, typically you don't see retests like this, or if it retests, it doesn't sweep the highs. That
ideally
out of the range.
No,
not always
ideally.
the case. Anything can happen, but
I wouldn't be surprised for this to come back up and test some people who got short up here too. There's probably a lot of break-even shorts around like the 875s.
Yep.
Just one little touch and then just have it sell off again. Hopefully. 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, minute and a half. Minute and a half to MOC. Let's go.
Minute and a half, indeed.
Let's go.
Just keep lifting these offers. ES about 2 points off of the highs. We got CL Trader reminding everyone. We got Delta. What is it? It might be in a session. I wanted to see what it got down to, how much it peeled back when that pullback happened. 60 seconds.
You got 1 minute till MOC.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it spicy. That's okay. That is okay. See if it hits 900s. I mean, good for the Bulls. Good for the Bulls.
ES closing in. ES closing in. New highs. ES. 67.35 half. ES on the move. What a pullback for those. Who bought those? And the ES, yeah, new highs. NASDAQ. Who got long on those? New highs. 2 points off. 4,876. Got 20 seconds till MOC.
Seconds.
I gotcha.
See the volume pick up.
All right, BLS labor will.
It's getting exciting, that's for sure.
The volume's been pretty much flat all day.
5 seconds to MOC.
Yep, I got you. Gonna start with ES. ES. Here we go.
That's not good.
Big buy side. Buy side S&Ps call it 3 billion. Buy side NASDAQ 1.4 billion. Dow 500 million buy side.
Whoa. All right, let's see if it sustains.
Those numbers can and will change in about 5 minutes. We'll get another injection of liquidity. See, we got 1,000 lot ES offered at 76.35. 1,000 on the ask. 2 points
All right,
higher.
stop down to 890.
Some size. There's gonna be some size coming in here. Is the market gonna
So
run
we
away?
reduce
From
our
the
total risk.
Is the market gonna run away from that thing?
Reduce our total risk by about $70.
Was it on that
Watch
fill?
the
Fill 1,000
entry.
times. What was the next one? Again, that was filled 1,000 times on the
I'm making
ask.
this a
67.35. Buy side 2.7 bill. ES.
Oof, we might be toast.
500 mil.
Might be
buy
too
side.
much.
I got it.
Oh, all right, we're out. We're out. Minus 200.
This is why I stopped trading NASDAQ. Because it will do stuff like
Oh.
that. The trade will start to look good, and then it will just reverse on you.
I know. Let's see. Our OG stop was like 900 quarter. Let's see if moving the stop ended up being a killer.
Yeah, we got that 800 lot still up at 67.49.
Wow.
All day. We got 10 points to get there. 10 points to get there. We got NASDAQ on the move, making new highs. 24,894. Call it. Can we get to the 900s? We got Dow pushing higher here.
Gold pushing higher.
Move. Parade. Bulls on parade.
Gold's just been a slow grind up, but it's back at that 38,850. Or sorry, 38,85.
Oh,
that was a struggle to get out.
Andrew, good to go? All right, cool. Andrew, come on in here. Let's do some hashtag power. Ask you in fast markets. Just up at TopstepTV on the X. Come on in, Andrea. We got markets moving. So let's see how they did today.
All right. They did. All right. First one, we got Based saying, grateful to be joining the Topstep payout party. Just a little under 15K in under 2 weeks. Can't wait for the next payout from Topstep and love the new dashboard and all the system improvements. Well, thanks. I got this one saying, requesting another $5,500 from Topstep today. $9,500 in payouts in the past 2 weeks trading with them. Very pleased with my experience so far. Customer support was prompt with an account issue 2 solved in an hour. Base hits add up. Discipline over dopamine. And then they send us a shot of their breakfast for whatever reason. Next, we got Justin saying, 5th payout requested from my Topstep Live account. Over 11K in payouts over 2 months. Impressive. Then we got Project TLR saying, tough day to trade, but managed to pull approximately 1,000 for the day. See, three aces are my bread and butter, and I managed to get my goal with few trades. The next 2 was scalping all around, trying to get home run, but managed to stick to base hit and immediately locked out. Very good. We got Ish Trader saying chugging along with these accounts. Let's go. Got a little green wall started there. And then finally, we got Miro saying Topstep, let's go. 5th profitable day. After more than 50 failed attempts, I will request a payout. Congratulations. Happy to hear it. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Andrea.
Nice.
I'll just say we're not done. Not done. Continue to push higher here. 67.43. New highs in the ES. Yes, we are 13 points. 13 points from all-time highs in ES. Can we get there in the last 5.5 minutes? We'll find out. NASDAQ pumping higher here. 24,910. Shout out to those. That's 55% that took the above. Took the above in that above below. Market's on an absolute.
What a move. Did any of us expect this, to be honest? No, it wouldn't have.
This would be, if I may, this would be the third. Q1 end, we rally. Q2 end, rally. Q3 end will be the same. Can't give just the data, but let's see.
Gold's about to hit that 3888 level. That was London highs. That was my target from earlier today. We just didn't get there in the AM session, but looks like it's about to hit. I think 3,900 tonight is kind of granted. I think 4K by the end of this week might be granted on.
Why not?
GC.
Why not, man? We got gold. Hey, why can't gold do it right now? Gold, we're about $12 away from all-time highs. Why can't do it right now? Why can't ES get to all-time highs? We got 14 points to go. We can do that. Dow still, or NASDAQ still has some work to do. Dow has a lot of work to do. But we are pushing.
11 points on
pushing
gold.
We got. Can we get to those? Got that 900 lot up at 67.49. Last trade 67.40. 1.5 big buy side MOC. Look at this thing go.
It's only about 2.5% off 4K. Like 2.8% off 4K. So I think that's doable.
Like 2%. Oh, I look at it. I look at it in dollars. We're $100 away, man. we got us $80. We got like $70 range today. I mean, we can get there, no problem.
That's massive.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. The moves are back. Volatility is back. Uncertainty is back. Will the government shut down tonight, midnight Eastern time? It sure looks like it.
It looks. That's what Trump's saying. That's what Trump's saying.
Markets.
That's what they want.
Markets keep pumping here. I mean, bad news, good news, bad news. Watch this close. Here we go. 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. What a rally in Power Hour. When we started Power Hour, yes, we were trading in the ES. We were trading 67.18. We are 22 points higher. When we started Power Hour in the NASDAQ, NASDAQ was trading 24,828, looking about 100 points higher here. It's been shot out of a cannon.
Crazy market.
Yeah.
Do you need the gold one too, Andre?
Yes. Can you help me? You're my gold guru now. What do we got?
38.76 was what we were trading, and now it went up to 38.88. So about a 12-point move, which that's pretty solid in gold. If you're in with 1 mini, that's equivalent to 60 points in NASDAQ. Just in terms of dollar signs.
Absolutely. Shout out to JK in the chat. Made 5K today, homie. You know what that calls for, Drake. Make sure you get back in here tomorrow. Hey, stay tuned for At the Buzzer. We got Nike earnings. Whoa. What we have in store? Will the government shut down? Sure looks like it.
It's a good question.
Poly Market says yes. Poly Market says yes.
We got Dave in the chat saying,
I forgot you can just bet on it. You can bet on anything now.
Yeah, of course.
Ooh, offers coming in here on the ES. 600 just came in on the ask. 67.41. Are they going to run away from this thing? The last 1,000 lot that came in got filled. Anything showing up on the NASDAQ ladder? I thought some big size orders would come in. Nothing yet. 90 seconds. 90 seconds till the close. 4,000s by end of week, Baron. I love it. I'm with you. Not financial advice. Why not? Why not?
I mean, it's only 2.5%.
Look at this.
It's not that far. It's not that like unfeasible.
Oh,
You're looking at a percentage, man. You just look at the prices.
Not far at all.
I like to look at things in percentages, because if I'm looking at, when I first started trading like ES and NQ, the ranges were tighter, but your percentage moves have stayed relatively the same. So it's easier for me to look at the percentage and just keep
perspective,
like a level head on the perspective. Yeah,
I gotcha.
Better to keep that perspective of the percentage than a dollar point move.
Yeah, fair enough. We got a couple sets, but to that point, you're always going to say, "Well, that wasn't that big of a move." That's the only thing. Like that wasn't that big of a move with the prices. I got what you're saying totally. All right, here we go. 30 seconds. What a power hour, Baron, as always. Great to see. Always bring the perspective as well. Can we get another push higher here in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ staying bid.
Dude, it's holding these 900s.
Incredible.
This was not a come failed news, come fast moves. This got up to 900 and hung out for at least 5 minutes.
It all went to hell when Baron said, "Do you ever get nervous when you get close to your
It's true.
That is true. That's what it all went
all on Baron.
All right, another 1,000 came in the bed. Look at all this size. Wow. What? Another 1,000 on the ask in the ES that was filled. Look at
Man, it hung up there real well.
Damn. All right, this is just the start. We are only Tuesday. We got a lot more coming at you. Baron, as always, thanks for joining us. We'll see you in slow markets this evening. Again with Dakota. Dolby time, great stuff today as well. We are not done. More uncertainty hitting. The jobs reports happen. No, only one place to find out. That's at TopstepTV. Shout out to all the bellers. Stay locked in. We got Nike earnings coming up here in a couple minutes. That being said, throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Dolby. And thank you, Baron. And thank you to all of you watching. Thank you for tuning in for Power Hour. And thank you for tuning in for TopstepTV. Had a hell of a day with you, but the fun doesn't stop here, because At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this, so you can still get your trading fix for another hour and a half. So don't go anywhere. And then later tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets, so you can get your slow market fix tonight, 7:30, right here on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow morning, you need that early morning fix, 1:30 a.m. Aaron Trades will be hosting London Open, and then Deanna will be shortly after with Euro Trade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So tons of great trading entertainment coming your way all throughout the night and all early morning long. And then, of course, TopstepTV, we're going to be right here again tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. going live. The government may shut down, but we're not. So stick with TopstepTV as we take you through these crazy markets during these crazy times. But for now, don't go anywhere. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. We'll see you tomorrow for another day at TopstepTV. Let's go.